I would like to thank Additional Secretary Sir for his insightful words yesterday regarding the food service sector, which will be the guiding light for all of us in the coming future. Today's session will help us understand the different perspectives coming from experts and agencies into products, services, and schemes that can help women entrepreneurs. Allow me to introduce the first session of the day, Technology as an Integrator in the Food Service Business. I would like to introduce the moderator for the session, Sir Ranjit Ranade. Ranjit Ranade is a corporate trainer and consultant in the areas of finance and leadership. He has been working in the non-profit sector for about 25 years and has partnered with organizations such as Kudumbashri, Timbuktu Collective, Gram Vikas, and many more for the last several years. He also owns and runs 3 restaurants in Bangalore, where he is based. Warm welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We have a series of exciting technical sessions today. And I would like to kick off with the first session, which is about technology as integrator. Before I invite the panel, a few things that I would just like to share with all of you, which will link today's session with what we discussed yesterday. So there are specifically 3 themes that I will try and bring in the discussions. So allow me to present those to you, and then I'll invite the panelists. So one of the themes that we will try and weave in today is the efficiency in businesses using technology. When we talk about efficiency, it's not just efficiency of operations, but we are talking about efficiency of the finance of the business. That means the revenue side of the efficiency, the cost side of the efficiency as well. The second theme that I will try and weave into the discussion, which the rest of the sessions will take forward through the day as well, will be things that entrepreneurs like our Didis can do with technology, which otherwise they can't do. Because that's an important element of bringing technology into business, that one should be allowed, or it should enable one to do things which otherwise one can't do. And then the third aspect that we'll try and bring in is the cost effectiveness of using technology, because technology just for the sake of technology is pointless. And hence it should bring benefits, but it should bring benefits at a cost which are reasonable. And hence those are the recurring ideas that we will run through in the first session, and some of these will follow up through the day also. So I'm excited to invite our panel. And one by one, I would request them to come on the stage. So we have Jatin, who is the Vice President of Revenues at Pet Puja. Thank you, Jatin, and welcome. Jatin, if you can sit in the second chair, because we need to match our photos. The second panelist is Ragini Ahuja. She is the CEO of Ticket-Route. Welcome, Ragini. Thank you. We have Swaran Kamal, who is the CEO of Opstra. I would like to welcome him. Thank you and welcome. And we have Marichi Mathur from ONDC, who is the F&B lead. Thank you and welcome. So before we start, I would just like to point out to the audience how the session will unfold. I'm going to invite our panelists to talk a little bit about what they have in the offer. In terms of what problems their technology is solving. I would like to give each of you about 3 minutes. Feel free to bring out what your strengths are. In case you want to show something, that's fine too. So take about 3 minutes each. So we'll start with that. And unlike some of the other sessions yesterday, today, since the topics are very technical, after their brief, I would like to spend about 5 minutes to hear from the audience, specifically from SRLMs, that having heard some of the technology solutions that you will see, at least what's your gut feel telling you, that is this something that we can use? Of course, we have a whole day to sort of let that thought germinate, but it will be nice if you can reflect on that, as soon as you hear about it, because all of us have a tendency to forget later on. So I would like all of you to share some of your thoughts. So in that sense, I am deviating from the way our usual panels are being run, that we only open up for questions towards the end, but that's not how it will be today. So I would like to intersperse that with your thoughts. So once we hear from the audience and their reflections, then I would like to ask you a set of questions. Some of those answers will emanate some more questions and so on. And then finally, we will have some time for the audience to ask us some of the questions, and then we'll close with some forward-looking thoughts. Okay, so I'm going to sit next to you guys, and then we'll start talking. All of you should have mics. I think they're all working, so just take one, please. Okay, I would like to invite Jatin to talk a little bit about what you bring to the table.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you so much for inviting us over here and giving us a platform to share the inputs with you. So basically, I represent Petpooja over here. We are India's largest POS deployment company in terms of with regards to F&B outlets. We have around 75,000 deployments till now, pan India. We started Petpooja in 2014 as a POS integrated platform. The first question actually we do have that was why to build a POS, and then actually we just go and step ahead actually and just build an ecosystem around the POS. So right now what we are doing, we are providing a billing software to the restaurants, F&B outlets. Billing is just a feature for us. Apart from the billing, actually we have a inventory management and the analytics we do provide to the restaurants, payrolls ecosystem and other stuff actually we are doing it right now, like image digitization with regards to your inventory and all the stuff. So we help restaurants to optimize their operations with regards to the tech aspects, not 100% tech, but yes, operational as well as tech, just mixed up that, because we know actually restaurant is not so used to implement the tech easily. So we help them to understand we just understand the requirement and we help them with regards to the implementation of the tech in the outlet. So that's what we are doing right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jatin. Ragini, would you like to share a few thoughts?
Hi. So I represent Ticktroot, and Ticktroot is a company that my husband and I started somewhere around 2020, and we provide cashless payment solutions for events, food festivals, music festivals, melas, etc. And last year in 2023, we had the opportunity to tie up with the national level Saras Melas and provide our cashless system, pilot it out there. They piloted it out there, and they wanted to, the main problem was that they wanted to do away with the coupon system that existed. It was a lot of hassle to do the counting, the recounting. Accounting had become a hassle with the coupon system. It was taking a lot of time. It was not giving any hygienic data as to what the real outcomes of the entire mela was. So putting all these factors into consideration, that what the revenue is, what the real footfall is, what spends have been done, we decided to, come in and partner them on that. And it was a great experience because it was a lot of learning for us from Saras 1 to Saras 2, that is from October to December. And not only with the system, but also in how we operated on ground. We brought on a lot of changes as we learned how the ecosystem operates, how the Didis operate, how much time it is taking for training, how much time it is taking for setup. And we were very pleased with the results that, finally came up. And I would like you all to be a part of this journey to see what actually occurred at these Saras Melas, if they could just show the video. Yeah?
Sure.
सरस फूड फेस्टिवल 2023 में बिलिंग एंड फूड परचेजिंग इस बार डिजिटलाइज कर दिया गया है। बिलिंग काउंटर पर कैश एंड ऑनलाइन दोनों की सुविधा दे दी गई है। पेमेंट के बाद एक क्यूआर बैंड आपको इशू होगा जो कि हर फूड स्टॉल पे वैलिड है। ये क्यूआर कोड स्टॉल पे मौजूद दीदी स्कैन करके टोटल अमाउंट में से रिक्वेस्टेड आइटम का अमाउंट डिडक्ट कर लेंगे एंड सेम क्यूआर बैंड आप 17 तारीख तक टॉप अप करवा के भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो।
गांव में करा था ना तो ऐसा लगा था कि बहुत झंझट है, लेकिन शुरू में 2 दिन ऐसा लगा था, लेकिन उसके बाद तो इतना अच्छा लग रहा था कि टाइम
मतलब एक स्कैनिंग करने में भी हमें अच्छा लगता है एक ऐप को हम यूज कर रहे हैं तो मतलब बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
डिजिटल हो गया ना तो हमें बहुत अच्छा है यानी कि।
और पहले के सिस्टम में फर्क क्या है? पहले आपको क्या दिक्कत होती थी?
पहले ये था कि टोकन था, तो टोकन के सिस्टम में क्या
उसमें
होता
हमें
था
रिटर्न करना पड़ता था, अगर किसी ने 100 या कोई 50 का आइटम लिया तो वो रिटर्न करेंगे 50। टाइम भी तो उसमें भी होता है,
नाइट में हमें काउंटिंग करनी पड़ती
लास्ट तक
थी।
नाइट
तो काउंटिंग में कितना समय लगता था?
2 घंटे 1-1.5 घंटा तो लग ही जाता था।
और अभी
11 बजे तक हम लोग यहाँ से निपटते थे, फिर काउंटिंग में कम से कम 12-1 बज जाता था हमें।
और इस वक्त
तो हम पहुँच जाते हैं कम से कम 11:30-12 बजे तक अपना आराम से रूम तक आराम से सो तो सकते हैं चैन से।
हाईटेक इंडिया फाइनली।
थैंक यू।
So, besides the the video, I would also like to share what the key takeaways, the key numbers were, which was very encouraging for not only the organizers. It was actually very commendable by the organizers to move from a coupon system. It's not an easy adoption, and we were there present at every step of the way to make the process easier and easier. The first part of it entailed training the core team, which is the cashiers, the admin, the Didis. And the second layer of it also meant communicating it correctly to the customer, that what are they supposed to expect when the visitor comes in, how are they supposed to get the top up, the bans, the scans, etc. And we did it in a way that we first started out with peer-to-peer training, which is we identified the most confident of Didis, the most confident of cashiers who were seeming very comfortable with the digital systems, to operate it on their phones. All of our POS works on smartphones, so it's not a separate device that they get. So any smartphone can be turned into a POS device. And they were trained on it by first getting the most confident lot trained, and then it percolated through. But from Saras 1 to Saras 2, we realized that the training time had come down significantly. The cashiers were repeated and they did not need more than 5 minutes of training, whereas the first time we had taken about 2 hours to train them. And similarly for the Didis, the ones who were the new Didis, they were trained by the old Didis, and it surprised us. It surprised us how they adopted the system. It surprised us how they rolled it out, and they were very confident, and that also showed in the numbers. So I would just like to present the key takeaway numbers that came out from the system. So, all the first figures are for Gurgaon and the second figures are for CP. In terms of revenue, in Gurgaon, we landed at 1.12 and in CP at 2.6. This was more than a 50% uplift from 2022. There were, of course, environmental factors, there was rain, etc. But a lot of attribution can also be to the fact that all the data was finally centralized. There were people being registered, they were swiping, they were scanning their QR codes, and it was all coming from a single centralized system which was more sophisticated. And not only did the Didis enjoy using it, the visitors also, by the time we had reached CP, had very positive feedback to give because they enjoyed the transparency. There were lesser disputes, like we saw a couple of instances where the visitor has gone up with a little bit of angst to the cashiers and asked, that maine kya khaya, and then they would see this entire transaction history, which they could have also checked on their phone, and they would go back satisfied. So a lot of this friction that happens on ground at events can be very efficiently managed with a system. The average spend per user was 138 in Gurgaon and 160 in CP. And the average top-up value was 152 and 176 respectively. So that did leave us with a breakage of 75 lakhs for Gurgaon and 75,000 for Gurgaon and 2.2 lakhs for CP, which was not possible in the traditional system. In terms of listing the SKUs, we listed 483 at Gurgaon and 553. this entire listing, like that's basically uploading the menus, was done about in 1 hour at Gurgaon. And this reduced significantly for CP because we improvised certain processes, and people had got used to the system. So it was a bulk upload, and even the super admins were trained by the time we were there in CP to make changes on the fly, to make changes on pricing, to make changes on menus, etc. because they got accustomed to how the system works and how they can use it to their benefit. Like there was one item that they were selling at 350, which was not showing adequate sale at all. The moment there was an intervention which was change it to 200 and reduce the quantity, that item started going up. So on the fly, because the system is light, it is adaptable to use as and when you are, which is very essential for events and in the live space. They were able to make a lot of interventions which had a significant impact in the number of CP. Top 50 products contributed around 33% in CP and in Gurgaon, whereas the tail, which is the bottom 50 products, were less than 1%. So there is a learning out there to probably study the profitability, cut out the tail, cut out the drag, and this is not just for the entire event, but it is also when these are running their own stalls, their own kiosks. This is a very important data point to study and to trim it to make the menu engineering more efficient for the entire process. In terms of the setup time, it took us about 2 hours and across 280 Didis. This is the place we were most worried about, that will they be able to accept, will they be able to get trained so quickly. And like I said, it was not just peer-to-peer that helped us, but also the fact that as they were getting more accustomed to the system, as they were getting to do fun things, which is check their own real-time sale, that became very important to them. So at every 15 minutes, they were checking what is it that is selling for them, what is it that is not selling. For the next day, if our RM cost has gone up, they were able to make an intervention that this is what I need to increase my cost at, this is the item that I need to do away with. So without really knowing it, they were making all the changes and using data to give a better outcome.
Okay. Thank you, Ragini. Swan, I would like to invite you to talk a little bit about what you bring to the table.
Good morning all. Thanks Jatin for the opportunity, and I would like to thank the team for inviting. I think in this team I'm the only one who's from a non-tech background, but basically we are food service consultants. So we as a team, I represent my company called Opstra, and we started in 2016 with a simple vision of making the food entrepreneurs successful. The idea was that the failure rate in restaurants remains very high, and when we looked at those numbers, that the failure rate was as good as 70-80%. So the idea was that how do we help entrepreneurs in setting up new operation systems? How can we help them setting up a kitchen? And from there, a new division of Opstra started. So today we are called hospitality consultants, food service designers. We are also called facility planners. Anywhere where the food is being prepared for more than 100 people is where we require our expertise. Like I was talking to Jatin this morning, that when you're making rotis at home and you only have to need about 200 grams of your atta, it becomes very easy for you. The moment it becomes 100 people, 5,000 people, 10,000 people is where he required a lot more back-end calculation of how those products will be generated. Today we have helped builders, restaurant owners, airport developments, hotels, talk about Adani airports. There are 3 projects that we're doing, Embassy, RMZ, Prestige. We are doing many food courts for them. We are helping them develop the food side of the business for them. SATS is one of the biggest kitchen that we have done, is about to get launched. It produces 120,000 meals a day. That kind of production capacities that we're talking about. So then the moment the food is being produced in bulk, there's a back-end calculation required, and for them, the tech comes in picture of technology that we were talking about. How do we make that happen? Like, the kitchen as it is remains a very tough atmosphere for people to work, like heat, smoke, customers coming in there and all the time pull and push, the people pushing a lot of loads, cooking those foods. Our job is to make those chefs, those entrepreneurs' life easy in making their day-to-day operations better. We also look at their maths, how do we ensure that, their ROIs are intact, or they're not burning, they're not only buying fancy equipments, we also look at, what will be the operation cost of, having those equipments, whether they should buy a multi-usage equipment, they should buy only a single equipment which kind of solves the problem. So one is that when we look at things from a very food service design perspective, we look at how do we make the people safe, the food hygienic and safe at all, because we all eat food, but very few of us would know. Of course, Jatin would know, and so many other people here. That food is very delicate to handle. Food also kills people. Food poisoning is a very, very small term when we talk about the food poisoning happens. But when you talk about somebody dying out of food, it happens. There are bacteria and viruses that actually is foodborne, that is being born in this air. Like whatever we are eating in this room, our food can get contaminated by whatever is available in this room, like how we are breathing, how we are touching things and all that. So we look at, bringing those smartnesses in the system. We look at today, when you're working on a larger kitchen, we also look at tech that, what kind of tech equipments are working fine. We also look at the technology, how do we temperature control food, because food is more about either hot or cold. And then again, there is a science. When we were kids, our moms will say, khana garam karke khana. But we never knew that, why she was saying that. Maybe she also didn't know. But the science was, it was working on a food science that garam karne se the food goes beyond 65 and the food remains safe. So we look at the entire infrastructure of, how these things work, and we help various businesses in doing that. And that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, Swan. Marichi, I would like you to talk a little bit about...
Thanks, Ranjit. And don't worry, Swan, you're not the only non-tech person here. So I represent an organization called Open Network for Digital Commerce. Open Network for Digital Commerce is a Section 8 not-for-profit organization. And our mandate is to transform the digital landscape, e-commerce landscape in the country. If you look at current e-commerce penetration, and this is not just for food, if you look at across all sectors in the country, it stands at less than 6-7%. And what we are looking at doing, and this is a very strong mandate which is from the government, is how does digital commerce over the next 5 years go into the upper double digits. And that is what we are focused on, and that is what we are doing. If you look at what is holding it back, digital commerce essentially is a very metro tier 1 centric activity, right? As you go beyond the next tier of towns, it is not really picked up. And a lot of it is because of how digital commerce is constructed. And the two key challenges, there are essentially two ways to do digital commerce today. Either you build your own D2C brand, right? Or you set up your own D2C website where you want to have a website, you have your own digital presence, and you market it directly to customers. Cost of customer acquisition is a very expensive proposition. Finding the right technology partners becomes a problem. Logistics becomes an issue. So these are things which you have to grapple as a D2C player. If you look at the platform side of it, the platforms do everything for you. But there is a commercial angle to it, right? And the commercial construct becomes sometimes challenging for smaller sellers. Also, if you look at how they would look at operationalizing cities, they would focus on cities where they're able to generate the right amount of income, and hence, a certain set of cities go outside the purview. So Open Network, what we are trying to do is, how do we unbundle value, which is essentially within one platform, right? In one entity, which is, call it a black box. What are the three key activities which happen in e-commerce? One is demand generation, one is supply aggregation, and then the third is fulfillment. All of it pretty much sits within one box, right? What it does is it limits the box's ability to go beyond a certain level. What ONDC is trying to do is unbundle that box. So if you open that box and break it into 3 different components. So you look at demand generation, you look at supply aggregation, which is getting sellers onboarded, managing catalogs, getting inventories updated and enabling sellers, and there is logistics. And if these 3 activities are done by 3 different entities who specialize in these 3 activities, right? But are connected on a network where they can offer these services to each other or give access to each other. That is what ONDC is trying to do. It is creating a network, an open network, where any organization, once you connect to the open network, can transact with any other entity which is connected onto the open network. So any product or service which can be cataloged in the country can potentially be on the open network. And that is how we are looking at unlocking the value creation in this country. It is open to innovation because now there is no one way of doing it. Anyone can think of ways, there can be innovative ways in which a person feels they can reach their customers and not worry about how will the supply come, where will the supply come from, who will fulfill it. That entity can focus on demand generation and let the supply be built by people who are focused in that. Similarly, a lot of transformation can happen on the seller side. It doesn't mean that a seller has to be digitally enabled. People can look at various enablement methods, organizations, entities who are actively playing a role in the network to digitize the undigitized merchants and bring them on to mainstream. And that is what ONDC is broadly looking at doing.
Thank you, Mariji. Thank you, all of you, for sharing briefly and sometimes not so briefly what you offer. But I think it's very useful because that's what I want to really throw back at the audience here, that now all of us have heard that technology is not just limited to the phones, right? That obviously is one aspect of technology. But when it comes to restaurant business, there is technology in the kitchen also, which we don't think of technology, but for that person, the chef who's making 500 cups of chai, that is technology. And hence I want audience to think of technology in a broader sense, and hence my question to SRLM as well as other participants in the audience is that now that we heard 4 ideas here, do you find, because you know your ground reality, do you find that these are applicable to the Didis that we work with? The forum is open, feel free to raise your hand and I'm sure Mike will reach you and you can share your thoughts. On the left hand side.
Good morning all, this is Projal from West Bengal. My question to Ragini ji, that you have shared that they have successfully provided the support in National Shorosh Mela regarding cashless payment solution. So in West Bengal now, SAG, CL Labs and SAG Didis are running canteens at 50 places. But we are struggling with the accounting system, and from that accounting system, we want some projection, revenue, profitability. So, whether you have provided any support in any canteen or any restaurant run by SAGs, and what are the solutions that maybe you can share with us?
Hi. So, although we have not worked with SHGs on canteens, but we have worked with other canteens and other places where we have managed to get the offline to online space going for the merchants. And we can definitely provide the support for that. And the benefit, especially to what you're saying, it would be that number one, what we saw also in Saras was to get the accounting hassles off. They didn't have to do any recounting at the end of the day, and it's essentially your POS on your smartphone, and it can be operated by anybody who is a part of the ecosystem.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts, questions? We'll make it interactive, so feel free to not hold back.
Ranjit,
if you think of some
actually, sorry, I want to add something actually, what the question was actually. So definitely your question was right, like accounting system or forecasting actually what the projection actually what you want to make, right? So what at Pet Puja actually what we are doing right now, so we are also providing an POS, right, for mainly for the restaurants and cloud kitchens and all the stuff. we have some inbuilt analytical tools actually that actually we provided to restaurants. In that actually how we are doing projection, like what was your sales in last Diwali, and now actually what is the projection actually which you are focusing based on the graph actually, which can be ups and down, right? Even though actually last Diwali that was a Sunday, so that sales got picked up due to Sunday or mainly due to Diwali, or let's say recently the Pongal went out, right? So your sales went on actually mainly due to Pongal, or whether it was a Monday or Sunday or any other day. So in that way actually we are providing a projection. Apart from that, in the accounting system also, how actually you can do it, like you can integrate your system with any of the accounting system, whether it is a busy accounting, whether it is Zoho, or whether it is a Tally, right? So you don't need to put all the entries into any of the accounting system. So even though you are punching any of the bill into your billing pose, whether it is a purchase of the inventory, expense management, or your billing part, simply it should go to any of the accounting system, right? The API is available, that should communicate with each other. So in that way actually we have inbuilt our system right now. They just need to punch a bill, automatically that get transferred to the Tally or busy accounting, ledger gets automatically created, expense management get automatically created, and your backend life is easy, much easier.
So Jatin, if I understand what you said, is that Didi will have to enter data only in one location, and then that will flow into the accounting system.
Exactly, correct.
Will that help your question? Did you get the answer you're looking for?
Can I add something here?
Sure.
So I think his question was more on the projection side of it. So
Yeah.
one is the revenue projection that you do. Okay, to paid puja basically, or in
Sorry, the mic.
The systems are basically a point of sale systems, whereas all your data is being captured.
Right.
And it is giving you projections basis what sales have been done.
Yeah.
Through the API integration, there are a lot many other softwares like Zoho spoke about, or like other softwares. What can also happen is that through these integrators, it also can convert into raw materials. See how technology changing life is not only about doing the projection on one side of it, which is the sale.
Yeah.
Okay, now let us say if I have to sell these many numbers and it converts into raw materials, right? My data is right there. I don't have to even put my brain into it. My job is easier and move forward. So there are a lot many more softwares available which works like it just have to be API integrated and it works very system. With my experience, I know 100% it works.
Okay. Marichi, do you want to add to that? I mean, is this something that we can latch onto the network to do?
So yes, Ranjit. So network is, as I said, is an open network where organizations come in and offer their goods and services, right?
Yeah.
And all these three organizations sitting on the stage can connect to the network and offer their services on the network.
Okay.
So what happens is that for sellers, instead of going and searching everywhere and trying to find out, and these organizations going and searching and find out, the network becomes one place for discovery. So the network is only not about the physical transactions of goods and services, it's also about enablement. We are working, for example, very closely with Paid Puja. Paid Puja has partnered with some of our network participants and offering their backend integration to enable Paid Puja merchants to get onto the ONDC network through these network participants. So the network can be leveraged to offer your goods and services. Someone can come and offer cataloging services. Someone can come and offer accounting services. And those services, once you're on the network, is available to anyone on the network. They are there, the network, anyone can purchase or use those services.
Do you also foresee a situation where point of sale data, which is the revenue side of the data, on the network can go to an accounting service provider who can then generate P&L on the fly? Is that a possibility?
So there are various service levels and layers which people can build on the network. But one of the core principles of the network is data is sacred to everyone, right? So the data is of the source. So if the source entity is willing to share their data, people can build services on top of that. Okay. It's not as if once you come onto the data, everyone can see. It's not like when I joined UPI, everyone can see what's in my bank account.
Okay.
So the closest parallel for everyone to understand ONDC is what UPI did for digital payments, right? It created a backbone infrastructure which has enabled now financial institutions, banks, etc. to easily allow transfer of payments from one account to the other, and it has become very easy. Similarly, think about ONDC as the next step. It's like a UPI++, whereas UPI was only focused on financial services. ONDC is allowing the same to happen across all products and services that can be cataloged and digitized.
Thank you. I would like to go back to the audience. Any other comments or questions? There is one here in front. Yeah, he has a mic. Go ahead.
Actually, my question is to Madam Ragini. That what is the commercials and conditions for onboarding Ticketroute? If somebody wants to onboard, and so whether you see the minimum size and the kind of revenue sharing, means what's the cost for somebody who wants to onboard this? Or any conditions also?
Okay, so because we deal with live events and we've done thousands of live events on ground, the entire process of onboarding a client has become simpler and simpler over the years. So today, for example, Saras, we were able to onboard the clients just with simple artworks and brand artworks of what your what kind of an event you want to run. And the entire time to onboard is not more than 2 hours in terms of the time taken. In terms of the commercials, like we have seen in many cases, it is the breakage itself of the breakage is essentially what is the amount that is left over on the band or the card. We have both the systems. We have QR code automation, and we also have RFID. And we used to run the RFID system, which is essentially with a card. We did away with it because of environmental factors. And for both the systems, we have realized that the breakage itself is adequate for larger events to cover up the cost. But if you have to look at the revenue side, on the revenue side and as a percentage of the revenue, it could be anywhere between 1 to 4%. And that is also minimized further by the breakage that you manage to have. So net, you would say about 1 to 2% is the cost of the revenue.
So this 1 to 4% is a function of how much revenue is it?
So again, it is for it is across the board. Like larger events will have a lower cost, yes.
Okay.
And smaller events may find it a little more expensive, but they want to engineer their entire event or the next event based on the data that they have procured. So it is absolutely worth it. But in terms of what is available in the market today, you could say that with different players, this range extends from 5% to 10%. This is because they are not white label providers. We have a very light system that is just for events and works only for these festivals. They are platforms. So there is definitely a marketing cost which is attached to that.
Okay. So the onboarding is one time, you think, for a given organization, or is this setup cost for every single event?
The setup cost or the onboarding of the...
Well, both, I suppose.
Okay, so the onboarding of the organization is just one time. Yes, and the setup cost is by the event. So every event acts as its own entity, and that's how it behaves. So say, for example, Saras 1 is a separate entity and Saras 2 is a separate entity.
So to just add on to your question, would it be fair to say that Saras 1 also had a 2% cost and Saras 2 also had 2% cost?
In the range, there are many factors, other factors also.
Yeah.
And also the system is completed with the use of printables and consumables, like either you go with cards or you go with bands, or you may decide to go with none, which is what the system is also designed for. So again, one interesting example is that in Saras 2, we had a lot of consumers using this system online. So they were placing direct orders from the QR code, scanning the QR codes at each stall and placing direct orders. They did not have the need to buy the band, purchase the band, go through that journey. So imagine the amount of time that is cut down on both the sides and the manpower that is cut down. So it was surprising for us to see that there were barely any lines or, on most of the days that we were present in Saras 2, because it had become very fast and we had cut down on the entire journey time.
So we have one more question, two questions, but I just have a follow-up. Give me 1 minute. So is it so much about cutting manpower cost, or is it about being able to service more customers in a given time?
Both.
Okay, can you elaborate?
Hello. It is about definitely servicing more customers, having more transactions, I would say, in the given hour, and that is possible as the entire operation starts getting smoother and smoother, and everybody gets familiar with the system. And in terms of the manpower cost, more than cutting the manpower cost, it's about what can that manpower do otherwise, which is what that the system can handle.
Okay.
And that was the entire aim, that the system can handle, having customers place their orders directly, so that super admin or admin sitting out there can actually be helped to the Didis instead of,
Punching numbers.
punching numbers or recounting the cash. All of those, or explaining to an irate customer that this is mera change nahi aaya, mera chutta nahi aaya, maine 2 baar order diya. All those friction points are systematically just reduced. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have a question on the left, so can the mic? Yeah, thank you.
Obstra. Means I'm from the MPS RLM, and we are our own initiative developing the Didi cafes and the food cluster and NRETP. So we want the services.
So what we'll have to do is we'll have to first understand your modus operandi, how you're operating currently, and what is it that you're looking at. So let us say we look at from a perspective of making the entire process of running your cafes and the systems more efficient and process driven. Once that happens, we'll look at your processes, how you're running currently. We suggest those change in the processes which will make your replication easy, document, create more like an SOP for you, and make it like a kind of a template for you. Wherever you go, you follow these standards and systems. So for everything, right from construction to operations, we write down all your systems. First create those systems, write down those systems, train your people, and then you become self-dependent on your own, and then we can kind of work with you. But our job is to make your job easier, because the easier the systems are working at the ground level, we call it from the unit level, the easier it becomes for you to manage. And then all these technologies help you further in refining the systems and operations.
So follow-up, Swarn, on that question. So are you then saying that, let's say if a particular SRLM is looking at setting up, say, 100 kiosks, you will help that SRLM model one kiosk so that it is efficient in whatever criteria that the SRLM thinks it should be, and then they can simply replicate that model to the remaining 99 on their own without your help?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
See, we do not look at something which is an ongoing thing. So then the role of consultant is broken.
Yeah.
So the role of a consultant is to first find what the gap is, what solutions we are looking at, okay, how do we bring in efficiency, and create 2-3 role models.
Okay.
Right? Once those, because whatever role model that you look at, you also have to see the efficacy of how the system is working, kind of go rejig, do those changes and say, okay, this is the system that we want. And then thereon, it becomes independent. The other role Obstra can also play is that, see the auditing system. So let us say the systems have been created. Okay, it's been done. The model has been created. All okay, for these kind of revenue, I want A setup.
Right.
These kind of revenue, I want B setup. So all those setups have been created, and there's auditing of those systems, more from a very operations, hygiene, the entire
auditing of
modus
systems
operandi.
or auditing of units?
Auditing of units also, because we have a complete team. See, when I'm sitting here, I have a team of 20 people who are working with me, not only in the designing, also on making these kind of cafes. Like, we all know Cafe Coffee Day. They've gone through their bad times, so they're running 500 cafes. So they are talking to me, how do we improvise our operations? How do we make our operations simpler? How do we attract more customers? How can we transact more towards profitability? And that is what we do. That is what our role is. So like that, I think in the past 7-8 years, we would have helped more than 100 brands in upscaling their operations, in upscaling their sales, in reducing their burdens that they feel on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay. Thank you. Madam, you have a question?
Hi, my question is for Mathurji. So far, what we know about ONDC is still very vague, except the information that we received from the DM's office, and we had circulated the information to the SAG members. What I want to know is what are the opportunities for SRLM to take advantage of this opportunity that have been offered by ONDC for onboarding our food products, and if you have any experience with working with particular SRLMs, can you kindly share the experience that you have with the SRLMs?
Sure. So I think first of all, we have to understand ONDC is purely an enablement engine, right? It is there for enabling and allowing people to do digital commerce. It is not a platform where we will onboard someone. Okay. Having said that, we have multiple organizations who are working with us and who do that onboarding. So, if you remember, I said that there are three parts to it. There's the demand generation, supply side, and the logistics fulfillment side. Now, there are two ways in which a seller can come on board. Either the seller has the technical capabilities and directly does an integration with ONDC protocols. Okay. Now, that's a little complicated. We have a lot of organizations. We have now more than 30 participants who are on the network who act as enablers to bring on the merchants and sellers on board. Wherein what they will do is they will onboard those sellers. The seller doesn't have to bother about doing integration with the ONDC protocols on the network. That's the job of the seller network participant. The seller network participant will come and onboard those merchants. Okay, so that is one thing which is happening. We are working, in fact, we work very closely with Kudumshri. We have merchants, we have sellers who are on the network and they are transacting right now. There are multiple organizations who are working with us. We are, as I said, we are a Section 8 not-for-profit organization and we work very closely with DPIIT and all the ministries. There are various programs which are being worked out by various ministries. There's a PM Swanidhi program which is worked out by Mahua Ministry where they're looking at how to enable street vendors. There is a program which the MSME Ministry is working very closely, specifically targeting to bring a substantial number of women entrepreneurs onto the network and enabling those. So there are various ministry level programs which are being run. What we do is we are orchestrating and we are kind of coordinating all these activities and we are helping enablement of the sellers. Now to your specific question, if there is say a cluster where you want a seller onboarding to happen, we can organize our network participants who are operating in those areas to come and onboard those merchants. So you don't have to worry about how those merchants will get onboarded. They'll come, they'll do the workshop, they'll talk about it, they will take the necessary documentation and onboard the merchant. So that's how this program works. I hope I've answered your question.
So Marichi, just a follow-up so that I understand what you mean by that. Let us say a Didi wants to set up a cloud kitchen. Are we then saying that for her to offer her services through ONDC network, you will have to help her first get onboarded, I'm assuming, because she is the seller, right? Okay. So that means this onboarding is done by your team or by some agent? How does it work?
No, so we have network partners, participants who come on board and act as, so there are two ways, as we said. There are evolved sellers who have the technical capabilities and have tech teams who can do the technical integration.
Which our Didi will not have.
Protocol is required, right?
Correct. Yeah.
The other way is, there's a second way to do it is where a seller says, hey, I still want to go direct, but I don't have a tech team.
Correct.
We have technology service providers who are on the network creating those plugs which will help that seller get connected to the network.
Okay.
Right? The same plugs are being used, someone are providing white labeled, seller application, someone is providing a white label, buyer application, someone is providing just a cataloging solution. So those are solutions.
Okay.
The third way is we have organizations who've come on board and said that for the smaller sellers who do not know how to do this, there's a lot of activity beyond just onboarding these merchants, right? There's a whole bunch of education required. How do you do digital transactions? How do you package your products? How do you respond when an order comes in, etc.? A lot of that activity is then taken up by these seller network participants who are focused on those. So we have various entities who are coming in, entities who are working at a grassroots level with these kind of sellers alone. There are entities who are focused only in tier 3 cities. There are entities, there are POS players who are coming on board and coming. So again, there is no one answer to this, but the enablement, what ONDC is providing is an opportunity for entities to come on board and provide these services.
Okay.
Right? So, Paid Puja can potentially come on board and say, hey, all Paid Puja merchants, I will enable on the network by becoming a network participant.
I see.
Right? So they do the heavy lifting of doing the technical protocol connection. And then the merchants, there 50, 60,000 merchants don't have to worry about it. They just flow through that.
So taking the same Didi story forward, now the same Didi is now onboarded as a seller.
Yes.
But now she wants to buy raw material.
Yes.
For chai, let's say.
Yes.
So chini.
Yes.
Can she do the activity through the same onboarding, or now she has to be onboarded as a buyer?
So ONDC as a network has enabled all flows, right? B2B, B2C, C2C, etc. everything. B2B has also recently got onboarded. The way we are looking at it is that the same Didi, and ultimately the aim is, it's a cross-country, cross-category play, right? A person may come and buy grocery, but may get offered a voucher for a ride. So we are also doing mobility. We have ride-hailing services which are there. You may have heard of things like Namma Yatri in Bangalore, which is an aggregation of the union, and they are doing all those. Now, the same entity who is a seller of a product can also be a buyer of the product.
Okay.
Right? So there will be entities who are focused on servicing those B2B activities. What ONDC does is enables the protocols for the flows of B2B transaction to happen. Because there are certain specific flows which are required to be enabled. That is what ONDC does. There are entities who then come on board and start offering those activities. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Yeah. Madam, are you happy with the answer that got from ONDC team? Are you happy with the answer? Okay, all right. There was a question on this side. Sorry, he was in the queue before you.
I just have a clarificatory question to Ragini. The leakage that you talked about, for my understanding, could you repeat what exactly is the definition of leakage?
Are you talking about breakage?
Yeah, the breakage, yeah.
Breakage, yes. I think, yeah.
So breakage is the amount that is left over on the band or the card which has not been refunded to the customer, or the customer does not want it back, like they've just forgotten about it. It could be a small amount, a large amount, but they've finished, getting the experience and they walked out.
And when we issue the band or this app, we do not have the customer's details when
No,
we
the customer's details are there, and that is a big game changer. That today in 2023, for across the 80,000 and the 170,000 footfall, and which is 1/3 of that is who are registered, because out of a family of 4, maybe one person buys the band or the card and tops it up. So you have at least 1/3 of those members' information, what they ate, what they preferred, how much time they spent out there, and what was their behavior at the Mela.
So if I have the person's details, am I not morally bound to refund that money to him?
It is completely first place up to the organizer if they are issuing refunds or not. In some cases, organizers choose not to do so, and because it is a operational hassle. In the case of Saras, they decided to issue the refunds, and there were refund counters, and it's a choice of the customer. If they have not taken it, it was announced, several times, and a lot of customers did take the refund, and some customers just don't want it.
And that breakage is revenue for ticket route, that breakage is revenue for the organizer?
For the organizer.
Okay, thanks.
But the technology does offer a choice to initiate a refund.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Even if the guy does not ask for it, I have his phone number, I have his UPI, I can transfer it.
That was my question.
Organizer's choice, again.
Good. Okay, sir.
Okay. Again, my question to Ragini, because I was a user of that app.
Yes.
The 3 things. First thing, we should have a search on the menu in the app, because if suppose tea are offered on 4 stalls, so the search option should be there in the future. So any customer can, if search a tea, so they say Assam ki chai, Bihar ki chai, and all 3 teas are available. First part. Second is the rating. If I take Assam Chai, I couldn't put a rating to that. And the third part is that the refund is manual, though it's offer. So they have to bring the cash to the refund counter, especially then in different denomination. 50 के नोट भी होनी चाहिए, 100 की होनी चाहिए. Whether that can be automated. These three things for you.
Thank you, sir, so much. We'll definitely work on this feedback.
Sir, I think the answer is these three things we can't do today, but they will try and do it. Is that, Ragini, your answer?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
For search already exists, and we have it in place. And
Ratings?
Ratings does not exist, but it's
Okay.
a brilliant integration, and I'm sure we will be able to see it by the next time. And for the refunds, yes, the process of cash collection was not just going through our payment integrator. It was also through cash. We were taking payments in cash, and we were also taking payments in directly on UPI. So that's why there was a break out there. But as we evolve the process and take the entire transaction through our payment gateway, it will be possible to even do the refunds through that.
Thank you, Ragini. There is a question at the back. Your mic is on. Yeah, it is.
Myself Al-Shudi from Kudumbashree. I have a doubt. Kudumbashree, we are organizing more than 100 food fests and trade fairs per year. So the first problem we were facing with the food fest was the same thing which you said, the coupon system. So last IFC we have seen how tactically you made a solution for that, and we are looking forward to adopt the same solution in Kerala also. But one more thing is there, we are finding a difficulty in tracking our purchases and the sales in the trade fairs. Usually in Food Fest, we will be having like up to 50 food courts. But in the trade fairs, there will be 250 to 300 trade kiosks will be there. And the average footfalls per day will be more than 20,000. Then sales will be like 50 lakh or 55 lakh. So at the end of the day, because this sales directly happens between the customers and the sellers, we are not able to track the sales. Which product was on demand or which store had the highest sales. That kind of solution we actually need per day. And at the end of every trade fair, after 10 days or 5 days, and end of the day also, we need a solution for that to track the sales up to the route. So my question is to Ticket Route as well as Pet Puja. Both are having the solutions in the buildings. So do you people have any solution to track these sales in the trade fairs also? Can we expect any help from you?
We'll go with Jatin first and then Ragini.
Sure. Hello. Yeah. So basically at Pet Puja, we are mainly focusing on the independent outlets actually. Outlets, cloud kitchens, restaurants, bakeries and all the stuff, right? So currently we don't have a solution for the trade fairs because it is the area actually we never worked on. We can definitely actually we can build something based on the requirement, but it may take some time. I can't commit that on that part. But yes, in that actually we if the trade fair is similar kind of like food courts, so then definitely we have a solution. If any customer is entering any trade fair, right, so they can just recharge their wallet or something, and then wherever actually in whatever outlet or whatever the trade actually whatever the stores they are visiting over there, they can just redeem the balance amount via OTP, and at the end they can get the remaining balance in their wallet. So in that way we can help you out, we can understand exact requirement, we can help you out, but right now I can surely say like we don't have a solution readily available for the trade fairs.
Thank you, Jatin. Ragini?
Yes, so ma'am, I'm not able to see you where you are, but we specialize in trade fairs, in conferences, food festivals, music festivals. So this is definitely a solution that we have, and tracking is definitely possible. Like I said, the number one problem that merchants and organizers face is that they have absolutely blindness or no visibility on what is happening, what is selling on each day at the end of the day, and they're not able to course correct during the system or even plan for the next one. So right now our solution offers the tracking, it offers accounting at the end of the day, and it is all operated through a QR automation So you can choose to go either with a QR coded band, or you can choose to use it without any printables, but the system is exactly that, to help you track what are the sales per day, at the end of the day, at the end of the entire event put together. And the system is capable of handling, currently the maximum that we have done in terms of footfalls is 50,000 a day, and it could be more than 3,000 transactions per hour. So it is light and easy to set up, so under 4 hours you can get it going. So it is definitely a good solution for you to try out at the food festivals.
Thank you, Ragini. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. There's one question in front and there's one at the back there.
Add on to Ragini's this thing. In a food business, you have limited number of SKUs.
Yeah.
One stall does not sell 300 types of products.
Yeah.
In a trade fair, each stall will have something like 500 SKUs. So it is, this is for the Kerala team, it is up to you whether you want to just track sales or you want to track item-wise sales. Item-wise sales will become berserk because setting up those items will be crazy, pricing will be crazy. In the food court, you do not negotiate. In a normal trade fair, negotiation happens. Once you put up a price, it will not work for you. And third thing is, billing will become that much crazy. So for us, we can use their software for ensuring that 100% sales get captured. You know what exactly each stall has done. Under-reporting, over-reporting is managed. But looking at granular level, item-wise sales is difficult because you're not running an MRP kind of thing. And one of the advantages of our trade fairs is that negotiations do happen. Haggling does happen, and that's one of the main reasons your sales on the last few days is massively high. So that's a caveat, we should understand that. Follow-up question to Marichi. These partners who help onboard, they also have a charge, or they are funded, currently funded by the various ministries as gratis services to the people?
No, these are all commercial ventures and they do charge. But the way you have to understand commercials on the network is that each entity charges for what they are doing, right? Rather than having to spend a lot of money which are non-core for.
Agreed.
So that's where...
So if a Didi has to get onboarded and some XYZ merchant on the platform says we offer onboarding services.
Yes. So there's a charge which is at a transaction level, but commercial terms are very... So ONDC doesn't get involved in the commercials of it. It is left to the network, the seller network participant to define it. But the way we've seen it, it happens at a transaction level. There's a transaction level charge which happens, which the seller network participant takes.
Take a similar example. Initially, when Amazon and Flipkart were onboarding merchants, when they wanted to build this thing, they had put people who were trainers and who Amazon would pay for training, and these guys would get onboarded.
Yeah.
So is something similar being done on ONDC? If not, merchant is not funding, but is the seller having to fund it, or is one of the ministries funding it?
No, so there are two. So if I understand your question, one is this whole onboarding process, how this happens.
The onboarding process specifically.
So what ONDC does, we run a program where we have feet on street. We've deployed feet on street. We've done that because we understand the complexity of seller onboarding specifically to the non-metro towns. We facilitate that. That's a cost which ONDC, because that's part of our mandate to grow the digital ecosystem. So that's where some of it is, it's a cost share. It's a cost share which happens between ONDC and that particular seller network participant. And we kind of do share that amount. Idea being that it needs to become viable for the commercial entity to go and onboard merchants there. So that's the enablement which ONDC does. In addition to that, there are various ministry programs which run, and then we participate in those ministry programs, and then there are financial tracks which come from those programs as well.
So in that case, the feet on the street is funded by that particular ministry.
If that is a program, then yes, that would be. But if that is not a program, which is a ministry program, then ONDC does also run programs to help onboard merchants.
And in our case, the feet on the street would be even beyond wherever your towns are. There'll be smaller towns or block headquarters or whatever. Would ONDC be willing to facilitate training of trainers? I mean, we have community resource persons. If we give you a batch of, let's say, 30 community resource persons and expect you to train these guys into how to onboard, Will ONDC facilitate that? Will that be possible?
Yes, of course, because then it just makes the process much easier, because your trainers then in turn do the onboarding.
And whatever,
absolutely,
whatever incentive for onboarding to be given to the trainer, we'll give.
Yes.
But the training of the trainer is ONDC's.
Yes, that's
is
possible.
That what do you expect from ONDC?
Yes, that is possible. Absolutely, that is possible.
Excellent.
So in that actually joint operation can be done. Earlier actually Paid Puja and ONDC used to do that. We used to do a web seminar, offline seminar also actually, where different sellers or different restaurants used to visit that seminars. We did multiple web seminars actually, and we used to guide them how to get onboarded on the ONDC actually, what exactly the ONDC is first of all, and then actually how to get the onboarding on the ONDC and how exactly the network works. So joint seminars can be done over there, and then actually all the participants can get an idea how exactly the system works.
Thank you.
Online seminars or offline seminars?
We did both actually, sir. We did online seminar as well as offline seminar into different cities in Delhi, in Chandigarh. Actually, we used to do that. So we can do both, where you can associate it, you can gather all the participants, and we can do a jointly seminar.
Okay, thank you. There is one question at the back, but before we ask the question, I just want to do a quick time check. How much time do we have left? Because this clock is, I don't know what this is showing. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes. So I would like to take at least 2-3 questions, and I have a couple of questions for the panel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Meghalaya SRLM. Yes, I'll stand. Yeah. So my question is to Mr. Mathur. So just a very, quick background. So in our state, our Meghalaya SRLM, even we are already working with ONDC, not directly as such, but the initiative is with SIDBI. So we have somewhere around 12 or 15 key products, the niche, unique products that we have onboarded. So my query, and also I would like to take your suggestion and a follow-up question to what Rekhi sir had already raised. One is in SIDBI right now, what they are doing is they are making it mandatory and also for the different districts or their officers to procure like the model works in GEM. So one, we want to understand if ONDC is directly working with the state government of Meghalaya, if no, then what could be the process that we can start? Because many a times what we see is that the SRLMs are taking up initiatives. We have multiple MOUs from the MORD level, which we are trying to implement in the field, and at the state, the scene is something else altogether. So how can we bring in, the confidence of our state government, if you can give some suggestions? Then secondly, when we were onboarding the products, there were few errors and issues that we were coming across. Say, for example, in the handicraft category, when we are trying to upload the products, there were time and again error in terms of some mismatch with the categories, etc. So how can we make it more user-friendly? Because it took us somewhere around 7 to 10 days just to resolve and to upload. So these are few things, and of course we are much more interested because ONDC is something which we have seen few other agencies also working with. So NRLM having the vast outreach and numbers in terms of products and also the beneficiary. So if you have any suggestion, like now that we are going back to the state, and the same we will be presenting to our higher authorities. So what could be your inputs on how we can initiate this process? Because our state is also very interested, and because we have already trying it. So that is what I wanted to know. And yes, the second part is if you are training...
Sorry, let him answer that, because it's a very long question already.
Okay, all right.
So we have a state engagement team, we have a governmental engagement team, so we have teams which work exclusively with central government and central government agencies, and then we have state engagement teams, so we have multiple states where we have deep engagements on various issues. Meghalaya, I'm not exactly sure whether we currently already have an engagement model or not, but we have a resource based out of Calcutta in the east who looks care of state engagements, and that can be activated very, very fast. I'm not completely on board in terms of the number of states in which states are being covered right now, but I can take your details and I can connect you to that person and they'll give you that information. On the second part which you said around cataloging, so ONDC protocols are also evolving. You have to understand it is not like it's one product category. ONDC is covering everything which can be possibly digitized, and our protocols are also evolving. we are making the necessary changes when we realize that there's a particular category or a product category which needs certain elements for enablement. For example, in food, it was about getting variants, add-ons, toppings, etc. enabled so that, that becomes much easier for food service providers. So those changes keep on happening. But any help you need in terms of fixing this, either we can get a technology service provider involved, which can help fast track that, or we can get one of our seller network participants involved in this whole onboarding process so that it gets easier, or our state engagement teams can work with you to get those issues resolved. So either ways, the problem, whatever is there, will get resolved. And I hope, that kind of addresses those two parts which you mentioned.
Go ahead, you had a third part.
Yes, thank you. So just a very small question, what Ricky sir has already raised with regards to training of the community cadres, because that is something which we are very interested in. I don't want to name names, but we have had some experiences with some of these e-commerce sites where trainings are conducted, but then it's not very beneficial, because it's mostly online or they are just circulating some documents. So we also wanted to talk, because now that we have this platform, so we also wanted to understand if you have a proper module which can also work with these cadres, and if it can be an in-house kind of region-wise, because many a times the trainings are held in the bigger states or a little bit far-off states, where again our community cadres are also not very keen to travel for that many days. And also it becomes, also we can contextualize in terms of the different products or the different commodities that we are looking into. So if you can just share your input or any experiences if you have, because that is something which we are very interested again to work with, because right now it's just the staff who's handling. And the capacity building of the cadres when it comes to these online marketing, etc., per se is not really defined through a defined module. So that's it from my end. Thank you.
So one part is we realize that there's a need for information dissemination. And we have something called an ONDC Academy. It has training modules which run for various problem statements. So your staff, your teams can kind of take up those courses, those ONDC Academy courses, and complete those training modules. In addition to that, we can facilitate some trainers, training like the gentleman always said, train the trainer kind of a module. We can do a train the trainer kind of a module which can help then that information can be done. So we can work on these programs. That's absolutely on the table. Again, as I said, I will make sure that before I leave, I'll exchange my card, I'll take your details so that I can put the state team in touch with you so they can pick up the engagement and work out the details on this one. So that's one part of it. On the product side of it, that's a tricky one, because as I said, that ONDC is about facilitating digital commerce. So any product or service which can be digitally cataloged and can be transacted will be on the network. It could be services, it could be the products, it could be solutions. So I don't have I can't give you a directional answer in terms of these are the right categories to do and these are the not, because that's not how ONDC has been designed to be. It's purely a facilitator and an enabler to enable as many categories to go live. So I would not like to restrict that. But if there are any challenges you face about enabling certain categories, you can bring it up to our notice and we can work and see how we can ease that process out.
So Marichi, I have a follow-up on that, because I think most of us as lay people understand simple act of buying and selling. But we don't understand this mumbo jumbo of protocols, which is what you are good at. But clearly we are not. So maybe you have it in the repository, but in the trainings, do you have simple trainings where you can do a story of Didi selling something, wanting to sell something, what a day in a life of a Didi, something like that? Do you have something like that which we can access?
So we are in the process of creating some of those stories. Some of those stories have got created, some of those stories are getting created, and I take that point, that is something which will probably make it part of the Academy repository. But it's a moving target for us. We get inputs wherever we feel the things need to be done or any enablement needs to be done, we do it. Suggestions taken, absolutely, that's on the card.
Thank you. We have time for one last question. Well, looks like then that is my question. Oh no, somebody beat me to that. Okay.
So Ranjit, I think the last point you made lends itself well to a kind of a document where you have the use cases of the DDs lined up and then the tools available, the system integration that is needed, what it means for the SRLM in terms of their responsibilities, and also an indication of the associated costs and who's going to bear the costs. So I think some kind of a workflow, these use cases, at each stage clearly defining roles, responsibilities would be a good takeaway, I would think.
Great. That was more of a statement and less of a question, but I think it's a very good suggestions. You feel free to respond.
No, absolutely. And again, I'm assuming our state engagement teams have some of the documents. I may not be aware of those, but if they are not, I take that feedback very clearly. We'll take it back and enable it in case it is not already been enabled.
Okay. Okay, last question, which is from my side. I want each of you to imagine that you are a Didi running a very small business. Could be a kiosk, could be a shop through which you are selling chai, samosa, whatever it is. Tell me one problem that you think your solution can solve for that Didi. We'll start from the left to the right.
Yeah. Based on the experiences which we are giving it to the customer, our customer right now, actually I can suggest, so the solution actually which we are providing right now, that starts from the engagement of the customer. Let's say if a customer is entering any of the outlet, any of the shop or something, right? Then actually what solution should be there? Like if I am taking customer's number, then there should be engagement should start from that point itself. I should communicate with any of the greeting message or something. Then about the operation part, if I am taking order of the particular customer, it's going to the kitchen, then kitchen person should know actually how much time I am taking to prepare the particular item, and that amount should get reduced. So that kind of experience actually, if we can give it to the end customer, then definitely it will be a win-win situation from both the end, from the customer as well as from the supplier side of side. Apart from that, we can also focus on something called FCR, food cost report, right? That is the only variable part in any of the business. Okay. Because gross profit, if we will gross profit, out of the gross profit, we will remove, if we remove all the expenses, then only the FCR remains, which is there in our control. That can increase the profitability of any of the business. Apart from that, I also want to add from the cataloging part. In catalog, if it is online catalog or if it is offline catalog, cataloging should be with images, description, item description, and with the competitive rates. That should be there in any of the business mindset actually, and that can help to grow any of the business.
Okay. Thank you, Jatin. Ragini?
So I assume that along with the chai, she's also selling samosa and other items. Yeah. I think...
if not 500 SKUs, at least 3 SKUs we can.
Yes. I think the most important takeaway that a Didi can have from this kind of a software would be the data and what they can do with that data, which is essentially from that 2x2 space, increase the profitability by saving time and costs. And time and costs are a factor of what she is putting in terms of the raw material, in terms of her time to create that, and what are the products which are giving her not only the high profitability but a better churn. So for me, after using this kind of a software, the dream would be to see her making the entire offering extremely efficient, extremely narrowed down to very clearly knowing that this is what my customers like, this is what they prefer, and I can make the maximum profit by putting the minimum input in terms of time and costs. So that would be the key takeaway.
Thank you, Ragini. Swan?
I was thinking about it. So I think we can help in selling a dream to them. So more than selling samosas is one of those products, or chais and those working at small level. The real entrepreneurship for them will be to teaching them, how they can create a community of those people who can create a kind of products. I'll give a specific example there is a product in Andhra, it's a GI tagged product. It's called Kotrapuku, something is there, sweet kind of a dish. These only gets made in one village, okay? Aretriapuram. And then only women are the people who are doing that product. And it is a GI tag product. So it has a very, very high value. You know, it's less than sweet, everything natural. They don't use no preservatives. And the other, you know, the dreams could be that, you know, how they can make a community and choose products which can be beyond samosa selling, which can be beyond only selling tea or, you know, whatever small food scale business that they want to be. And they can pick up even more by creating a community of those people. And this couple of communities, like one of these examples, another product is Bandar Laddu. And like that, there are products which is only being done in only some of those villages. And they've got GI tagged. So you understand the value of the product which is there. And when they make a community, they can produce more, they can reach more, their earnings will become better, you know, and of course the benefit will go to the entire community, not only, it will not only remain with them, it can go beyond.
Okay, thank you, Swan. Marich?
So I think the message to that Didi is that there is no set way of doing digital commerce, right? And what the network commerce world allows you is, it's ripe for innovation. You don't have to have digitized catalogs. You don't have to be a mobile app. You don't have to be on the web. You don't have to be a whole bunch of things. There are solutions. So the beauty of what I'm doing is, and it's great because at ONDC, we are only enabling the ecosystem to grow and we are allowing innovation to happen. There are innovative ideas which are coming in on how do you enable that Didi to go live, which is very different from how traditionally it's been done, because of which also the Didi has not been easily enabled, right? So a lot of solutioning has been built, and what the network is allowing people to do is that to experiment and make it easy to build solutions which are not what is already the set norm, and have a viable opportunity where that same Didi will have the same level of opportunity, because ultimately that Didi will get exposed to the same customer funnels which are coming onto the network. And I think that's where I see the transformation happening, cross-pollination, because as you yourself said, you come and sell something, you're also buying from there, you might also book your tickets over there, you might book your grocery over there, you might book a service from one of these people on this, who would be on the network. So it's an opportunity to figure out the solve yourself. My last piece which I would like to say is that the current digital commerce world, what it is taught you is that you pay a certain commission amount or certain amounts, then someone else does everything for you. I think the big transformation which everyone needs to understand is ONDC is giving the power back to the seller. It's a lot more DIY. You define what the value prop is, you define which transactions you want to be part of, you define your commercial terms which work for you and which don't work for you, and you define how you want to get enabled. And I think that's where the big transformation will happen via the network.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank my panelists. I think it was a wonderful, scintillating discussion. I think it opened up many thoughts in my head, at least, and I'm sure that is the case in the room as well. I would like to remind the room saying that this is not the last of the session. This is the first session of the day. And hence, whatever threads we opened up, they will actually run throughout the day. In different shapes and forms. Sometimes we'll talk about finance, sometimes we'll talk about viability, sustainability, but technology will always be there with us in the discussion. So feel free to bring some of your questions again later in the session, but we need to close this session. So once again, thank you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to welcome Sajid Sukumaran sir, COO Kudumbashree NRO, to hand over our token of appreciation to our panelist. Welcome, sir. Beginning with Jatanwala, Vice President, Revenue, Pet Puja. Ragni Ahuja, CEO, Ticket Route. Swarna Kamal, CEO, Obstra. Mariji Mathur, Senior Vice President, ONDC. And to the moderator of the session, Ranjit Ranade sir, NRP. Thank you so much, everyone. You may please be seated. As a token of appreciation for all your participation in the workshop, we have arranged some special gifts for you in the rooms. Crafted with love and care by our SSG entrepreneurs, these gifts are selected from the diverse local ethnic food products from various districts of the state. Starting from our brand Saphalam cashew nuts, then various chips in variants of banana, jackfruit, tapioca, coconut, and even millet cookies of 6 different flavors have found place in the gift pack. 3 varieties of cookies are also being served in the tables here in the seminar hall. These snacks would surely awaken your taste buds with the authentic flavors across Kerala from Kudumbashree. Please enjoy in every bite. Also, we have placed some QR codes across the seminar hall for downloading the resource materials, viewing the videos, details on travel places, and also about the exhibition. Please make use of that QR code also. Now we will have a tea break of 15 minutes. After that, we will resume our next panel discussion. Thank you. Welcome back. I request everyone to please settle down so we can start our next program. Canteens are food business that target specific group of customers. Let's have a look on the Kudumbashree's canteens inside the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, or known as KILA. Let's have the video on the screen, please.
Canteens are food businesses that typically target a specific group of customers. We have often seen such canteens in the premises of government offices, bus stands, railway stations or companies. The canteen inside the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, KILA, in Thrissur, is one such example. However, what makes this enterprise stand out is the fact that the canteen is completely managed by a group of 20 women entrepreneurs from Kudumbashree's neighborhood groups. Work starts pretty early here with breakfast, lunch and tea made by the all-women workforce for all in-house trainings, regional and international seminars and government programs held at KILA. As KILA rarely sees a day without some kind of training, the scale of food production is huge on most days, with 500 to 1,000 attendees served daily. On other days, the canteen still operates with food being served to the regular staff.
12 ആകുമ്പോഴേക്കും ഒരുവിധം എല്ലാ പണികളും കഴിക്കണം. 12 ആകുമ്പോൾ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം അവിടെ. അതിന് ഒരു തോരൻ, ഒരു കൂട്ടുകറി, പിന്നെ ചിക്കൻ ആണെങ്കിൽ ചിക്കൻ, മീനാണെങ്കിൽ മീൻ, കറിയാണെങ്കിൽ കറി, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വറവ്. ഇതിലെ 2 നേരങ്ങളൊന്ന്. പിന്നെ രസം, മോര്, അച്ചാർ, പായസം.
While such huge food service establishments require relatively high capital investment, canteens, if established inside institutions like KILA, can get benefits like space and setup support from the host institutions, which can bring down the overall setup cost substantially. The success of KILA canteen shows us that institutional canteens can be a win-win for all stakeholders. The women SHGs who can have a regular customer base, the institutions who will have a dedicated food service outlet in their premise, and the customers who can enjoy freshly cooked food.
പൈസയുടെ കാര്യമല്ല, എനിക്ക് ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് വയ്യാണ്ടാവുന്ന ആളാ. ഇവിടെ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കുറെ പണികളൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ മനസ്സ് ഒന്ന് ശാന്തവും. അപ്പം അതാണ് നമുക്ക് കിളിയായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ബന്ധം.
That was a wonderful video. While supporting entrepreneurs, it becomes increasingly important to understand the various skill sets and capacities that need to be built for entrepreneurs that will help them in running an enterprise. We would now like to invite Mr. Raminder S. Rekhi to moderate the session on skill development and certification for food service enterprises. Mr. Rekhi has worked in retail for 22 years with Pantaloons and Big Bazaar as head of the Northeast regions. He was also the CEO of Aadhaar Retail Rural Retail Business of Big Bazaar. He has been working with NRLM in non-farm livelihood since 2014. Also, currently working with chain of cafe called Tea Post. His diverse experience from leading large retail chains to nurturing rural livelihoods and also being a part of the cafe industry provides him with a unique perspective on business, sustainability and rural entrepreneurship. We are honored to have Mr. Rekhi guide our discussion today, bringing his rich insights and visionary outlook to the fore. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Rekhi. For the panel discussion, we have a respected panelist. I would like to invite Sir Aji S., Deputy Commissioner, Food Safety, Government of Kerala. Welcome, sir. Sir Prathosh P. Pai, Lecturer cum Instructor, IHMCT, Kovalam. Welcome, sir. Sir R.R. Singh, National Controller, National Academy of Road Safety, MAR. Sir Ajay Kumar KP, CEO, Atheva Institute of Food Research and Hospitality Management. Welcome, sir. So Prashant MP, Program Manager, Kudumbashree NRO. Welcome, sir. I request Ramintha Sriki, sir, to please start the session.
After a very nice first session, which gave us a lot of food for thought as well as a lot of understanding about the business and how we can go about it. Hopefully you guys have been rejuvenated with the tea and coffee. So it is my privilege to welcome this eminent panel on the board, and I would request each one of you to talk a little bit about yourself, what your organization does, and then we can discuss issues around how do we support the NRLM enterprise, food enterprises to grow and increase numbers. Mike, sir.
Thank you, sir. My name is Aji. I'm working as Deputy Commissioner of Food Safety in the FSSAI state. So, actually, we are discussing with the food safety aspects in the food industry, I think. So, as we know, in India, it is totally controlled by the new act called Food Safety and Standards Act, and it is implemented in the country by FSSAI, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and its officials in the central level and in the state level. So, actually, it is a regulatory body. FSSAI is a regulatory body regulating the food safety and standards all over the country. So in addition to that, the FSSAI is giving training and capacity building to the BOs who are working in this field, so that we can discuss later. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, sir.
Good morning. Maybe I'm a little familiar with those of you who visited our institute yesterday. Pradosh Pai is my name. I am a chef. I've been a chef for past 30 plus years. Talking about a few words about myself, I started from the same college as the first batch. I was with the industry, again, only as a chef, for 4 years with the Taj as a management trainee. Then I had a short stint abroad in the US as a chef again, where I did some courses on as a food inspector. I passed a course out there. And after that, in 2001, I joined here, and here I am in front of you as a lecturer. And from our college, that is IHMCT, which is where the courses are designed and devised by a National Council for Hotel Management based at Noida, we cater to the needs, HR needs of classified hotels, 3-star or 4-star, 5-star and above. But these days, we have slightly diversified in the sense, our students even go to IRCTC. Why? There are some pilots and air hostesses also. Some of them as cabin stewards. Some of them into the retail business, because these guys are good in their English and the way they carry themselves. So they go into this Arvind Mills and all that in retail business. And our recent prowess was with Kudumbashree. 3 batches of Kudumbashree Cadre have passed out. And the second batch was so instrumental in keeping that Saras Mela a success. And they went, some of the students of mine went to other states and very successful in establishing more units in Bihar, UP, which I'm very proud of. A big hand to all of them who went. Some of them are very much here. That's about me.
Namaskar, I am R.R. Singh from National Academy of Road City. Since most of the participants are from SRLM, so they may be aware of the name called Rural Self-Employment Training Institute, that's RCTs. RCTs are government-funded and public sector banks run programs. Probably it is one of the largest skill development program in the country, having presence in 33 states and the union territories, and 577 districts, and 591 training centers, that's the brick and mortar training centers. RCTs on an average train around 4 lakh candidates in various sectors of skill development, entrepreneurship, and the programs are run as per the skill regulator of the country, And in addition to running the programs, skill development programs, we also conduct their certification, which is again another government approved program. And the good connect with the SRLM is actually RCTs are part of NRLM. It is a sub-component of NRLM looking after the skilling part of it. And more than 40% of the trainees coming out of the RCTs are SHG Didis and women. So it has got close connect with the NRLM ecosystem. Thank you.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अजय है। मैं कुटुंबश्री का एक ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है आईफ्रम का प्रतिनिधि है। आईफ्रम हम 15 साल पहले शुरू किया, इसके बाद वो हमारा कुटुंबश्री दीदी हमको सपोर्ट करने के लिए। मेरा अभी कफ़े कुटुंबश्री में ज़्यादा डाइवर्सिफिकेशन हुआ है। मिनी कफ़े, कफ़े कुटुंबश्री फूड फेस्टिवल भी और इंडिया फूड कोर्ट भी अभी पूरा भारत में लीडिंग फूड फेस्टिवल है। मेरा पहला ट्रेनिंग एक्सपीरियंस है कि 2008 में हम लोग त्रिशूर का एक औषधि कैंटीन का ट्रेनिंग में शुरुआत किया। उधर एक लॉस मेकिंग यूनिट था, वो बैंक से 10 लाख का लोन लिया था, लेकिन वो यूनिट लॉस मेकिंग स्टेज में था वो टाइम में। पहले ट्रेनिंग उधर दिया था, लेकिन वो स्टेज में दीदी को कि हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए गया है, लेकिन स्टार्टस कि वो ट्रेनिंग के लिए दीदियों को बुलाया, लेकिन परमिशन नहीं लेते घर से आने को। लेकिन उसके उधर मिनिमम उधर आने का बस फेयर भी नहीं है। वो टाइम में वो एक पहले चैलेंज था, वो क्लासरूम ट्रेनिंग नहीं चल सकता है। हम लोग पहला ट्रेनिंग उधर शुरू किया, वो दीदियों के साथ काम करके, उनके साथ काम करके। पहला चैलेंज था वो ट्रेनिंग भी देना, कम से कम मिनिमम 10 चार्ज उनको देना। पहले चैलेंज उसका वो एक आई ओपनिंग था। मैं भी इंडस्ट्री से आया, ताज में सब जगह में काम किया, लेकिन कम्युनिटी को ट्रेनिंग करना, उनके साथ रह के कैसे आगे बढ़ना, एक आई ओपनिंग था। अभी 2024 हुआ, हम एक और स्टोरी बोलेंगे। हमारा एक सुनिधा दीदी है त्रिशूर विमेंस फूड कोर्ट में। दीदी का पहला इनकम वो रबर टैपिंग के लिए गया था। रबर टैपिंग का काम, पहला इनकम था 8,000 रुपीज़। अभी वो विमेंस फूड कोर्ट में एक अपना एक एंटरप्राइज शुरू किया। विमेंस फूड कोर्ट का सिस्टम है 8 एंटरप्राइजेस है। एक दीदी का चाय का दुकान का ओनर होगा, दूसरा दीदी मील्स का ओनर होगा, दूसरा दीदी डोसा का ओनर होगा। ये दीदी नॉन वेजिटेरियन बिरयानी सब बनाते हैं। और वो सुनिधा दीदी का अभी एवरेज, अभी अपना ओन रेस्टोरेंट शुरू किया। एवरेज इनकम जैसे सर बोला लैखपति दीदी, सुनिधा दीदी का एवरेज मंथली इनकम 1,20,000 हुआ। अपना कार है और उसको बच्चों को कनाडा में हायर स्टडीज के लिए भेजा विदाउट एनी लोन। फ्रॉम फर्स्ट कैंटीन टू दिस कैंटीन वी लर्न लॉट फ्रॉम दीदीज हाउ टू कैसे ट्रेनिंग में आगे बढ़ना है, कैसे वो ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल्स बना अलग अलग कैंटीन के लिए। और हमारा दीदी के लिए वो सुनिधा दीदी सिर्फ 8 क्लास तक पढ़ा है, लेकिन कुछ क्षमता है, एजुकेशन है, कैपेसिटी है। वो कैसे हमारा भारत का दीदी को कैपेसिटी को अच्छा अवसर मिला तो दिया तो फिर आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। वो ज़्यादा हम भी लर्न किया। और हमारा साथ है अराउंड 35 मेंबर्स प्रोफेशनल ट्रेनर्स हैं। और हम अपना समूह से दीदी से भी ट्रेनर्स को बनाया, अराउंड कम्युनिटी ट्रेनर्स है। और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स खुद अपना एक्सपीरियंस से दीदी को ट्रेन करते हैं। अब देखा होगा अभी कुटुंबश्री का गवर्नमेंट भी अच्छा सपोर्ट, कुटुंबश्री का सपोर्ट से हम डिफरेंट मॉडल बनाया ये एंटरप्राइज में। नानो कफ़े, मिनी कफ़े, वो गांव का अवसर और अपॉर्चुनिटी अलग होगा और मेट्रो सिटी का अपॉर्चुनिटी अलग होगा। एक टेबल स्पेस मिला तो उधर हम लोग एंटरप्राइज बनाएंगे उसे नानो कैफे, और बड़ा सिटी मिला तो हम लोग बड़ा कम्युनिटी किचन एंड सब बनाएंगे, अब प्रीमियम कैफे सब बनाएंगे। अभी वो अब नया स्टेप है प्रीमियम कैफे। प्रीमियम कैफे मतलब और जो इकोनॉमिकली स्ट्रेंथन लोग हैं उनसे भी अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारा एंटरप्राइज को अट्रैक्ट करना है, इसलिए नया स्टेप खोला प्रीमियम कैफे। और अभी हमारा पूरा कैफे कुडुम्बश्री फेस्टिवल करोड़ के ऊपर है, मिनिमम 1 करोड़ का बिजनेस करते हैं 10 दिन में। और ये सब आगे बढ़ने को दीदी के साथ रहने का अवसर मिला, सौभाग्य मिला है उनके साथ काम करने का, और हमारा टीम को भी ये ब्रीफ में ये अलग अलग मॉडल को अलग अलग ट्रेनिंग सिस्टम, हम भी नेशनल गेम्स में भी ऑफिशियल होस्ट था, अराउंड 30,000 लोगों को खाना दिया था। और अभी और राष्ट्रपति जी केरला में आया, वो फंक्शन भी होस्ट किया था, वो भी 50 दिन का दिन में अराउंड। ऐसा बिग कैटरिंग को भी अभी कुडुम्बश्री को ट्रस्ट करते हैं, कुडुम्बश्री का वो ऑर्डर देने में। ऐसा ज़्यादा चेंजेस हुआ है, इतना। थैंक यू।
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prashant, and I head the enterprise division of Kudumbashree's National Resource Organization, work as the program manager. For some of you who may not know about Kudumbashree, Kudumbashree started in 1998 by Government of Kerala as the State Poverty Eradication Mission. By the time the National Rural Livelihood Mission concept was carved out and initiated in 2012, along with other government-initiated missions of Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, Kudumbashree was one of the National Resource Organization identified by Ministry of Rural Development. Since then, Kudumbashree has been acting as the National Resource Organization on 2 fronts. One on PRI-CBO convergence, and second on enterprise promotion support systems. I have been working with Kudumbashree since 2009, so I have a collective experience of 15 years plus, mostly in enterprise promotion with rural and urban areas. While we taken Kudumbashree's experience, the idea was taking community practices which are feasible to places outside Kerala. So we have the enterprise business consultant concept, youth from the villages trained in business administration, placed at the community level, who can identify, who can train, who can handhold the entrepreneurs with that business understanding. This is the concept which is part of a national program under NRLM named as Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program, SVEP. Now, under NRLM, this is the biggest non-farm program. We have an umbrella of program now under the SVEP with the idea of developing ecosystem at the rural areas within the State Rural Livelihood Mission, which the entire audience, majority of the SRLM representatives are very familiar to. What we have tried is a concept we learned through that Kudumbashree journey. Everyone understands that keeping professional technical input is a critical gap within the ecosystem. Bringing professionals from the market and keeping has been something Kudumbashree tried. Every SRLM has been trying. But then that still leaves a gap with the entrepreneur at the grassroots level. So that's where the youth from the community trained in business management as a concept have been disseminated from Kerala or other states, now under the SVP umbrella. So this has been our major part, how we can groom these youth from the villages to understand the basic aspect concern to the rural entrepreneur, something that Ajay also mentioned. That journey is not so easy. We need to facilitate that journey. So we have taken experienced resource person from the community to do that job. So they have been the mentors. So we have initially started taking people from Kerala who have worked and promoted enterprises, who have been part of training or capacity building process. We also have people who can train. Not every people are comfortable training people. So we have trainers also from the community. As of now, we have more than 150 mentors who support in the SVP umbrella program. And we have more than 60 trainers who are versatile with both subject as well as language proficiency. So that's the core of our team. So the benefit is they go to the states wherever we have partnerships and pilot program. They work with the trained youth. So the grooming of these rural youth as a support system, that's the team of mentors and trainers for us. While the journey of SVP evolved, we could also see that there are potential for higher order initiative. Taking clues largely from Kerala, because the one that Ajay just mentioned, it has been an evolutionary journey. We have exhibition which narrates the journey of food services of Kudumbashree. So it's a journey from which we took learnings. So we understood that food service is a potential area for entrepreneurs. As Ajay mentioned, his journey of Kudumbashree started 2008 onwards. By the time we started SVP, etc., we had ample of exposure. We were doing a lot of skill development for food service entrepreneurs. We were conducting food festivals across Kerala. We had this brand of Cafe Kudumbashree. We had people like Ajay and his team of IFRM as a support system who are exclusively from hospitality background, who give depth to the food service sector. Even though we had IHMs and Foodcraft Institute, the difference learnings that we took is a support system like IFRM, who can bring in the other state support. So what we started is we started sharing this experience in some of the national workshops, but some pilots started happening in Bihar, Telangana, we trained some people. Then now under the NRETP cluster development program, one thing that stands out, the cluster initiative has been defined where food sector can be part. So since then, 2018 onwards, we are also a technical service agency to extend support to states under the food cluster. That's a place where we have also tried to build on the community practices. We had mentors who are business trained, who can groom a cadre. But now, when we started promoting food service enterprises, sharing our experiences, the requirement was a better equipped resource person who knows food services and who can facilitate selected food service enterprise. So now we have a pool of mentors with a cafe experience. We call them cafe mentors. We have a curriculum which we used to work with IHM Kovalam to groom them on both sides. We have a business development curriculum. That's a national curriculum part of SVP umbrella for SVP and the higher order initiative. We call it one-stop facility program. We have developed that with our resource agency, Tree Society. And for cafe trainers, we have IHM bringing that domain expertise. So we have, as of now, resource materials which we can use to states to facilitate food service enterprise models, because the aspect that yesterday evening we shared, from identification of entrepreneurs, identification of location, which are suitable for different models of food service enterprises, identifying entrepreneur who will fit into those models, as even Ajay was mentioning, small opportunity to bigger opportunity, you need to identify those people. So these technical aspects to the next level.
I'd like to interrupt you. You sold Kudumbashree NRO very well. Now, the intention is we want, so your credibility of the NRO for food services and other things is established. You don't need to elaborate further. Can we, I'd like to utilize the opportunity that we have of panelists like these so that we can learn from their experience and what they've done. Setting the background, anything that you want to scale up and scale up at scale, scaling is very important. In NRLM, we we do not talk in numbers which are in hundreds or thousands. We talk in lakhs. Where your beneficiary number is some 10 crore across the country, and you mandated to provide them employment and livelihood which help them increase their incomes at scale. We need to think very drastically different. We need to have models where we are able to impact a large number of people, maybe in lakhs and in a small time frame. No, in a country as vast as ours and with poverty as large as ours, we cannot have a mechanism where everybody learns the rope and then the livelihoods happen. So when you want to implement anything at scale and in a business model where industry experts say that this is the highest amount of failures happen in food industry, in spite of having advantages of very low variable cost, still the number of failures are very high. So if you want to create a model where you establish enterprise at scale in the food business, we need to have certain processes in place, certain skillings in place so that we de-risk the business for them, for the entrepreneurs, because they can't afford to incur losses. Today, the 80% of people whose food enterprises do not succeed is people who do it as a hobby, as a side business. Food has got high gross margins. Everybody knows how to cook. I can cook. People love my mother's food. People love my wife's food. People love whatever I cook in parties. So my restaurant will do well. But here, the Didi has to give up something. Her opportunity cost of time is not very high, but she does not have the luxury of having zero opportunity cost of time. She is working somewhere or the other. Even if she's earning a small amount, she's utilizing her time to earn some money. And it is our prerogative as facilitators not to push her into something where she ends up losing money. So that is where the skilling part comes into being. The panel has got varied experience, people who implemented with SRLMs, with the community members. We have Mr. Singh, who's been training people at scale and also helping us in the SVP with ensuring quality of our trainers through the certification process, which we realized that when you scale up beyond a point, you will have all kinds of organization training, and some would do it very well, some would be very passionate about it, will do a great job of it, some will do a tick the box activity and say trained. So many attendants happen trained. What we want is our community resource persons to be of a quality where when they give advice, that advice, they understand the business. Our CRPs, our SPMs, our block people are like doctors. If all of us were working in the health ministry, would we have gone and prescribed medicines because we were in the ministry? Because we had a government post? No, you would have recommended this person to a doctor. But when it comes to enterprise, most of us go and give Gyan basis, our maps, our understanding, which may or may not be relevant to that particular geography where that business is happening. We have to appreciate the fact that basis our advice that Didi is going to borrow some money, which even if the business fails, she has to pay because that's the way the NRLM ecosystem is. There is no risk capital. Everything has to be paid. If you borrow, you bloody well pay. Either you pay it from your business or you pay it from your other earnings from other sources. So we have to be sensitized that both us as well as our CRPs are of that quality when they give that advice. The Didi borrows money to set up a business. That business has high probability of success. And that is where the skilling part is very important, because most of the Didis do not have traditional knowledge base of running businesses. Most of the businesses in the non-farm, most of the Didis are first generation entrepreneurs. They have not run non-farm businesses. The prerogative is on us to create mechanisms, to train, to get CRPs, to provide handholding, provide opportunities where their businesses succeed, where the feasibility is much better than a normal businessman. And that is where the skilling part comes into being. Now, my first question, in the food business, there are various components which are not there in other business. One is food safety is an important part. India has moved way ahead. In the other statutory compliances, we still allow leeway for small businesses. GST is not applicable for businesses up to 20 lakhs turnover. But FSCI is one which is mandated across all sides of a business. It is not very well implemented, but it's also mandated for food service transporters, food service warehouses. So from a policy perspective, we have treated food safety as very important, and it is critical as a business, as a government-sponsored program. Whenever we support businesses setting up in the food business, we help them at least adhere to the food safety standards. With that, sir, Ajay sir, if you could just give us a small brief, how does FSI work and how do you help enterprises like us get trained?
As Mr. Prashant said, the Kudumbashree is utilizing the potential of food service very well in Kerala. Like that, I think other states also utilizing the potential of food service in their respective states. So the basic thing we have to do when we are entering into a food business is to legalize our food business by obtaining license, FSSAI license or registration. That is the first thing we have to do. So it is mandatory under the section 31 of the FSS Act, or it is punishable under section 63. So it's a very simple process, and it is the license and registration system is completely online system. It is working in a software called FOSCOS, Food Safety Compliance System, FOSCOS portal. Anybody can apply through this portal for a registration or license. So what is the difference between this registration and license? So the registration and license is classified according to the turnover of the business. Some tiny business with annual turnover below 12 lakhs, if your turnover is below 12 lakhs, it need only to register. There is a very simple process. Or anybody can do the registration with the two documents, that is one ID card, two documents. So there is no, one photograph is also required. So there is no need for any other documents. If your turnover for about 12 lakhs up to 20 crores, you have to go for state license. So there is three categories: registration, state license and central license. So above 20 crores, your turnover is above 20 crores, you have to go for a central license. And it is also based on the production capacity also. Up to 100 kilogram per day production, you need only registration. FSSAI registration is only mandatory. Up to 100 kilogram to 2 metric ton per day, you need to go for state license. So state license is a little bit, few more documents are required for the state license, but it is not. It is also completely online system. So some product specific requirements are there. For example, for if you are doing a packaged drinking water industry, you need for go for a BAA certification. So that is also mandatory. So there are some product specific requirements also there. In normal case, you can apply for a FSSAI license or registration. You will get a license or registration with a 12-digit number that is unique for a particular business. So it is, if you are running the business, suppose you are running a packaged commodity business, you are packing some food products in small packets and selling it some retail or wholesale shops. So you have to print your FSSAI license number on the your package. It's only one requirement. So many other labeling requirements are there. So it is very mandatory. It is the mandatory thing. So without a FSSAI license, nobody in the country can do a food business, whether it is tiny business or it's a multinational business. That's the legal scenario in the. So in addition to that, you have to keep the medical fitness certificate of the employees or the food handlers. That is also another mandate. So the person who are handling with the food shall be free from any contagious diseases. So you have to do a medical checkup according to FSSAI that they have prescribed the what are the tests to be done while issuing a medical certificate. So you have to obtain, the food business operator has to obtain, or the food handlers have to obtain a medical fitness certificate is there. Then like that of in restaurant or any other food business, where the water is used as an ingredient in the process, you have to check the quality of the water once in 6 months. Once in 6 months. There is also another mandatory thing we have to do. The records have to be kept in your wood business establishment. So that test has to be conducted in a NABL accredited laboratory only. NABL accredited laboratory is the National Accreditation Council approved laboratory. Results are approved by the FSSAI. No other results are valid for the scrutinization. Then next is the pest control certificate. If you are doing a small manufacturing unit or restaurant, you have to do the pest control mechanism in place there. So you can approach for a authorized or recognized pest control agency for doing in a particular interval. It's based on the presence or pest in your premise. That is according to that only. Then there is another mandate is that if you are engaged in a manufacturing process, if you have a license in the manufacturing process, you have to upload the test result of the product. The FSSAI has prescribed standards for each and every food product sold all over in the country. So there are specific standards are prescribed in the food safety standards, regulations are there. So every food has its own standards. So you have to ensure that your product from your establishment is in compliance with the standards prescribed in the regulations. So you have to voluntarily do the test, this analysis of your product in an NABL accredited laboratory twice in a year, every 6 months. That is, every 6 months you can do that, and you have to upload the test results in the FOSCOS portal. There is a provision in the FOSCOS portal to upload the test report, analysis report of your product. So it is also mandatory. So in this way, these are the legal basic requirements required for the conducting a food business in basic. So in addition to that, you have to follow there is Schedule 4 is there as per FSS regulation Schedule 4. You have to follow the basic sanitary and hygienic requirement of your premise. So it is elaborated in the Schedule 4 of the FSS Act. So you have to follow the basic sanitary and hygienic process. Facilities should be in place in your establishment. So as I said later, the FSSAI is not only a regulatory body, it is also doing capacity building programs for the brewers engaged with the food industry. So one of the things that we have mentioned is the FOSTAC training. Food handlers, it is a training for food handlers. So there should be one FOSTAC trained person in your food establishment. So there is three category of training is there, which is basic FOSTAC training is there, advanced FOSTAC training is there, and awareness training is there. So you can do according to your requirement. These FOSTAC trainings are not done directly by FSSAI, but it is done by the empaneled training organization of the FSSAI. FSSAI has empaneled a list of trainees doing this FOSTAC training. So it is available in the website of the FSSAI. You can refer and you can approach the concerned state food safety officials. We are conducting in Kerala as free of cost. We are conducting. We have funding from FSSAI to conduct the training all over the state. So for that we are conducting the FOSTAC training free of cost to all the food business operators. So in addition to that, if you are willing to do the training for your food business, for your employees, you can directly approach the training partners and they will conduct the training. Training module is there. It is very well prepared by the FSSAI expert team. So you can approach the training partner for the arranging a trainer. One training is limited to 40 members. A batch of 40 members can attend one training. So then in addition to that, these are the requirements. Mandatory requirement is there by obtaining license. So we mentioned there are some certifications are also there. Every time these certifications will improve the integrity of your business. So just merely obtaining a FSSAI license, in addition to that, if you have a certification, so many certifications are there, that will improve the integrity of your business. So if one certification is there, it means that a food safety management system is working there. So that can also be adopted by the food business establishments entering into this field. So only one certification is done by the FSSAI, not by directly, it is also by the FSSAI empaneled auditors, that is hygiene rating. Hygiene rating. So that is, it is the rating, 1 to 5 star rating is allotted to food establishments based on the safety and sanitary conditions that is audited by a third-party audit agency. So we are also doing it very well in Kerala for the restaurants. And if one establishment is getting 5-star rating, it indicates that that establishment is following almost all the food safety criteria or the hygienic and sanitary safety practices of regarding food safety. So you can also go for this hygiene rating. In addition to that, so many other non-NGO organizations are there for certification. One is HACCP, HACCP certificate, hazard analysis and critical control point certification is there. So you can also go for that. These certifications will reduce the risk of your food business. As sir said, he mentioned here the failure rate of this food business, because there are one of the criteria for this failure rate may be they are unaware of how to standardize their product, how to run their food business. That's the main point for the failure. So if you go for this certification, then ISO certification is there. ISO 22000 certification is here. So these the external audit agency are auditing the premise. They are scrutinizing each and every point regarding food safety aspects, then hygiene aspects, then food standardization aspect, then legal aspects. So you can reduce the legal non-compliance, you can reduce the risk of your product, you can reduce the overall loss of your establishment. So, and in addition to that, these certification will help you to increase the integrity. It is some globally accepted certifications are there. There are some, if the exports or imports are there, they are asking for you whether you have any certification. So if you have a certification, it means that you are running a very good, fair business with a good food safety management system.
Thank you, Ajit sir. That was very informative. Now I'll have to skip you, sir. I'll come back to you later. Sir, RCT में आप जब थे, तो उसमें फूड सेफ्टी, फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज, बिजनेसेस का आपके पास कोई ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल था जिसमें अपन पढ़ाते थे? एंड ऑल दीज जो सर ने बताया, is that content part of that training content?
Actually, initially we were having around 300 plus training programs in RCTs, but in 2017, the norms of MSD, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, which kicked in, and then they said that the training programs you cannot run yourself, you cannot design yourself, but there is a framework. So all your programs has to fit into that framework. And when you go for fitting on that framework, you have certain limitations in that. So the 350 programs, now it's reduced to 64 now. Of these 64 training programs, particularly for food service enterprises, we have 2 as of now. One is Fast Food Udyami, which is again 10 days program. And another one deals with the food products, which is papad pickle and masala powder. So these are the 2 programs in existing framework we have. And it is aligned with the framework which is a mandate by the skilling regulator of country. And it has, yes, component of hygiene, safety, because then only the programs get approved by the NCVET. But yes, since it is a very short duration program, so the length and depth of the content are the limited one.
Abhi, now if we were to pose the same question to IFRAM and to Kudumshri, Prashant, what kind of training do we need to give to these food service operators, specifically when you're doing specifically under the clusters, etc., or with Didi Ki Rasoi, wherever you supported them? What is the duration? Is 10 days adequate? Or do we need to work and create a more rugged training content?
Okay. As of now, we have a 7 to 10 day program for the entrepreneurs as an onboarding activity, which has both the business aspect as well as the technical aspect in terms of production and other operational management, etc. But then that is not sufficient. That's just an onboarding process. So what we have added is, we are adding a startup support training where when they start the enterprise or the operations, there is a hand-holding component, which is an on-the-job kind of thing. That's something. And a third component as a need-based performance improvement. So that can be in between that also we see that the personalized attention is required for the entrepreneurs. So the more they get accustomed to the challenges of the open market, the more confident they are. That's an experience.
And now, Pai sir, back to you. As a structured academic institution, what we do is we do practical training. I mean, what is base required? How do you think the 3 of you can work together? Kudumshri with the practical experience on the ground, Mr. Singh with his experience on dealing with the NCVTs of the world, because if you want to scale up, we have to willy-nilly follow that norm. How do you think you with your academic knowledge can help them, and we can co-create a content which will pass all norms as well as be adequate help for the entrepreneur to set up a business and run it well, profitably, as well as meeting all the legal norms that Ajay sir talked about? If his talking about the norms took 15 minutes, enterprises will need some effort to adhere to them.
Yes, from what I saw, sir, yesterday Singh sir was asking me one small question. I'll talk from my personal experience. He asked me how many spoons am I aware of. I had to refer after all these 30 years. So learning goes on. What I found, the gap of Kudumbasri yesterday, was Sarda ma'am was also saying, we teach them and then we let go. That hand holding is there at the beginning and then we let go. What I definitely feel is that we go on to step 2, or rather 4, avoiding step 3. We have to have a step 3 in between. First, you have to focus and find out who are the Kudumbasri 2. 2, we have to develop them, tracking, giving the traction and all that. 3 is the most important thing. We have to have spot checking and a scorecard for all the Didis in all the states. Like, there should be a healthy competition improvised between the Didis in the state, and it has to be published also, which is step 4. And not only the Didis, even these government agencies have to be evaluated. Everybody has to be taken to task. Like, for example, the government agencies can be evaluated on terms of how they evaluated Didis. What is the success stories? From how much amount to how much working capital are they making? So that part is still somewhere missing. And this has to be brought back every year on a continuous basis so that we have a feed-forward system for the next set of Didis to come forward, and we'll reach the 10 crore Lakpati Didis.
And IFRAM has been doing the hand-holding, the missing middle which you're talking about. They've been doing it. तो आपका experience क्या है? कितने दिन का hand-holding करना पड़ता है, या कितनी एक दीदी को यदि आपने एक मेले में गए, फूड कोर्ट में गए, अब वही दीदी रिपीट होती है मोस्टली स्टोर्स में, तो जब आप वही दीदी को तीसरे मेले में या चौथे मेले में जाते हो, उतना ही पढ़ाना पड़ता, भूल जाती है कि रिटेन करती है जो आपने सिखाया था पहले?
पहले एंटरप्राइज लेवल में हम आईफर्म का पॉलिसी है एंड टू एंड सपोर्ट करना दीदी को, वो सपोर्ट का कोई लिमिट टाइम नहीं है। अब अभी भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नया नया टेक्नोलॉजी आ रहे हैं, अभी प्रीमियम कफ़े के सोच रहे हैं हम लोग। वो इसका इस लिमिट ऐसा वो पहले हमारा ट्रेनिंग सिस्टम में हम लोग का डिफरेंस लेवल का सपोर्ट है। वो जैसे प्रशांत सर बोला, वो बेसिक ट्रेनिंग के बाद में उन लोगों का किचन सेटअप करने में इसका उसमें किचन इंजीनियर्स का एक टीम का बनाया, कैसे कॉस्ट कम करने का टेक्नोलॉजी इंट्रोड्यूस करना है, वीमेन फ्रेंडली किचन, वो वीमेन फ्रेंडली किचन कैसे बनाना है, ऐसा डिफरेंट लेवल का सपोर्ट करते हैं। और ट्रेनिंग का एक्सपर्ट में हम PAP परफॉर्मेंस इम्प्रूवमेंट प्रोग्राम देते हैं। उसके पढ़ के अभी का करंट स्टाटस को ये स्टडी करके इसमें डिफरेंट डोमेन में हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट में डिफरेंट डोमेन में एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, उनको भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दिया है। वो किचन प्रोडक्शन में, फूड कॉस्टिंग, इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट में, फूड सर्विस मैनेजमेंट में, और उसके अनुसार वो बिजनेस इम्प्रूवमेंट में भी, और हाइजीन हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट में भी फोस्टैक का भी ट्रेनिंग किया है एक्सपर्ट से। वो डिफरेंट लेवल का क्या क्या सपोर्ट चाहिए उसके अनुसार वो डिजाइन करते हैं। और फूड फेस्टिवल के बारे में हम लोग नया यूनिट को और कंसंट्रेशन देते हैं। मिनिमम
एक यूनिट को कितनी बार रिपीट ट्रेनिंग देनी है? इससे जब एक बार आपने एक बार सिखाया, मैं थोड़ा पार्टली सीखा, कब जैसे आपकी टीम में अब इंटरनलाइज है, आंख पट्टी बांध के बोलो ये करना है तो सब चीज बोल देंगे ये ऐसे करना है। इनके स्टूडेंट्स का 5 स्टार में 4 स्टार में उसको आंख पे पट्टी बांध के बोलो तो फूड सेफ्टी में वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेगा, वो प्रोसेस फॉलो करेगा। मेरे फर्स्ट टाइम एंटरप्रेन्योर दीदी को उस लेवल की अंडरस्टैंडिंग और इंटरनलाइजेशन करने के लिए कितनी बार ट्रेनिंग देना पड़ता है और कितनी बार उसको नॉक करना पड़ता है? कि जैसे ये सर ने बोला कि आप उनको विजिट करो, मॉनिटर करो, ऑडिट करो, वो कितनी बार करना पड़ेगा जिसके बाद में उसका एक लेवल पे वो इंटरनलाइज करके बोलेगी हाँ मैं 3 स्टार या 4 स्टार सर के लेवल के हिसाब से। 4 स्टार डंडा मारने से नहीं आएगा, 5 स्टार डंडा मारने से नहीं आएगा, अंदर से होगा तो 5 स्टार आएगा।
सही।
उस लेवल तक पहुंचने के लिए कितना समय लगता है?
फ्रॉम आवर एक्सपीरियंस मिनिमम 6 months चाहिए, बिकॉज दे
May I interrupt? Sir, the correct scorecard would be for the DDs. Learning doesn't take place unless you teach. So the best thing would be, rather than sending the DDs over and over and over again to the food court and then giving the money, they should come back and their success story would be creating 3 more DDs in line. So they should be the masters, because they know on the hand experience. They should be told, you're going there to come back to create 3 more DDs. That's my take on it.
Absolutely. So what we're trying to basically addressing the challenges, all of us with our different skill sets, all of us have complementary skill sets. Not one has, whatever I could understand, not one can do the entire animal by themselves. You have been teaching kids with a different background. We teach SHG members with learning gaps. So the process has to be slightly different in training. A lot of hand-holding is required, which possibly in your case, hand-holding is not that mandatory for the kids. They come with that background. So one is what we co-create. Second is we'll have to get your ideas in of, we work with CRPs who are the best practitioners who turn into, as you said, who train 3 more people. But first stage is my best practitioner has to be certified. We have to create a model of identifying somebody as a best practitioner and then pushing that person to, or facilitating or motivating or incentivizing person to become a master trainer. You have something?
May I? 2 parts to that answer. One, I would like to say that there's an ant story. I am sure many of you people have heard of this. There was this hardworking ant who comes in the morning, does her work, no problem at all. Every day very hardworking. Then the king, the lion thought, okay, we'll keep a person to monitor, and he appointed the cockroach to find out how the ant is working, the supervisor. The cockroach wrote some reports, and then the lion wanted, okay, now we'll put it on graphs. We want good graphs. So he appointed a spider as the IT expert. Spider also came in, and every time the ant is being called for meetings to get the feedback and all that. And finally, ant started becoming sorry for himself. I'm not doing the job with the same music and skill in my this thing. I'm being called. And ultimately, the king has to find out why there is a sad environment, and he had to appoint an expert, the owl. The owl said, it's all because of the person who is supposed to work is not working, so he had to fire some people. The department is oversized. And invariably, who got fired? The poor ant. So basically, coming back to the point, we have to support the ants, that's the DDs. And the second part of the answer is that whether a dal, I will say my mother makes the best dal. So whatever the DDs make have got their own standards. We cannot sort of standardize every dal. It will vary from state to state and from style to style. So all we can do is ask them and take them forward from where they already are, rather than capsule sizing or making tailor-made situations for them, which may help to a little extent, but not in the long run.
The tailor-making, what works, what Prashant talked about, is the basics of business, of understanding the business feasibility, viability. Taste recipe is a one-time thing. I don't think we need to retrain these guys. Their individual recipes are good enough.
Yes.
And that's what we faced. 2 crore ka maal unhone becha. I don't think IFRM taught them how to make it. IFRM taught them how to buy well, how to present, and how to price. And ensure we never gave served customers spoiled food, so they ensure, like a lion, they threw away whatever was left over at the end of the day. And whatever stuff was needed to be refrigerated was refrigerated in the right temperatures. All that stuff these guys did. So this has to be encapsulated, because in the absence of this, we end up making losses. In the absence of this, we also end up pushing people into starting business because one fellow started. In a government program, there's always pressure for numbers. If the Pradhan Mantri goes and speaks from the red for 2 crores, we expect it to do 2 crores. Now, whether that 2 crores was 2 crores profitable after 1 year or 2 crores now and 1 crore dying after 1 year, nobody is really bothered about. In NRLM, we intend to be bothered about, because we want these 2 crores to go to 3 crores and not come down to 1 crore. And if you want 2 crores to become 3 crores, we'll have to willy-nilly work with these people and explain to them, how do you go about growing a business? How do you ensure you handle the business profitability part as well as the business challenges? Business challenges we don't teach. As of now, all we say is there's an open opportunity, go and open a business. We've still not reached the level where we tell them that there'll be competition, there'll be disruptions which will happen through ONDC or whatever technology, and you guys will need to re-engineer yourself how to go about it. So that is something which is a gap which we need to work on.
Yes, I would like to add some more points about in this scenario, because as we said, the training is an integral part of the food service establishments. So ABO has to do regular training to update the hygienic practices. And if anybody who joins this, as we said, anybody who joined newly into the system has also been trained accordingly. So it is a continuous and rigorous process. The training is a continuous and rigorous process regarding the food business regarding the food handlers. So we are talking about the food handlers. So what is a food business operator? Food business operator or the entrepreneur, he also requires some training. He also requires, so suppose in state of Kerala, suppose Kudumbashree is working, or the consortium, some consortiums are producing or packing some food items, we have to follow the legal requirement of the standard of that product. So here, the food handler training is not sufficient to conduct the business. So food business operator, who is the food business operator? Whether it is directly operated by the Kudumbashree or some other agencies, anybody. So they also require some specific trainings regarding the regulations or requirements of the product that they produced. Because I already said that all the food products have its own standards. We are, suppose, for example, we are adding, we are permitted to add preservatives we are permitted to add food additives in the food products prepared. So there are some food products which are not permitted to add food additives. These food additives include artificial food grade colors, then preservatives, then forming agents. So many food additives are there. In how much quantity? In what quantity we can add it into the food product? That is the question. So suppose we are adding the sunset yellow food color for the laddu. We are preparing laddu. So it is limited to 1000 ppm. It is limited to only to 1000 ppm. More than 1000 ppm will make the food unsafe, and it will lead to prosecution and some other legal actions. So the food business operator also requires some training regarding the standard of the food business, standard of the product, what they are marketing. So otherwise, it will also make some issues, legal issues, and actually this, if unsafe food is there, it is as per section 59 of the Food Safety and Standards Act, it is punishable up to 3 months. And fine up to 5 lakhs or to 10 lakhs rupees, fine is also there. So we have to avoid some that kind of legal issues. We should be aware of the standard of that particular product. So that is why FSSAI is insisting on the uploading of the analysis report of your product in every 6 months to find out whether your product meet with the standards prescribed by the FSSAI. So in my opinion is that these food business entrepreneurs also require that kind of training also, that the NRO or the agency behind that, they can prepare the module, customize the training based on their requirements.
Thanks. Now, it is what emerged from this discussion is it is not going to be easy. We'll have to work. It's still work in progress. We'll have to work on getting it. And whatever Didis are doing is reasonably well. I mean, as Professor said, as long as it's generating money, it's fine. But we need to help them move up the ladder. Now the floor is open to questions. Any questions from anyone? Or any observations from anyone?
Actually, sir, before they add,
yeah, sure.
Because I can understand that after going from here, this kind of workshop, I can see what will go inside the minds of the people who are participating all across from the SRLM. And visualizing that, just I will try to answer. So we have gone back, we are highly motivated, and we saw that there is a huge opportunity to work in this food service enterprises sector, and we have huge numbers, and there is a challenge of scale, which Reggie had initially said. See, whenever we see anything with a scale and the diversity which NRLM has, the biggest casualty is the quality. Because the moment we try to do something at a scale, quality gets compromised, and which we have seen many of the experiences and examples. So how to control the quality and give them a good training? And suppose we have gone back to our place, and then we want to train a group of women with whatever knowledge we have gathered here. So just a couple of thoughts I'm giving, and we can go back and work. With that, then we can take those questions from them. See, whenever we plan to have a particular skill development program, training programs, even NCVT also mandates, there are 4 broad questions we have to ask ourselves. Number 1, whom are we going to train? Means the people, the kind of age, the literacy level, the existing skill sets, that's one. The second one is, what are we going to train them? Means the kind of syllabus, curriculum, or the skill sets which we are going to impart. The third one, the trainers. Who is going to actually impart that training? And the last one, what we actually intend to achieve post this training, that's called outcome of the training. So any program, it can be localized, universal, at the national level. If we have answer of these 4 questions, whom are we going to train, what is the syllabus, who is going to train, that is the trainer, and what we want to achieve, that's the desired outcome of the training. In case we have 4 answers in place, we can start a training. We have options of either going to NCVT, again it's a very long route, which gives us a credibility at national level. Otherwise, we can have a smaller program, localized program based on the community requirements. And since it is internally NRLM funded, we can go ahead with that. So this is the message I wanted to give, that when we go back, if there is any idea, we can try to fructify it and conduct some of the programs answering these 4 questions. So this I just wanted to add, and then slowly we can achieve the skill with quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Singh Saab, for making a complicated thing easier and actionable. ये नहीं कि analysis paralysis में मर जाए बेचारे. Thank you very much. Anybody got any questions?
Sir, my question is to Pradosh sir. Pradosh sir. Yeah. Yeah, I'm from MPS RLM. We have a training partner of this IHM Bhopal with us. So every time we have the training with IHM Bhopal of Didis, Didis got trained. And when they prepare or they produce something, is tea. So the taste and output is different in the unit when they come. Why it is happening? Why the uniformity is not coming, even though the recipe is same?
Tough question. Let me still address it though. I am sure you would have heard, I don't know if you are giving the same ingredients to the Didis throughout these experiments. Are you giving the same tea? Same tea. That could be one to start with. We talk of the ingredients. Cooking doesn't start with ingredient, the cooking stops there. A good chef is of no use if the ingredient is bad. Now, that I'm sure you would have heard your mother say, "Is bar namak ka namkeen thoda kam hai," or the chili thoda zyada spicy hai. The same chilies that they are using. So that could be one reason for the change in product. Secondly, this is bound to happen. This is bound to happen. That how much ever you have texted the documents, the slight amount of variations are expected for that matter, unless it is so mechanized and there is a human touch to it. So that aberration does occur. It has been a paradox with me too, yes. It's not only in Kudumbashree, even in a huge multi-chain like Taj with 180 plus properties, even though they have standardized the recipes, the butter chicken will be different in Trivandrum from Bhopal to Delhi to London. So it will be the same chef traveling. Even then that variation will be there. But we can nevertheless standardize it for training purpose, yes. For controlling the costs, yes. That we can do.
Is there any course correction measure?
Beg your pardon?
Is there any remedy for that?
This is all we can do. We can standardize the text and the variation will be there. It's not, as I told, it's not mechanized. That human touch is there.
और जो सर ने बोला, हर सीजन में आपका अदरक है अलग आता है, कभी ज्यादा वो होता है, तो जो फाइनल शेफ है ना, वो टेस्ट करता है. मैकेनाइज्ड रेसिपी से आपका, यदि आप केमिकल इंग्रेडिएंट्स डालोगे तो आप करोगे, नेचुरल इंग्रेडिएंट्स डालोगे, उसमें हर सीजन में हर खेत से अलग अलग आता है. मिर्ची तीखी भी आती है, मिर्ची फीकी भी आती है. अदरक जब सूखा होता है तो बहुत तेज होता है, नया अदरक आता है कोई स्वाद ही नहीं होता है. तो वो फाइनल आपको दीदी को बोलना है कि दीदी आप इसको टेस्ट करके देख लो. वॉट एवर शी दैट कंसिस्टेंसी, द टेस्ट सेंसरी दिस थिंग इज व्हाट विल मैनेज इट. बाकी आप रॉ मटेरियल रेसिपी में आप रॉ मटेरियल स्टैंडर्डाइज कर दोगे कि ये इस ब्रांड का चावल लेना है, ये ब्रांड का मसाला लेना है, ये ब्रांड का गरम मसाला लेना है, तो वो ब्रांड पीछे से आपको कंसिस्टेंसी दे रहा है. यदि आप गरम मसाला लोगे, एमडीएच का अलग है, उसका मिक्स अलग है, एवरेस्ट का अलग है, और लोकल दीदी का बनाया वो अलग होगा. सो दैट लेवल ऑफ स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, इफ यू रियली वांट स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, इन योर केस ईच कैंटीन इज अ यूनिक कैंटीन, और उधर पे जो कस्टमर को जो खा रहा है वो पसंद है. अब आपके इतने बड़े स्टेट में जो भोपाल का स्वाद है वो होशंगाबाद का होगा, जो ऊपर है तुम्हारे डिंडोरी में वो स्वाद नहीं होगा. तो जो कस्टमर को पसंद है वो खिलाओ तो माल बिकेगा. जो मेरे को पसंद है या मुख्यमंत्री को पसंद है सारे देश में नहीं चलेगा. मोदी जी को खमण पसंद है, पूरे देश में खमण नहीं बिकता है, इधर पे खमण नहीं बिकता है. सो यू हैव टू वर्क द वे योर कस्टमर्स वर्क. गिव द कस्टमर्स व्हाट दे वांट, योर बिजनेस विल रन. एनीबडी एल्स? So absolutely everybody is hungry, so they don't want to ask any more questions. We'll not stay between you and lunch. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody, including the panelists.
Thank you, everyone. Before we conclude the session, I would like to welcome Ms. Ashita, Thematic Anchor, Monitoring Kudumbashree NRO, to hand over the token of flower to our panelists. beginning with Sir Aji S., Deputy Commissioner, Food Safety, Government of Kerala. Sir Pratosh P. Pai, Lecturer, cum Instructor, IHMCT, Kovalam. Sir R.R. Singh, National Controller, National Academy of Road Safety, MAR. Sir Ajay Kumar KP, CEO, Adheba Institute of Food Research and Hospitality Management. Sir Prashant MP, Program Manager, Kudumbashree, NRO. And the moderator of the session, Sir Ramendra S. Rekhi, Senior Consultant, NRLM. Thank you so much, everyone.
Request a slightly larger applause for Prashant because the lunch is because of him.
Be seated, sir. As I already mentioned about the QR code placed here, photos and videos from the yesterday session are uploaded there. You can scan the QR code and view them. Also, we have arranged an exhibition outside next to the pool area. Please enjoy that also. We will resume our session after the lunch break exactly at 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Financing food service enterprises will help us understand the different programs and available possibilities in financing for rural entrepreneurs to build and run food service enterprises. For this session, I would like to invite Sir Arup Khursa. We all know as education, he is an engineer from BITS Pilani and an MBA from London. He has left behind a corporate career where he worked for companies such as Gillette, IBM and Citibank. In the last 10 years, he has been working in livelihoods assisting in the SVEP and RETP initiatives. Welcome, sir.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. We are really running late, and you can see that the schedule in terms of the timing of this session has slipped considerably. But before that, first of all, I would really like to invite our panelists. I would like to start with Sri S. Harikishore Ji, IAS. Harikishore Ji. Good afternoon, sir. We really request your presence over here. So, Sri Harikishore Ji is an IAS. He's the Director of Industries and Commerce. Harikishore Ji, as you can see, is not a new face to Kudumbashree. Okay, and I'll talk a little bit about that. We're very privileged, sir, to have you with us today. I know you have a lot of time constraints and we want to be very respectful of sir's time. So I will talk about that as and when I invite the other panel members. So Sri Harikishore Ji is Director of Industries and Commerce. It's a role he has taken up since July 2021. As I said, he is no stranger to Kudumbashree. He's led Kudumbashree as its Executive Director for many years, fostering community-based state poverty eradication and women empowerment programs. So thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you once more. I now like to request Sri H. Manoj, who's the General Manager of NABARD. Manojji, if you could please come and take your place over here. Manojji is a generalist, graduating in social science, but he's spent 30 considerable years with NABARD. So he's a subject matter expert available to us today. In his prior engagement, he was at Andaman and Nicobar Islands, but he's now here with us. Thank you, Manojji. Thank you for coming here. I would like to request our friend from State Bank of India, Mr. KP Baiju. Sir, if you could please come and take your seat here. Mr. Baiju, we could be a little bit more generous with the applause, a little bit. More of a clap. Thank you. Baiju has more than 35 years in State Bank of India, India's top financial institution, and more than 8 years of experience in the top executive cadre of SBI. So we're really privileged to have him with us. He was the head of green banking vertical of the bank and handles new and renewable energy business. So some aspects of sustainability that we can probably learn and draw from him. And then last but not the least, probably the most important person, I would like to invite Pradeep Ji, Mr. Pradeep Das. He's an enterprising financing consultant from NRLM. Pradeep Ji, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Pradeep hails from Northeast India and is a rural development professional with over 10 years of experience in technical, strategic advisory, leadership, and facilitating roles. He's a postgraduate from IIFM Bhopal and has worked with the UP SRLM, with CRISIL, and with the Assam SRLM as well. So a lot of experience here. And he's probably going to be your first port of call in many of your problem solving that you have around finance linkages. He's currently posted as a consultant for enterprise financing in NRLM office, New Delhi. So thank you very much. A big hand of applause again. And I think we should commence. We should start this session without much ado. The focus is going to be about the various schemes and resources available for SAG enterprises, especially in the financing of food service enterprises. I would actually like to kick it off, Harikishore Ji, by asking you an initial question about your experiences when you were with Kudumbashree on matters related to financial linkage. And probably then we'll go on to the next question, which is your role in the Industries and Commerce Directorate and linkages from that aspect as well. So over to you, your experiences, your deep experiences, please share it with us.
primarily related to food enterprises, right? Okay. So there are different types of food enterprises. You may be aware, I was seeing the exhibition, so there will be an enterprise which will be seasonal. They will either participate in the different food festivals and then they will not do it. Second type of enterprise, so it's a seasonal food enterprise who will participate in only food festival. Second type of enterprise is a small cafe unit, which they will run here. Either the market will be fixed, just like in many states, if government is giving a land or building in a hospital, etc. Or in Kerala, Janakiya Hotel was there, where market is somewhat ensured, or canteens, etc. Or they may migrate to the public market. And third enterprise is catering unit. They may not run a hotel, etc. So financing all these three is actually very simple. So for either starting a catering unit, or for starting a small hotel, or for a seasonal enterprise which is primarily focusing on participation in the exhibitions. So what is the budget required? How much? 5 lakhs, 10 lakh, 20 lakh? Up to that, SHGs can manage with some subsidies, some loans, etc., or some amount from their bank linkage. But now I think, since it's a national seminar, we should migrate to the next level. What is next level? In every NRLM, every SHG group has got its own brand. Kerala, we have Kudumbashree is a known brand. If you go to any restaurant, people will look at, okay, Kudumbashree food, it is reliable. In any other state also, the brand value of SHG network is so huge, especially in food area. In order to utilize that brand value, we need to start, or we need to venture into bigger enterprises. There you have a real challenge in finance. I was talking to IFRM, entire IFRM team is sitting there. So IFRM is the only example from Kerala who ventured into a high-end or bigger enterprise. And to start such an enterprise, you need 1 crore, which none of the SHG groups, which none of the SRLM won't be able to give a subsidy, etc. So what is the financing that we should? Other is so simple. Other is don't talk. We need not talk about that also. So how to finance a hotel with some 100-seat capacity, good branding, continuous maybe employment to 30 to 50 people, and requiring a capital investment of 1 crore. No bank will give 1 crore without collateral security. I am also now running an NBFC. I have Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, where we have loans up to 5 crore at 5%. It's a government scheme, but you need collateral security. So taking 1 crore loan is not possible for an enterprise, and now it is time for NRLM and SRLM to scale up to that level, at least some of their enterprises, so that they can compete with the market. I was meeting so many entrepreneurs, they started with making puttubodi. Now to sell that puttubodi, they have started hotel chain, and it is doing so well. Everything is because of the capital, because they have collateral. So you need to have a financial module. Now it is, since this national conference is happening, it is so good that this topic is discussed. How to give 1 crore to 10 entrepreneurs from Kerala? How to give 1 crore to 10 entrepreneurs from Karnataka? So what is the way out? At least from those who are doing enterprises, you can handpick 10 people who are really enterprising, who have the drive, who have the vision and competence to scale up to a next level. But how to give 1 crore rupees to them without collateral security, with proper subsidy? Because running cost itself will be very high. They will be able to take working capital loan, but capital part is really challenging. So a new financial model should be devised so that enterprise who wants loan of 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 50 lakh or 1 crore will be able to get it without much difficulty. The EMI will be how much? EMI will be minimum 3,000 per day. So to survey 3,000 per day EMI continuously with their limited competence and experience and competing with other similar chains will be a real challenge. So my request is, let us think of that scale and devise a product so that there is huge subsidy. That is my initial thoughts.
Sir, when you look at it from your current role, any suggestions? Is there a sweet spot from your prior Kudumbashree experiences and the new financing challenges that you're seeing and you've just talked about? what could be done? Is it still something that is unsolved? Or is there something in progress? Talk about some alternate mechanisms.
It is very, if you have a problem, then there will be solution.
Sure.
Only thing is to identify a problem and to solve it. Say if you want 1 crore loan for a SHG enterprise, let us look at from, you are asking about my present role. I am working as Director of Industries and Commerce. We are dealing with investments to the state. So any state, in order to attract investments, they are giving lot of incentives. Look at any states, 20 to 30% capital incentive, big incentive for anchor investors, etc. So one way is to give capital incentive as such, thinking that this is a huge investment. So that investment angle has to be there, rather than employment generation also. Investment, it can be viewed as an investment. So there can be some, Kerala is giving some 18 types of different subsidies. There is subsidy on electricity charge, there is subsidy on technology, etc. So that way, the suggestion from my present post is, again, since it is SHG network, since we are starting something new, since we are competing in the open market, in the other exhibition there is no competition. So in that case, government support should be high. That is the only solution which I am able to get now. And you can view it as an investment.
Thank you very much. Pradeep ji, if you can just walk us through, we are talking about a big ticket, 80 lakhs kind of a loan, but from the grassroots level, you look at a CBO, you look at an SHG, what is the process? If you could very briefly again share with us, what is the process for them to avail a loan? What are the stages that they have to do? And then, of course, we have other panel members who can talk about matters from the other side, from the bank side, from NABARD side, because they do provide grants. So,
okay, thank you to the panel members and to inviting me in this wonderful workshop, and I'm very happy to be here. So I particularly look after enterprise financing part in NRLM, closely work with the FI team, and for last 1 year I've been working on this. I can start with SHG bank linkage program, which started, I think, almost 9-10 years back, where SHG, after SHG is formed, then they have to follow Panchashutras. They have to bring in their own contribution. They have to do interlending. They have to do regular meeting. They have to keep books of records. They have to maintain good repayment track. After that, they will be given grant from NRLM to the SHGs, which we all know as RF. Once they get the RF, then they have to repeat the same process so that for another 3 months, then they will be eligible for bank loan. So first dose that RBI also says, which needs to go to an SHG, is about at least of 1.5 lakhs. And the tenure could be anywhere between 2 years to 3 years. So then they can use it for their various purposes, which starts normally with consumption loan, then goes to debt swapping, then for farm, then non-farm. So it progresses like that. And after that, once they repay the loan entirely to the bank, then they would be eligible for the next size of loan, which will be around 3 lakhs, then 5 lakhs, then it can go up to 20 lakhs. Nationally, if I talk about the number, it is around, I think, over 60 lakhs of SHGs out of all 83 odd lakh SHGs have been financed by bank. And the number is tremendous. The total disbursement, it stands at around, I think, 8 lakhs crore till today. And total outstanding is around 2 lakh crore, which is already with them. I think I'm very glad to say this, the NPA is also very less in this segment. So on this foundation that we are building this individual member enterprise financing. So now we have seen that till now SHGs as a group is recognized, and that is the process is entirely standardized. And bank also knows, even it be PSB, private sector bank, RRBs, cooperatives, so they know what an SHG is, what is the process they come through. And that process is entirely standardized and templatized. It has been successful because I think because of the standardization that we have followed all across for the last 10 years. And also the support that we have provided for the repayment monitoring. We have CBRM committee at the ground. Those CBRM committee, if there is some struggle in getting the repayment, then the CBRM committee will get activated, where bank is also a party to it. Because of that result, I think we have the NPA very less. Why I mention this is because on this foundation, now we are able to develop that individual member enterprise financing component, where I think we are following the same process, but maybe we do not have that 10 years to reach. We will have to do much more quickly. So in that process, we are again developing the SOPs. We are again developing our community cadres. We have partnership with IFC, a World Bank organization, World Bank Group organization. So with them, we are developing our trainers on the ground. We are developing our CRPs. Currently, the focus is largely because, we also have states like Bihar, we also have states like UP, West Bengal. So loan size is hovering around, the average is around 1.2 lakhs because we started it. But I think going forward, we'll also be focusing on a very big size loans. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing that about the enterprise financing aspects. My next question is actually directed to Mr. Baiju. You're from State Bank of India. I think we want to tap your knowledge on two aspects. One is we hear very often that the loans are not getting passed. Okay, they're not getting approved. So we'd like your thoughts about that. What are the typical pitfalls that you see from the bank's point of view? Things which are challenges for SAG members or enterprises, and how do you feel we can overcome that? So that's the first aspect. And of course, we would like to know more about this, the recent Swayam Siddhya MOU that has been arranged at the center. So do educate us on that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me for this debate on this. So before I address your question, I'd like to clarify on what Harikishore sir said regarding collateral security. His concern regarding 1 crore, a person getting a 1 crore loan without collateral security. In fact, one of the important thing is that there's a credit guarantee trust there available. Now loans up to 5 crores. 5 crores are covered without collateral. There's I don't know how many of you are aware in the room that now loans up to 5 crores can be covered. What it requires is basically payment of an additional premium. It ranges from 0.5 to 1.25. That is the annual premium you need to pay on your loan amount, which means for a loan of 1 crore rupees, you need to pay probably 1,25,000 rupees as premium annually. And it's a one-time thing. So that I think takes to a great extent takes care of the collateral problem, because bank as a if you see the trend in banking, like you mentioned in the introduction, I have been here in the bank for more than 35. I have seen that the banks are also slowly moving from collateral-based lending to actual, because collateral is basically a security to fall back upon in times of crisis. Now we have more trustworthy methods of looking at it. So it's not, a 1 crore loan without collateral can easily be given. Of course, we ask the borrower's track record. It's very important. Now coming to the important point of what is required to get a loan. Well, one of the most common complaints which whenever I interact with in these kind of meetings, wherever it's not necessarily a banker's meeting and all that, I went for a loan, the bank said no reasons were ascribed for that. It's just not possible, especially all loans now up to small ticket loans, say up to 25 lakhs, we can go through without much hassle. What you need to do is have a clean record, in the sense that there is something called a CIBIL report, TransUnion CIBIL report. It will give you a score. If you have taken if all your previous loans have been repaid on time, you won't find any problem in getting a loan. That is what is going to enable us. Now coming to State Bank of India's initiatives, I'll come to Swayam Siddha. Before that, what State Bank of India initiative that we are digitizing the entire process. Now, we have digitized loans up to 50 lakhs. 50 lakhs loans you can get the same day. There are only 4 conditions to be satisfied. We'll be digitizing up to 5 crores. Let me explain to you what is already there in place in State Bank of India. You need to have 24 months GST returns. I'm talking about an existing enterprise who want to 12 months GST enterprise, 12 months bank account statements, income tax return. If you have these 3 documents, and of course Aadhaar will be there in place. If you have these 4 documents and approach the bank with an application, now in State Bank of India, it happens the same day. This process was introduced only in December. It's a very latest development. It should happen the same day. In the worst case scenario, it will happen the next day. So loans up to 50 lakhs for an existing unit which has not borrowed so far. That means they have not borrowed money from anywhere and have a spotlessly clean record. That is, they have not defaulted any of their previous loans in their lifetime. If they have a clean record, they will easily get a loan with that. It is important to maintain a clean record. That is very, very important. I'll discuss about it, how to maintain that. Coming to the Swayam Siddha scheme, basically it's up to loans up to 5 lakhs. This is again a smaller version loan. Now, I think all this come under Mudra loans also. Everybody is aware of Mudra loan. It is known as the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, or briefly known as Mudra scheme. So up to 10 lakhs, you don't require any collateral, no questions asked. You get a loan. Then the important thing is that, again, your track record should be good in the sense that you should not have defaulted. If you have not availed the loan earlier, no issue. But if you have availed the loan, or if your loan is still outstanding, the installments of those loans should have been paid in time or till the date of application. That is very important. So this is Swayam Siddha scheme. Basically, it's a digital simplifying. Earlier, there was a lot of paperwork. Now, what happens is a lot of paperwork is getting reduced in the sense that if you start a small enterprise, there is something called a Udyam registration, URN, Udyam registration number, and plus Aadhaar. That's an Aadhaar-based registration number. So if you have these 2 and proof of your residence, and if you get the panchayat or the municipality's clearance for starting a business, be it a restaurant, be it a small roadside eatery, or whatever it is, if you have a proper paper in that, you should. I don't think that loan should take more than 3 to 4 days. And once digitized, I think it will come down to less than 48 hours. So that's for the Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll revisit it later when we'll seek more information. Manojji, thank you so much for attending, being with us. Since NABARD helps, NABARD has been a pillar in the whole SHG movement. You've set it up almost practically. And with the grants that you provide, if you can just talk about some aspects related to the financial linkages.
Sure. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. A very good afternoon to all of you. NABARD, in fact, the whole idea of self-help groups, NABARD was one of the key pioneers which started the whole process way back in the 93, 94. Then later, Reserve Bank of India formalized the whole SHG bank linkage program, and it got expanded to population scale as we see now. NABARD has certain dedicated funds which address the whole backward-forward linkage of SHG program. That is, we support formation of self-help groups. We give grants to NGOs, cooperatives, FPOs, any SHG federations for promoting self-help groups. Then once they are formed, we give them training. We have 2 types of training. One is called Micro Enterprises Entrepreneurship Development Program. It's a short-term training program where we train mature SHG members in setting up micro enterprises, skilling them, giving them basic tools of financing, business, and all. Then we have a larger type of training program called Livelihood Entrepreneurship Development Program. It stretches over a period of, say, around 2 years. There also we give training to self-help group members. In batches we train them. There is provision the hand-holding process is very extensive. Means we don't just train them, but we also ask the agency which is giving training to handhold these people, see through that they are setting up their own enterprises, they are linked with banks for getting credit and all. So these are some of the training programs. In addition to this, we have formed self-help groups, we have trained them, and what next? They have started enterprises. The next question is one of marketing. So NABARD offers support, grant-based support for marketing, for facilitating marketing also. We provide, we help them rent market spaces, spaces for 2 to 3 years. We give a rental as a reimbursement. We reimburse salaries of salespersons. So these are some of the supports which we give. Recently, we have also started providing assistance for onboarding onto e-commerce platforms like Amazon and also to ONDC, Open Digital Network Commerce platform, which was introduced by Government of India. So these are some of the promotional programs NABARD does. We don't give retail credit. NABARD does not give credit to individual entities or self-help groups.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think in the interest of time, and Sri Harikishore ji's calendar is chock-a-block with a lot of meetings, so it's coming close to 2:45. I'll have one more question for you, Mr. Baiju. What typically goes wrong, and what are the reasons for not passing, for rejecting applications for loan? We'll have that question, and then we'll have an open forum of a question and answer where you can direct questions to us. Harikishore ji, since we have a time constraint, at any point in time, feel free to leave us, and then we will continue with the questions and answers even after Sir's leaving us. So right now, let's have that answer, and then we will throw it open for questions and answers.
I'll give you a very small example to understand why repayment of loan is in time is very important. What's the date by the calendar today? It's 16th January. Suppose you get a loan sanction today, or you avail it today, and your first installment has to be paid next month. What do you think should be the date of repayment? Should be 16th. Many people are under the misunderstanding that it is okay if they pay the loan installment by February 29th. It is not calendar month, it is the calendar date which is important. If you delay your installment even by a day, your score gets affected, what is known as the CIBIL score. And these are very fundamental questions which needs to be answered. Payment of installment in time is paramount, because even in if 16th loan, the installment has to be paid by 15th midnight. That is, by yesterday, by 12 midnight, you should have paid that installment. If you don't pay, even if you pay today by a day, you will lose some decimal points in your credit score. So it's very, very important that installment and interest are paid. Monthly interest is done on the 30th or the 31st of a month. Please see that the interest is paid on the same day. Because now we have moved to a digital era, whereby everything gets captured. The whole, your credit history by means of an entire file is sent every month to this CIBIL or agency. And they in turn generate your score every month. So it's very, very important that many of these loans get rejected because people think that they have paid the loan in time. Okay, and there is another misconception which goes around all the time. Suppose there is a loan which has fallen due today. There's a February, again 16th the loan gets due, March 16th. On March 16th I go and pay January, February, March installment. And I believe that I have done the right thing. It is absolutely wrong. Please understand that January installment has to be paid in January, February in February, and March. Although 100 was due on January, 100 is due in February, and 100 in March, 300 is not equivalent to the 100 being paid on the respective dates. That affects your score. These small things which you are not aware actually affects your score and then getting a loan. Because I don't know how many managers spare their time to explain this to you. It is very important. Now, many others believe that okay, payment of other dues, etc., are more important. Just to give you an example, if you don't pay your income tax in time, there's a penalty there. They penalize you. December 31st, if you don't file your return, I think there's a 5,000 rupees penalty. If you don't pay your electricity bills in time, probably 2-3 days they'll wait, and that's all. Probably they'll add a fine to it. Nothing happens to the quality of electricity you consume. But if you don't pay your bank dues on the due date, you are scored. You are all, throughout your lifetime, you are carrying a report card along with you. Keep your report card spotlessly clean. Otherwise, every single loan. Try to, and many people believe that prepayment is not necessary. I'll tell you another small, sorry if I'm taking some time to explain very nitty-gritty thing. What happens is a loan has been taken, say 1 lakh rupees loan where 10,000 rupees has to be paid every month. Okay, just to give an example, January 10,000. See, every month you may not be in a position to, because your business goes through ups and downs. So, just if it is Kerala, you take the Onam example of it's North India or East or West, Deepavali could be an example. See, Deepavali is when you could be doing much more business. So you could have surplus more than 10,000 rupees. So use the surplus to repay your loan ahead of time, because that will improve your mark. Don't, okay, this month I am due only for 10,000, although I have 25,000 rupees with me, why should I pay that? Never use that, because probably the month after Deepavali, you may not earn the same thing. So when you have got a bumper, you have got a good earning, use that excess cash to pay your loan. That will improve your score, improve your credit history, and make your life easier. If otherwise, banks are, honestly speaking, banks are chasing for good borrowers. The first thing when you go to a bank and apply for a loan, we take your PAN number or your Aadhaar number and look at your CIBIL report. If your CIBIL report is bad, it goes out straight away. You don't get the loan. So whatever you can offer 100, 200, 300% collateral, the bank is not going to give you. If you have defaulted in a loan, you have not paid the loan, there are overdues there, nobody's. Because now what we have done is, in the system itself, in our software itself, we have built-in artificial intelligence, whereby if you have defaulted, the system will throw out saying that this person is a defaulter, and the system will not allow further processing of the loan. It will stop at that stage. We have moved to that advanced stage of processing. So all those assembled in the room, please keep in mind that loans have to be repaid in time or before time, not after time.
Thank you so much for sharing the importance of credit history and all of that. Harikishorji, would you like to say a few things? Your observations?
Since this is regarding finance, I was listening to Mr. Baiju, and one word which he spoke is very crucial. It's track record. So financing is so simple. People will get loan, provided you have a track record. Even if it is you are an SHG member and you are going to take a loan from your SHG, the leader will check your track record. Similarly, if you go to bank, they will check your track record. So it's always, better to ensure that that is a job of NRLM or SRLM. They should give confidence, they should provide avenues so that the unit will be able to sustain the track record. So that is one. Second is about convergences, right, which I was mentioning about IFRM, and they are sitting there and I am seeing them. They are probably the only enterprise in India who are going to set up 5 cafe units, and smallest is 30 lakhs, highest is 80 lakhs. But they won't be able to take 80 lakhs or 30 lakhs in loan. They are able to achieve it only through convergences. So it can be government convergence, it can be local body convergence, it can be private convergence. So one way to finance your product is to ensure convergences. If there is a, say, big textile unit in Trivandrum, that textile unit is housing 1,000 people, right, and they want to run a canteen. So why don't you enter into a convergence with that textile unit? So the women SHG group who is into food business will get an assured market through this convergence. Correct. They need not pay for the infrastructure, etc. they will have to provide high quality food, earn a small profit. But if you do it for 3-4 years, then your track record will improve. So convergence will give you the entry, and then, with that confidence, in 3-4 years, you will get good track record. With that confidence, you can go to bank. You can go out and say that now, okay, ठीक है, I have done this. Now let me start a private hotel elsewhere.
Right.
The bank will automatically give you finance. So the key to finance, I think, is start with convergence. Starting small is very simple. Start with convergence and ensure a track record, get confidence, and then move out. That is the thought.
Thank you so much. Since we have about 8 minutes of your time, any questions from the audience for Hari Kishore ji, or for initially Hari Kishore ji and then the other panel members as well? Thank you so much.
So, myself Sneha, sir. I am from national team itself.
No.
My question is to maybe an SBI as well as for Hari Kishore, sir. You spoke about credit history. I agree that credit history for the SHG who is taking a loan who has a track record. But we have several schemes wherein SHG are the first time loan taker. So what are the documents that you look into? Because Mudra loan says that there is no collateral required. Because Mudra loan, I think, has 3 different sections. There is no collateral required. So if the SHG or if the enterprise is the first time loan taker, where they want to go with the financing of the bank, then what are the documents that have been seen by the bank for providing them the loan?
Can I?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank
see,
you.
what I meant by credit history is for an existing. If you don't have a credit history, it's fine. The only thing is that if you have not taken a loan anywhere also, the idea should be convincing. Whatever your idea or the project, whatever project you plan to embark upon, that should appear convincing to that. For example, take a small restaurant. Where is it located? What is the kind of clientele you're looking for? What is the kind of revenues that will generate? When they have that idea in mind, when they conceptualize that and put it into some sort of a project report or sort, it should sound convincing. Other than that, credit history, if you are borrowing for the first time, no issue at all. Only thing is that you should not have an adverse credit history. What I meant by that. Those kinds of SHGs can easily be financed. In fact, SHGs have been being, Kudumbashree, of course, has been, of course, like it has grown into a big brand. So SHG financing is that, in fact, there is competition among banks chasing good SHGs. Because they have a very good repayment history, and they have generally have a very good credit discipline also. So as such, no one has ever complained in SHG that they have not got a loan. Because it's very easy.
It is not a complaint, sir. It is just that the process get delayed because of the business plan and the requirement of the business plan. The process get delayed.
Ma'am, honestly, what happens is any interaction between 2 persons, it depends on the person also. It depends. You will hear very adverse reports about people not being treated properly. There will be reports of managers coming, going overboard and making them more welcome and doing that. It's an individual behind the desk which matters more than the bank. If there could be lack of awareness also, I accept that. There could be, because this concept of collateral has gone out of the window. It's no more there. And like I said in the beginning, loans up to 5 crores are now given that. Even beyond that, you will be surprised. Suppose you have a 10 crore project, I can take a 5 crore collateral from you, and 5 crores I can cover it under the CGTMSE scheme. That is, I don't require collateral. That up to 5 crores also I can. So you can do a 100 crore project also, no problem. You can have 5 crores still can be covered. Only thing is that the maximum cap is there. So collateral based lending is gone, because everybody may not be in a position. Otherwise, entrepreneurship will not flourish in the country. So government is also, earlier the limit was 2 crores without collateral. That was revised from 1st April 2023 to enhanced to 5 crores.
So one last question.
Yeah.
This is an online system of loan application which has been taken up these days.
Yeah.
So sir, at SBI level, do we have any particular correspondent person whom SHGs can contact who can help them for the online entries? Because it has been seen, sir, that the SHGs are not that literate to go ahead with the online application form and all the minute things that have been required.
Okay.
So from a bank level, is there any correspondent person that we have kept who can, or the bank SHG can go and contact to the person so that the loan can be facilitated?
Ma'am, that has this logistical challenge because putting one person or a group of say 10 persons in a team, so that has not been found feasible. So it is mostly at the branch level which is there. You can take help of the other say panchayat member and I think the Kudumbashree mission itself has that. We interact with Kudumbashree regularly. They have their people and they assist them. In fact, Kudumbashree also have this district level, taluk level councillors who can design project reports also. So those people help in filling up the application form. And now it has, if all said and done, with the entry of digital, it has its challenges, but it has its plus point. For example, with the linkage, the person, if he or she is already having a bank account, would have an Aadhaar and a PAN-based bank account, which means her details are already been captured there. The basic details are already there. Whatever you are giving will be supplementary information. And that wherever you have doubts, I think the manager can easily guide you. It's only probably the inhibition in getting in touch of what is there. Ideally, to tell you an open secret, ideally approach a branch manager.
This is the time for open secrets, please.
Open secret is, don't approach a bank during busy hours. Do it probably after 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock when the manager will have more breathing space. Because a loan requires much greater time. For example, you come for finding out, okay, what is the account balance or my ATM card. That is a one-off transaction. A loan requires multiple discussions. So to have that window of time, it will always be better second half. So that is where you can get things done here. That doesn't prevent you from coming in the first half. Just
Okay, so there is a question.
Arupji, I have something to add.
Okay, just quickly, Pradeep. You have your mic?
Just to your question, Snehalji, we are creating Vitta Sakhis on the ground because all this digital platform will need some assistance. And we have our Vitta Sakhis, which is at a very nation stage. We have around, I think, 2,000 of them across. And
so the name again is Vitta Sakhis, right?
Vitta Sakhis, like finance Sakhis, we can say, VITTA. Those Sakhis are created and they would be able to help, in preparing the plans and filling up the loan applications online. And then they can also help in taking the member to the bank branch and discussing about the loan products.
Okay, so I have, okay, there is a question there from Meghalaya. Yeah.
I'm representing Meghalaya. So I have a few, one clarification from SBI. There's a case that the SSG have taken a loan. Then they are not able to pay the loan on time, as you have mentioned. Then the one member or two members of the SSGs, now they want to apply for enterprise finance, individual loans, term loan. Will this member eligible under the civil code, whatever use?
Because if the members who are applying for that enterprise loan, if their record is fine, they should not face any problem. Okay. They'll get it. Yeah. Because at that time, their individual record is of paramount importance.
Manojji, you wanted to say something, right? Manojji wanted to
just to complement what Baiju sir was saying and to answer partly Madam's question. Earlier, when a fresh self-help group approaches a bank, there used to be a rating matrix. Each SHG used to be rated on certain metrics of parameters, Panch Sutra, just to assess how strong and solid the SHG is, whether they are meeting regularly, whether there is internal lending, whether they are keeping records, all those things. That proves that, the self-help group is strong and it gives the branch manager a certain level of confidence.
Okay. Yeah. So I have a question for Harikishore ji. From a state rural livelihood mission, how do we build competencies where we can come up with better project plans which can be approved? Because Sir talked about that sometimes, the business plans, the financial numbers may not look good. And because of Kudumbashree's experiences over these years, is there something that you would like to share with us on how do we really become better and better? So any DPR kind of a document or a business plan where we can project the profits, where we can project the break-evens for a business. Any comments on that? Sure. Absolutely.
It's also almost on the similar lines only because Hari Kishore has been in the Kudumshiri, so he knows it very well. So I wanted to know that how we can converge with his Department of Industry and Commerce so that we can extend more help to our SHG members or SHG or some type of their collectives, how we can work together.
Okay, so, sir, thank you, sir. So basically it's all about ideas. When your question was there, I just got an idea regarding that unicorns. We have something called unicorns in startup area. So since this national conference is happening on food sector enterprises, why not NRLM come out with an idea of top 100 food sector enterprises of India? Somebody with a turnover of 1 lakh per day or 50,000 per day. It can be, it need not be throughout the country. It can be maybe in Kerala. If the numbers are more, it can be top 100 or top 10 of Kerala. It can be top 10 of Karnataka. So that way, branding will happen. The food sector enterprises will be known, and we will be able to really go behind the numbers. Turnover is the only thing. It is not the capital investment. Turnover, how much volume is generated by that enterprise. So that is one idea, sir. Then regarding convergence with industries department, industries, whether it is DPIIT or Ministry of Commerce or Industries and Commerce Department of various states, they are focusing on all the three: manufacturing, service and trade. So trade is okay. Trade is also one part, manufacturing is another part, but most of the food enterprises are coming in service part. So one angle is industry is giving more finance to manufacturing units. I was talking to somebody and he was asking whether there's a scheme in industries department. Yes, we have a scheme to give 40 lakhs as subsidy. Then I have a scheme to give 2 crore as subsidy, huge money as subsidy. But it's only for manufacturing. So one idea for industry is, let us take service also. So if industry department is taking the same subsidy for service units, then it is going to benefit almost all the food enterprises. So we will be able to do that policy level change in that. Second angle with industry department could be the integrated approach. Now many food units are, or service units are also slowly starting manufacturing unit. If there is a bakery, they will not only be bakery selling things, but they will also produce things. So similarly, a food enterprise producing the atta which they require or batter which they require, etc., and they will sell it outside. So, integrating manufacturing plus service will take the enterprise to the basket of industries department and their scheme of things. So these are the two ideas which I thought maybe, sir, I request you to brand food as a big thing, because food enterprises are the future and so many people are eating outside and there is a lot of market which is available. Now regarding DPR, DPR is, it's okay, it's only paper. People write DPR. If you give 6,000 rupees, you will get a bankable DPR if you want to submit for a 5 lakh loan in local areas. Okay. If you want a 1 crore loan, then there are, a set system to get a DPR. Okay. So it is not really the DPR, but if you see the person, then there is an assessment. You talk to him, you see his confidence. So DPR is a document which people can manage and people can,
Okay.
It is the confidence of the bank, but the real confidence is in the hard work, in the interactions. So that way.
Arupji, I have something to add.
Sure.
Here. Maybe I'll stand up. Sorry, this is not a question, but this is a suggestion. I'm planning to give a suggestion because I'm a career banker myself.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm a career banker myself. I'm an ex-CBO of a bank. Now I'm working with the Karnataka State Department Skill Development Corporation as an Indian Administrative Fellow. What I see, Arupji, is it's not that we don't have schemes. We have enough schemes. As a banker, I agree with Mr. Baiju. There are hundreds of schemes we run, whether it's PM Swanidhi, Vishwakarma, or CGT MSC. But the awareness levels, forget about customers, even among the people in this room is very bad. I'm sorry being a little bit blunt, but that's the reality. My request to the bankers, I'm also a banker, you have SLBC and DLBCs. You have under SRLM, you have state level project officers, district level as well as taluk level officers. Please collaborate and run awareness training programs. The moment they have the awareness, they can go back to customers. I could hear that lady asking question about SHG groups. SHG group, if I were a branch manager, I agree with Mr. Baiju. I chase customers to get SHG customers. I also ran microfinance companies where I'll give a classic example, sir. In Karnataka, microfinance portfolio, I'm talking about NBFC microfinance companies, is more than 40,000 crores. Whereas the state-run JLG group is about 1,200 crores. That itself and believe me, the rate of interest what private NBFCs charge is more than 2.5 times compared to what the public sector banks charge under the JLG program. Still customers go there because one, ease of convenience, you go get the money on the same day, if not the next day. I think what is lacking today is the collaboration. I think Mr. Harikishore explained it. You will have to have SLBC, DLBC and taluk level programs. Create awareness among the department employees first and then for the customers as well. That gives a huge boost. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I have one more answer to sir's question. Sir, one more idea for industries departments support is clusters. We have manufacturing clusters. If there is a puppet cluster in Trivandrum, there are 25 puppet manufacturing units. They won't be able to procure big machines on their own. So they formed a cluster, they hired a land, and they are having a 5 crore project. So similarly, in food business, if there are nearby hotels, they form a cluster and they can either produce everything centrally and sell it here, or they can produce batter, or whichever way. So formation of cluster is a real convergence with industries department. It's basically, sir, manufacturing and service putting together as a overall basket.
So I've got a note over here which says I have to wind up ASAP. One more last question. Make it a meaningful question.
Regarding this cluster part of it, we also, for example, we have identified 2 clusters in Kerala. One is the plywood industry. It's both basically out of Perumbaur and then the rubber industry, which is out of Kottayam and surrounding. So we also have identified where they get a lot of incentives also in financing. Just to supplement to sir.
Okay. One last question.
It's an insurance part also.
On the insurance, so like
Business insurance, product insurance, and as well as the member insurance.
Okay. Would anybody like to comment on that?
Insurance is
product insurance and member insurance, some kind of a safety net for the rural entrepreneurs. Is there something that you like to?
See, Government of India has introduced a lot of Suraksha schemes, PMJJY, PMSBY. If you have a bank account, you can enroll any time in any of these schemes. The premium is very low. I think for PMJJY it is 10 rupee or 20 rupees per year. And naturally, if you go to a banker, if you take a loan, they will insist on insuring your assets.
What kind of insurance? Member insurance for what? I'd like to understand.
Not for the person, the unit itself.
Unit anyway, see, even if you are a manufacturing or even other service unit, we'll take the fire and theft and burglary, all those insurance is always there. That is mandatory. So any unit, that part, because in case of there is any damage, you can get the claim. So that risk is covered. That insurance is a must, that is mandatory. We also, because that is there even for crop loans. Farming also, the crops get insured under PM Kisan Bima Yojana also, we do the insurance.
Okay. I think we've reached the limit.
Supplement.
Okay.
Regarding insurance.
Madam?
Yeah, regarding insurance, the feedback from the field is nobody is insured. Nobody is interested to take insurance. Like when there was a flood recently in a nearby place, we found that none of the industrial units in that particular estate is not insured. If you want to take an investment insurance for your 25 lakh capital investment, it is only 2,500 rupees per year. It is all natural calamities. So in Kerala, we started a scheme for financing that particular part. So that can also be supplied. Like 2,500 is not a big money, but if somebody's investment is 1 crore, then he'll have to pay that much, 10,000 per year. So government can, in Kerala, we have 50% subsidy scheme. That can be done. It is basically about giving awareness and ensuring that people are insured. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. We'd like to bring this session to a close. Thank you very much, Harikishore ji. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, Baiju ji, and thank you, Pradeep. Of course, we are still available in the corridors over here. So if you want to ask questions, you see us, please feel free to reach out to the panel members over here. Thank you very much. I'm sorry this has gone a little over time, but I'm sure you'll catch up in the next session. Thank you.
Before we quickly wind up the session, I would like to welcome Sir Jafar Malik, Executive Director, Kudumbashree, to hand over our token of appreciation to the panelists. Starting with S. Harikishore IAS, Director, Directorate of Industries and Commerce. H. Manoj, General Manager, NABARD. KP Baiju, Deputy General Manager, SBI SME. Sir Pradeep Das, Enterprise Financing Consultant, NRLM. And to our beloved moderator, Arup Ghosh Doshidar, National Resource Person. Thank you so much, everyone. Started 4 years ago, the Women's Food Court, situated at Naduvilal in Thrissur Round, has 6 women entrepreneurs who run food counters that sell everything, including tea, snacks, dosas, meals, and biryanis. Let's have a look about them.
Located near the renowned Vadakkunnathan Temple in Kerala, Women's Food Court is a unique food enterprise model where 6 different women entrepreneurs serve a diverse culinary delight under one roof. Owing to its strategic location, the food court caters to a wide customer base including tourists, local workers and students. The team operates in 2 shifts and serves between 400 to 500 customers a day. The average turnover of food court is between 80,000 to 1 lakh a day, is a testimony to the success of this model. The highlight of the model is how 6 different entrepreneurs operate specific segments of food production. This ranges from the unit where tea is served, the section for Kerala Feast and Meals, a snacks live counter where Kerala specialties, appams and parotas are prepared as per order, a separate section for non-veg, and a juice bar serving mouth-watering juice and coolers.
ഞാൻ 10 വർഷമായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് പോകുന്ന ആളാണ്. എനിക്കിവിടെ വന്നിട്ട് ലാഭം മാത്രമേ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളൂ, നഷ്ടം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. ടെൻഷൻ ഇങ്ങനെ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുപോകുമ്പോൾ ഒരു സ്ഥാപനം ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് നടത്തുന്ന ടെൻഷൻ ഒരിക്കലും ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. പലരായിട്ട് നടത്തുന്നത് പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെതായ കുറെ പ്രൊസീജിയേഴ്സ് ഉള്ളതൊക്കെ അതിന്റെ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ആണല്ലോ നടത്തുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് ടെൻഷൻ കുറവാണ്.
The backbone of this 10-year-old model, which integrates these separate sections seamlessly, is AIF RHM, a hospitality management services provider promoted by Kudumbashree. The facility management team is responsible for overseeing crucial aspects of the operation, such as setting up and management of the facility, customer services, accounts, billing, and housekeeping to ensure the smooth functioning of the establishment. 30% of the total turnover is provided as service charge for facility management team. This is a unique food service enterprise model because of the higher sales volume and employment. The success of this model hinges on having the right combination of the team, anchoring the facility and the diversity of the products offered.
We will now begin our fourth session, branding and marketing. Branding and marketing has always been one of the important areas while supporting food service enterprises. It is one of those areas that bring value and appeal for the business. While we wish to support SSG runs food service enterprises, it becomes critical for us to understand branding and marketing. For the session, now I would like to introduce Professor L.K. Vaswani. Professor L.K. Vaswani has extensive and varied experience of over 40 years in rural marketing, livelihoods, value chain development, and research. He has held senior positions in varied institutes and organizations and has worked in IRMA for 13 years, was NABARD Chair Professor and Acting Director, CEO of newly formed Indian Coffee Marketing Cooperative in Hassan, Karnataka. In addition to this, his current responsibility as adjunct faculty at MICA, he is of faculty at MICA. He is also the director of KIIT School of Rural Management, KIIT University Bhubaneswar, expert committee member of Science for Equity Empowerment and Development Programs, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and advisor at the National Livelihood Resource Institute, Ratlam. Professor Vaswani has consulted with various state governments and development organizations such as World Bank, Food and Agricultural Organization, European Economic Commission, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNDP, Export-Import Bank of India, National Dairy Development Board, NABARD, Steel Authority of India, Integrated Coastal Zone Management Program, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management Chennai, Consortium Partner, Ministry of Environment and Forest, among others. It's my honor to welcome such a luminary, Professor Vaswani, onto the stage. I would like to introduce the panelists onto the stage. Aditi Gandhi ma'am, founder and CEO, Colorcraft Studio. Welcome ma'am. Sir Anubhav Sapra, Delhi Food Walks founder. Chansi Sharma ma'am, marketing specialist. Sir Thomas George, Star Communication Associate Director, Planning.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. And, generally professors are asked to used to take more time, but I have been forewarned that I should use this additional time. So it is a little bit of anticlimax. Huh? Anyway, we'll try to do as quickly as possible because marketing branding anyway is a very catchy subject. I don't know how many questions people will have. And, so I have a elite panel with me whose names have already been taken. So to
to cut short time, I have requested them to introduce themselves very briefly. Just to make some opening remarks, I think it has been discussed for last 2-3 days that the opportunities in food sector have grown in recent past, and that is why the concept of food enterprises actually has emerged. Now, the consumer behavior is changing, eating out practices have gone up, so all this gives a lot of opportunities in the food sector, and how much the community building organization will be capture this kind of growing market is a big challenge. And obviously marketing and branding is going to play a very big role there. And I think yesterday you also spoke that this kind of knowledge sector, particularly for SAG sector, is still lacking. Maybe at the end I'll give my few suggestions, but I think another important point is also that considering the kind of enterprise we are talking about, although there's a lot of knowledge available about branding, marketing at a corporate level, but for this particular sector, I think the knowledge is lacking. I'm yet to see a research paper who talks about marketing and branding in community-led organizations. Another important part is that the kind of organization we are talking about, cost control is very important. So I think recently opportunities have also emerged. Can we talk about social media, which is relatively cost effective? Can we talk about word of mouth marketing? So all these opportunities are to be in fact explored, and this is a virgin field so far. So, and I think what I will do now for this session, I'll request all my panelists to briefly introduce themselves. Then after introducing, let them one by one share their thoughts, because they are very elite people with long experience in the field, and and I have also, before start of the session, all of us met and decided that in the end, they'll try to reorient or tweak their knowledge, that how the knowledge which they have gained from long experience can be applied to the community building of community organization. So, Aditi, can we start with you?
Firstly, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I can say this in behalf of Sir and the rest of the panelists. We are very, very excited to be a part of such a beautiful and purposeful cause. And we will try our level best to translate our knowledge that we've gathered over the last couple of decades. I'll do a quick round of introduction myself, since Sir insists that we do it ourselves. And then I'll pass it on to the rest of the panelists, and then maybe we can circle back with certain thoughts that all of us have. So I am the founder and CEO at Colorcraft Studio. We are a Mumbai-based brand strategy firm. For the last 15 years, I think CCS has been instrumental in positioning, designing, and implementing brands across industries. But of course, hospitality and the food services industry specifically has been one of our fortes. We actually operate in about 20 countries and 6 continents. So we've been lucky enough to be exposed not only to the Indian diaspora, but also internationally. So right from your L'Oreals of the world to your HULs, we've pretty much, been honored to work with a lot of exciting brands and bringing these brands to life. But in the last couple of months, I am proud to say that we are currently working on what I think is our most exciting and purposeful project so far, which is what we're all here to discuss. Our association with the Ministry of Rural Development began with the Sanjeevani Cafe branding engagement. We've had a couple of interactions, very fruitful interactions in the last couple of months, and learned so much about this beautiful cause that we're all working towards. And I think what I'd love to do once we finish a round of introductions is tell you a little bit about what our learnings have been since it's right up the alley. And of course, at the end of it, happy to answer any questions that you guys have. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Anubhav.
Thank you so much for having me. I'll give you a quick introduction about myself. I'm Anubhav Sapra, and I run a company called Delhi Food Walks. We are into many things, but essentially we are into food tourism. We conduct food walks in Delhi and Jaipur. And then we also do food festivals. We do food curation at Jashn-e-Rekhta, which is the world's largest Urdu festival, language festival. And then I also create content online. I travel all over India and document it on my YouTube channel. It could be it's mostly the regional cuisine. It could be the street food, the urban foodscape. And it's more about food and travel, which we cover on our YouTube channel. And then we also do Delhi's first street food awards, which we conduct in 2 years we do it. So these are the 4 things which we do at Delhi Food Walks. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, brilliant. Hi, my name is Chansi. I'm glad to be here. It's a brilliant opportunity. So many people here talking about the same cause, something that we can build and grow together. Just to keep it brief, I'm a marketing professional. I've worked for various brands, various industries, right from travel, tourism, retail, to significantly hospitality. I've worked over a decade in hospitality, worked across different brands, different trade channels, different profiles, right from microbreweries to cafes, bakeries, restaurants. So across different channels, and it's been an interesting journey. I now do freelance work, assisting brands in creating their identity, in creating their online social media presence, even their annual marketing strategies, annual marketing calendars, depending on the brand's needs. So that's what I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Anji. Hi all. I'm the only panelist from Kerala in this group here. So I would like to start with welcoming all of you who are from outside the state to Kerala, because the agency that I work with, which I've been part of the last 23 years, we primarily work with Kerala tourism. So all the campaigns that all of you have seen across the last so many years, probably close to 25 years, has been done by Stark. So which we always seen food as something central to the brand of Kerala. So when you came to Kerala or when you started the journey to Kerala, if anyone of you had any food in mind, okay, I need to have this, or I need to have something like this or that, or I need to go to a particular restaurant or try something else here. So building that into the brand of Kerala is something also that we have done across time. And I at Stark look after strategy and planning for the key brands that we handle. So that is it for the introduction. Let's start and then.
Thank you so much. So where I left off was essentially that we've had a couple of really interesting and fruitful interactions with the Sanjeevani team, over the last couple of months. And one thing was very clear, that we have a very, very inspirational cause, yet it's definitely going to be a challenging one, right? Where the scale that we're operating at, the number of women entrepreneurs who could be impacted by this, just the sheer audacity of this mission is something that really struck us. And I think the burning question that we came back with was, how do we provide the right branding platform for a plus of multi-crore rural women? I don't think this kind of endeavor has been done anywhere. And I feel like this is something that is, while it's such an exceptional cause for us, this is literally going to transform the lives of these women. So I think it's definitely something that we all need to take seriously. So let's see in terms of this entire diaspora, what are the pieces of the puzzle that are already in place, right? We have a stellar brand story and narrative, which is the basis of any iconic brand, with such an impactful vision and cause. The government's wholehearted support in terms of infrastructure and everything else that it's doing, that itself is half the battle won. An exceptional value proposition and product offering. I've had the honor of tasting some of the products that these women have made, and it's just takes you back home, right? It comes from such a place of nurture, and the home food takes you back to your mother's kitchen. And last but not the least, have you met some of these women? Oh my God, they are the most motivated entrepreneurs I have seen. And I mean, all of us here have been through that journey in some way or the other. I don't think we were nearly as motivated as when we started off. So while we have all these amazing things in place, I guess the question is, what is that secret sauce, no pun intended, to imprint this mission in the mind of our customers and community, more importantly, by creating iconic brands that will truly be able to not only compete with other private and international brands in the domestic arena, but more importantly, eventually, we hope to take this to a global stage. So with that mission in mind, and with that question in mind, I wanted to basically walk you guys through our approach in terms of what we've outlined with the Sanjeevani team and what I think would be very, very important for multiple state mandates for this particular initiative. So I guess the question is, what have the most iconic brands in the world done right? But before I get to that, because I feel like I've been speaking for quite some time, any brands that pop into your heads? Anyone? The most iconic brands in the world? Apple, okay, I hear Apple, I hear Gillette, definitely. Anything in the food services arena, since we're... ITC, okay. What else have we got? KFC? McDonald's, yeah, hit that one right on the spot. So McDonald's is, I mean, who has not experienced a McDonald's meal here, right? I remember when McDonald's came to India, there was a furor. There was a line around the block. I remember, I'm from Bombay. So the first one was, I remember this so vividly because I was a child. It was in Linking Road, and there were people lined up about 5 or 6 hours earlier. So let's take just McDonald's as a case study, right? Because I think they're one of those international brands that have so beautifully understood the nuance of the market that they are getting into. So speaking of market, step number 1, what did they do right? Okay, just using McDonald's as a case study, and we'll toggle down with a couple of brands. In-depth market research. So right from understanding regional nuances, which again, in a project like ours is so important, right? Within just the state of Kerala or the state of Karnataka, there are so many different influences in terms of the food services industry. So really understanding what those influences and nuances stand for. Understand the sentiment of the target audience. Here again, our Didis, our rural women entrepreneurs are all cooking such a diverse set of meals, providing such a diverse set of value proposition that it's very, very important to know how to communicate this to the right target audience. So understanding, so brand strategy starts with market research, guys. That's the most important takeaway. If you get the strategy bang on in terms of knowing your market, knowing your customer, knowing your segmentation, again, very, very important to know what segment you belong to, because then you can curate the right kind of brand story and visual language accordingly, to even customizing their product. So I think there's no better brand than McDonald's, who's done that so successfully and beautifully in India. Nowhere in the world will you find this exact same offerings except for their fries, right? Every burger, every particular offering and value proposition is completely customized to that region. Did you guys know that how many of you all have had a Pizza McPuff? Show of hands. Pizza McPuff? Wow, you all are really missing out, the rest of you all. I mean, please go and try that out for sure. So the Pizza McPuff, believe it or not, is not available anywhere else in the world. This was curated only for the Indian market. So I think that's knowing the pulse of the market inside out, right? So I think that needs to be a very, very strong starting point for us. Once we've understood our vision, our market, understood where we are at, where we want to be, the next thing, which is extremely, extremely crucial, I cannot lay enough emphasis on this, and I'm sure Sir would agree, is competitor analysis and looking at global best practices. Know your neighbor, know your enemy, know your competition, and more importantly, learn how you can differentiate from them. So here, again, from a market research perspective, no-brainer, right? But also from a branding standpoint, how is my competition talking? What are the kind of USPs or differentiators that they are using? How are they then tying that in with the way they position their brand, right? So that's from a competition perspective. Our job does not end there. We also need to look at global best practices because, again, we're talking about a McDonald's, right? How are these guys created these successful brands? What are the things that we can learn from them and inculcate as a part of our ecosystem? So this is a very extensive exercise which needs to be taken very seriously, based on which you can then arrive and speak in what I think is one of the most crucial things, and I'm sure our dear friend Thomas here will also talk more to this later, but speak in a unified and authentic brand voice. Whether we're looking at a rural target audience or an urban target audience, I don't need to tell you guys this, that gap is diminishing really swiftly, right? Every rural consumer that you will meet, including the stakeholders within the ecosystem, has a smartphone. They have access to all the information that the world has to provide. And for this very reason, it's very, very important that our brand voice is authentic. When I say authentic, everyone from the doorman to the CEO of the company needs to speak the same language. And be this verbal or non-verbal. I think another brand, I think one brand that does that so interestingly is have you guys, I'm sure you all have all experienced the Taj group at some point in time. I think that's one brand that does this spectacularly. Irrespective of which Taj property you visit, whether it is here or globally, they all will greet you in the exact same way. You are guaranteed a unified and consistent brand experience. If we can manage to do this, and again, McDonald's, Apple, you name these brands which are retail-centric, they do this beautifully right. And it is not something that just comes about. It's done through very intentional guidelines. It's done through documentation. It's done through standard operating procedures. Once this is in place, then I think, and this is what branding is most known for, and I slightly beg to differ because I don't think branding is just about a logo and a visual language. That's the cosmetic aspect of it. If you get the strategy, the competitor analysis, the brand voice, and the brand story, you know, the one that really touches your heart, and we already have that, right? We're through this conclave, I'm sure every single day we're pulling at a gazillion people's heartstrings. Just these videos of these women, they're so powerful, they're so beautiful. I knew it was a mistake wearing this dupatta the minute I walked onto stage. But anyways, so I think that is extremely important as well. But once you get your strategy bang on and followed by your communication, then the identity and the visual language just flows, right? Then the endeavor for a brand strategist like us, all of us here, is to just create a very delightful experience at every customer touch point. So for all the people who are looking to build these kind of brands in their own state and, you know, take this entire endeavor on, very, very, very important to map the entire customer flow or the customer journey. So from the first instant that someone is interacting with your brand, right? Maybe just like I said, the doorman, to when they actually experience the space, when they're sitting down and have a meal, when they're checking out, they need to have a very, very unified experience by creating delightful, visually appealing touch points at every step of the way. And of course, once that is done, you have your communication, you have your strategy, you have your business goals, and of course, you have your visual identity in place. The the most important aspect, standard operating procedures. For an initiative of this scale, spanning, like I said, multi-crores of women entrepreneurs, it cannot be achieved without meticulous implementation. So strategy is one, but implementation is extremely important. So creating brand guidelines, creating communication guidelines, right down to the script, right, of what each woman entrepreneur is going to say, how they are communicating, how are they talking about their brand, to create that really valuable perception, right? Because that's what branding is. Today, if you as a customer can walk away feeling like this brand has their act together, I'm experiencing, they're delighting me over and over again in different locations, different regions, agnostic of any particular time frame, I am definitely going to be impressed. So standard operating procedures, lock those manuals down, lock those communication toolkits down, and make sure that every person in the ecosystem is trained on this front. Last but not the least, and I feel this again, given the fact that we're not talking about 5 such enterprises, we're talking about tens of thousands. It's going to be very, very important that before you execute your branding and marketing and any kind of strategy on ground, do it through a pilot, right? The rollout of the rest of the outlets can happen at a subsequent time, but it is very, very important for us to test the market by rolling it out in a couple of pilot outlets, seeing what the reaction is, doing audits and reviews. Because again, branding is not a one-time exercise, right? It requires constant course correction in such a dynamic business environment. And most importantly, once these periodic reports, periodic audits and analytics are done, don't be afraid to make changes to the strategy, because it is a ever-evolving environment that requires it. So all in all, I would like to end this with saying, review, analyze, implement, repeat. And with that, I'll pass on the mic to Anubhav. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aditi. Aditi has spoken from the brand perspective, the competition strategy and all of that. For me, food is more about learning and sharing with others. Food is your ethnic identity. Food is about sharing with the community. It's about the stories of the people. It's about your neighborhood. It's about your grandma. So it's beyond competition and strategy for me. So having said that, I'm going to throw some data for you. Coming from the content creation perspective, I'm the only one in the panel as a content creator. So I think we need to first talk about the digital data in India. How many internet users are in India? According to a report by Information and Broadcasting Ministry, India has over 1.2 billion mobile phone users and 600 million smartphone users. And secondly, mobile internet has been such a positive development in country's digital progress. In 2019, over 73% of India's total web traffic were coming from mobile phones. Thirdly, this penetration of smartphones has resulted in users consuming a lot of content from their mobile, online from their mobile. And it's not only about the content, it's more about the entertainment and learning many things online. Fourthly, a report by Bain & Company, which they published recently, they said that on a smartphone, about every person, they spend almost 4.8 hours every day. On average, you can say almost 5 hours every day just scrolling their phone. And out of which, 1 hour is spent on just consuming different entertainment content. Lastly, there was a latest data released by about the Facebook that India is home to 385.7 million Facebook users. And it is the country with the highest number of Facebook users. This represents around 22.1% of the population. In other words, over 1 out of every 5 people in India is a Facebook user. So you can just imagine like how much time people spend online and they watch content as a source of entertainment. Now, how can the entrepreneurs leverage that, and wherein the influencers, social media marketing influencers, they come into picture. First is about how, like when we talk about influencer, there's a traditional way of marketing any product. It could be from TV or setting up billboards and advertising in newspapers. But there's a new thing which has come up called social media influencers. And we call them citizen influencers as well. Firstly, because they are the one whom you can relate to. There are certain set of celebrities or people who advertise the products whom you can't approach. But social media influencers are one whom we can approach and you can relate to. If someone is endorsing a food product and is using that, you can at least kind of believe in that person is using it, and then you can literally use it. So then the content which is being created by social media influencers is quite engaging in different formats. It could be on Facebook, it could be on YouTube, it could be on Instagram, it could be on Twitter now, which is X. So you can, like there are different platforms on which they create the engaging content. Thirdly, it's also about amplifying the brand awareness. Within a short span, you can reach out to millions of people. Just to give an example, recently I was in Kolkata during the Durga Puja festival, and randomly I came across a street food vendor who was making a very unique dish coming from Bihar. He was making a very unique style of litti chokha. I just simply shot a video from my mobile phone and uploaded it on my Instagram. Within 1 month, it has reached 7 million views. So you can just imagine the reach. If you have a story that can reach to a wider audience. So that's also then it's also about cost effectiveness. On traditional marketing, like if you're giving an advertisement on newspaper or on television ad, you spend a lot of money in creating TV ads. But this is a simple way of just using your mobile phone and creating a content and simply uploading it there itself. So it's like very cost effective way of reaching out to more people. And finally, it's about driving conversions. So if you watch any influencer using any product, you simply go and click it there itself and buy it there itself. So it's from amplifying the brand awareness to driving the conversion. Social media influencers is a great way to reach out to people. Thank you.
Thanks, Anubhav, sorry. Since Aditi has talked about what are the major concepts in marketing and what we should follow, very rightly pointed out. I was thinking instead of me talking about similar things and talking about the structure, a better idea would be I could give you examples of how some of these things have worked out, what has worked, what maybe could have been done a little better. But just to give it a little bit of a structure, I would start with what are the critical elements in marketing, especially in a hospitality brand. According to me, obviously there are 4 Ps, which everyone must have read about, 4 Ps, 3 Cs, 7 Cs. The numbers and alphabets keep changing, but the main premise, the main aspect is still the same. There are 4 critical elements in marketing for hospitality. First is identity. And when I say identity, it's not about, the name, logo. It's something which can be created easily. What's important is when I say identity is who are we? What are our strengths? So for example, if we are saying we are an international cafe bakery chain, for example, then we have to stick to what we are talking about. One of the brands that I worked with, and I obviously wouldn't take the name, started with an X number of products, created a special brand identity, talked about a certain set of products. That's what was getting people in. If it was, for example, burgers, Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts started with donuts. It also added a lot of different products to their kitty. Now, when you are known for a certain set of products, you create a category within that, you build more items within that, bring different tastes, flavors within that.
But if you keep adding different categories, different product lines to it, your brand, your identity can get confused. So this is something, a trap, which a lot of F&B brands can fall into a trap of, in terms of how many SKUs you can have. So one of the important parts of identity is figuring out who you are, what are your strengths. Even if you say, I'm going to only make samosa and chai in a tapri, which is the example, one of the examples someone brought up in the morning. But if you're going to talk about only samosas and chai, then you stick to samosas. I make the best authentic Punjabi samosa. Let people come to you for that. If you're going to add samosa and then also add, okay, but I'm in Kerala, maybe I should also add idlis, I should also add dosa, I have families coming in, kids may not like it, you're confusing your brand. You create an identity, stick to your strengths, and then look at what customer feedback has been like. And then you go ahead and look at your menu engineering in terms of which products you need to focus on. Even in terms of, say, for example, if you have 10 items in your SKU, you have burgers, you have donuts, and you have pastas and pizzas, and so on and so forth. You need to decide which category you are going to focus on. And that's how you decide in terms of even pricing. One of the things which we always look at is when you're going to promote, in terms of how, when guests are coming in, there are always people looking for recommendations. Someone comes in, there are 10 items on the menu, which one should I order? The guest will come and ask. So which products you are promoting? Those should always be on top. Again, one of the brands that I worked with, we had 10 other items, and we generally, logically, it makes sense to list down items price-wise in your menu. The cheapest item goes on top, the second one price-wise. It's simpler, everyone understands, we are always driven to price, but what I've actually seen, and this is multiple times, if you pick up your signature item, a product which you totally believe in, which you know everyone will love, always put that on top. Let all your staff promote that. A lot of times what also happens is, if you have a restaurant and you have 5 different servers, and you go ask one person, what's special here? One person will say biryani, second person will say something else. It's so important. Everyone, like she said, everyone speaks the same language, talk about the same set of products. So that in terms of your identity, figuring out what you want to talk about, who you are, and building a story around it. If you're saying it's the best Punjabi samosa, what's the story behind it? You know, is it a recipe which has been passed on around, and so on. So building your identity is extremely critical. Second part, which everyone talks about, is location. So when we talk about starting a restaurant or a tapri or whatever, a kiosk or whatever, there are different trade channels. So you can have your restaurant in a BNI, which is inside a tech park. You can also have your restaurant in a residential area. You can also have it on a high street, like a main market area, or inside a hospital, or right outside an educational institution, like a college, school, whatever. What happens is, wherever you are, your product offering will have to reflect that, because there are people who are coming for specific things. So for example, if you are in a tech park, people have generally, it's a captive audience. It's thousands of people within that tech park who will be coming to you, which means these are people who have maybe half an hour, 40 minutes for lunch. Coming to your restaurant will take away 5 minutes, going back, smoke break, all of that, 15 minutes get taken away. So if you are in a tech park and you are starting a restaurant, you have 20 minutes to take the order, get the food out, and also let the person enjoy their meal. So you have that 20-25 minutes. So when you have that, your product offering cannot be something which takes 10 minutes in the oven. It has to be something quick. Similarly, if you're in a residential area or a high street area, your offerings, your product, your price points, your marketing initiatives, your resources everything gets dependent on the location. So once you know what is your identity, I have the best Punjabi samosa, I want a tapri, then you have to see where you can place it. So location is extremely important. Third thing I would say is important is in terms of marketing promotions. Generally, whenever you start a brand, as a marketing manager, you get questioned. You are spending, say for example, 1,00,000 rupees on something. What kind of returns you are getting from it? So to quantify that, and everything is quantifiable, but you have to see what kind of initiative you're doing, what your objectives are. So when you talk about marketing promotions, there are different ways to do it. One could be when you are talking about the brand, a brand-driven promotion. The purpose of this would be to talk about educating your customers about your brand, your heritage. This recipe was created by my amma 100 years ago, recipe passed down. You are talking about your brand. So when you are talking about later quantifying it, you have to quantify it basis how many people came back, gave feedback on it, how many people came, talked about it on social media, how many people made reels on it, and so on. So you're quantifying it differently. On the other hand, if you're talking about a product-based promotion, so for example, you pick up a category, it's something you guys totally believe in, for example, burgers, a category you guys totally believe in, it has high margins, 25% food cost, and it can sell, it's a great product you believe in, but people are not picking it up. So you do a product-related promotion, you do a burger festival, you introduce different varieties, get people to then try it. So people know this is a big category and they start ordering it. Your team, your servers are pushing for it. So then how do you quantify that? You quantify it basis what is the percentage that category is selling in your overall sales mix. If burger, for example, earlier was 5%, has that percentage increased? Because then if your percentage has increased by whatever percent, then you know your campaign has been successful. So you focus on that. Similarly, if you're only looking at generating footfalls, getting more people in, which is something which a lot of restaurants do all the time, then you look at price-driven promotions or buy one, get one or whatever. Then your quantifiable measure is in terms of overall sales growth, what percentage has increased and so on. So these are some of the main factors. One more thing which I would think is extremely crucial would be guest experience and consistency. One of the previous sessions, the chef mentioned, he talked about the consistency in terms of food, how it's important that food always remain the same and so on. It's the same from a marketing perspective. It's the same if it remains the same for guest experience in terms of how your first interaction across different touch points, how your team is talking about the brand, how food is being given out, and similarly, even how your responses are there to online feedback and so on. So these are some of the critical things. That's it.
Thank you, Chancy. I would like to take a small break from the talks that we've been having. I'll just play a small film. It's a small 1-minute film, and then I'll move on. Can't see that? Yeah.
Beef roasted, matti fry, ayla fry, and some fry.
Carol Mills.
So this film was done in 2013, shot in 2013 and released in 2014. It was released in few international markets. It is also released inside Kerala. So the idea was that was a time when Kudumbashree units were venturing out into food businesses. SSGs were getting on into making small canteens and small restaurants and stuff like that. So we wanted to make it part of the Kerala story. That is how, this is one of the stories that we did under the Responsible Tourism umbrella. It had a farmer, it had a guide, and a few others also. So what we tried to capture was to tell how authentic the experience of food can be for a traveler. And now when we look back, when I look back probably almost a decade after, the SSG units or the Kudumbashree or the Sanjeevani or the Didi Ki Rasoi in Bihar or any of those places, they're actually not talking to the travelers. They are talking to you and me, people who are living in those cities or in those regions or in those localities and are trying to get a meal of the day, which could be breakfast, lunch or dinner or a tea in between kind of a thing. So when these people are trying to tell me, okay, there is good food at a reasonable price, served cleanly or neatly kind of a thing, made by women who know about their food. How do we tell that story in a... So the challenge that I see is when I was listening to the earlier two sessions, when I was here, what Chansi mentioned now about standardization. And very categorically, one of the chefs, or probably one of the senior most chefs who was sitting here said, say we can have some benchmarks, guidelines, book can be created, but it will never be the same. Like when Aditi said in the beginning, like McD or KFC are the biggest examples of standardization. The product that we have in front of us, we ourselves don't think it will be the same across all the places. It is going to be different. Even the menu might be different in the same city or in the nearby districts. So the challenge will be how do we create a brand or a set of brands that will stand for something that resonates same everywhere. Because if the menu is not going to be the same, if the taste is not going to be the same, the setting is not going to be the same, so how do I connect to that as a brand? So probably we need to figure out something. This is only a thinking board because there is no solution right now out here. But when I say Kudumbashree Canteen, in the previous session, Mr. Harikishore mentioned about, okay, when somebody sees a Kudumbashree label or the board or the sticker, I assume it is safe. So is that a direction? Or is that something that can be common for all the self-help groups in one region or in one locality or in one state? Or something that will be beyond the food on the table, which will be the same across all these. So which I can say, okay, this is the brand that I'm walking into. This is what the brand will give me. Yes, the food is going to be, but it also has to tell me a story about the food. Because without the food on the table, I'm not going to walk in. If the food is not going to be tasty, if it's not going to feed my hunger or is not going to be tickle my taste buds, I'm not going to walk in a second time. I might walk in the first time, but second time, no. So if the second time I need to walk in, I need to know the food is good. And if the brand can tell me wherever this SSG brand is there, the food is going to be good. The food is going to be local. And if the food is going to be authentic, because as someone said, one of the chefs who spoke earlier said, there has to be, the work of hand is going to make the difference. The work of hand of the woman who is going to prepare the food that day, the recipe, the order in which she put the recipes in, the time she takes to cook it, the time they take to serve it, all those things matter. So that authenticity in the food, if we can keep at the center, and if we can bring in one or maybe max two values onto the table, which can be there across all the places, irrespective of who's running it, which SSG is running it. If something like that can be built, then it can be created as one brand. So then I have a reason to walk into this place blindfolded. I know, okay, it is going to be good, food is going to be good, and there's a second value which is something that I care dearly about. It could be price, it could be trust, it could be safety, it could be cleanliness, it could be any of those things. So if we can have that those couple of values, if we can align them, then I think the brand will take care of itself and the marketing will happen. Because when we go back and look at all the local brands that we know, like Anubhav today asked me when we were having lunch downstairs, okay, tell me a couple of places that I can go to have experience food in Trivandrum tomorrow. First place that popped up in my mind, for the Trivandrumites, it is a familiar place. There's a place called Cathals. We just say Cathals. Originally, if you go down there, if you're going there tomorrow, when you go there, it's a small alley in a big market called Chale Market. When you go there, the board outside will be written Rahmania. The shop's name is actually Rahmania. But the place is known by Cathals, by the name of Cathals. It was because of the person who started it, he was called Cathal Saib or Saib. That was his name. So the generation, I went there first probably when I was 10, 12 kind of time. My father would have taken me. I don't remember who took me there. Father or one of the uncles would have taken me there. But I still recommend, if I have to recommend that after 30 years, 35 years, if I have to recommend to a newly found friend that go there. And it's a nondescript eatery. There's 32 or 36 seats at one time. They serve only one dish, nothing more. Because that is what Chamsi said earlier. What are you good at? Keep at it. Like they serve fried chicken. Along with it, in the lunch, you'll have ghee rice or chapati. For dinner, you'll have fried chicken and chapati. That's it. And they'll give you a salad. They'll give you a glass of lime water. Bus. Nothing else. They've been there in the business for 50 years plus. Every afternoon you go in there, it'll be packed. You'll have to wait there half an hour to get in. At least 15 minutes to get in. How does it work? No marketing. It's just word of mouth. It has happened all these years across word of mouth. Tomorrow, when Anubhav goes there, he will do a story. What will happen then? It will help them get more customers from outside the city, not from inside the city. The regular do is not that. The regular do is not going to come from advertising. If they advertise inside Trivandrum, I'll suddenly think, what are these guys doing? Why are they doing this? So, as we said, if we can identify one core thing about the SSG outlets are authenticity, then keep that to it. Let's find a second or a third value to it, add to it. Then, when we are serving the daily people, if we can actually have something that stand out, as Chandisi said, put that up in the top of your list, to put that up in your top in the recommendation that you make, the waiters make, and make sure that you deliver it right on a continuous basis. And probably when I walk into those stores, like we were watching a video of one of the places up north in Kerala, Trichur, before our session. It showed the place. To me, the place looked it could look like any restaurant. It is any place. If this place can tell me the story, because if you walk into any pub, good restaurant in the world, especially pubs across the world, the walls will tell you a big story about what this place is, what they are about, what the brand is, without any advertising. Even if you have gone to a pub in one of the older cities of the world, if you have gone to one pub even only once, you will still remember the brand. Why? Because you haven't seen any ads, you haven't seen any commercial by them, you haven't seen any marketing activity by them. But if you visit the place has told you a story about the place. So that, I think, again, is important from the SSG outlet's point of view. The place has to tell me the story without even any advertising spend, without even any marketing spend. The place would have to tell me a story. So that is the opening bit, and then we'll see.
Do you mind, Thomas, if I just add to one thing? I fully resonate with that, right? And I think the challenge that you outlined is so valid, because we're not talking about one product offering, we're talking about a multitude. We're not talking about one state or one city, we're talking about multiple states. And I feel like what you said completely resonated with me. I think we need to embrace the diversity. I don't think we want to be a McDonald's. I don't think we want to be a KFC where we're offering a standardized product, right? We need to embrace the diversity and standardize the customer experience. I feel if we can manage to do that, we will create true brand value, because you know that when you're walking, like you said this, right? So interestingly enough, Thomas, I was in Kerala last year. I came to Munnar. I visited Munnar. This is probably going to be a very unpopular opinion right now, but I am not a foodie, okay? So I'm not a foodie at all. We stayed in this really small little boutique place which has like all of 4 or 5 cottages. And the most interesting thing there was that I have relished each and every meal, because there were akkas, we call them akkas, who were preparing the meals themselves. And I kid you not, it was done, I mean, there is no other word to use, right? It was just love. It was pure love. It was just the way that they cooked it, the way that they served it to you. I had that beautiful sadhya meal, which I'm yet to have here. I will make sure I have it before I leave. And I have literally not enjoyed food so much in my whole life. And I think it was because it came from that place of nurture. It came from that place. So I think we need to embrace that. I think that is our strongest strength. That's our USP, that we have all these akkas and didis and maushis, and irrespective of what state you're talking about of the world, of India, coming and bringing these delicacies. I think Chansi mentioned that from their kitchens, So I think we need to embrace the diversity and standardize the customer experience, like Thomas very rightly said.
I've been again warned that we have only 9 minutes left. Okay, so what I do is, I'll just quickly, what my learned colleagues have described. I, being an academician, would try to put in a small model. Okay, which I think I have been working on this model for quite some time now. And after listening to them, I'm more excited to work on this model. This is a 3-stage model. When you want to work on this, one is define value. Rightly you said what the customer is, what is our target audience is, what their tastes are like. You showed a wonderful documentary in doing this. Then how to develop that value. We have been listening, from morning, how to bring in technology, how to bring in regulatory affairs and so on. That value has to be developed. And lastly, how to deliver that value to the customer. There was a delivery impact which you showed in your slide. And I think if we work on this model, I am very keen to work on this model for, because I am an academician, some market research would be required so that we are able to build this model, 3-stage model on which different professionals, practitioners can work on, and then try to understand this particular community enterprises and how they can function very successfully. Okay, so with this, we have only 6 minutes left. Now I think I need to do some justice to the audience. If you have some questions, please raise it.
We possibly couldn't have answered all your questions. I'm sure there are a few. No question is too big or too small. Please feel free. Yeah, the gentleman in the black.
Yeah. Hi, very interesting discussion. So I wanted to know about, because we are catering to rural areas, and we also have so much challenge in capturing data. Not many of our women members are using smartphones. Even if they are using, maybe they will not have very active connections. So capturing data and analyzing it is also very challenge for us. And this picture, looks very beautiful when we are catering to city or semi-urban area. So in that case, and when this program is also very large, so can you please suggest like how we can make some of these models worthy for our rural customers as well? Thank you.
Is that addressed to any specific person?
So anyone would be, anyone can answer, not specific.
Acha, I'll give you an answer. I started Delhi Food Walks in 2010. When I started, YouTube was not popular, Twitter was also not that popular, and there's something called offline marketing. So where we are into food tourism. So I started approaching all the hotels in the vicinity of Old Delhi, like near the Paharganj area. Then I went to all the hotels, all the tour companies, gave them presentations. This is what I do. Please send your clients to us. So that could be one strategy where you can, the SHGs or the rural entrepreneurs, they can look for their target audience and try to look for creative ways to approach them. It's not necessary that you have to be present online to reach out to the people.
If I could add to that, I slightly differ. I feel like, unfortunately, the day and age that we're living in, I don't think you can leave technology behind, right? The morning session, I think there was Paid Puja, there was Ticket Route, there were a bunch of these guys who've all found very seamless ways and very simple, user-friendly ways to inculcate the technology as a part and parcel of the ecosystem. So, to my mind, while of course I completely agree with Anubhav here that technology and digital is not the only way, we need to look at other routes, sir. But I do think it's going to be very important to keep it, that has to be at the helm of what we're doing. Because if we want to compete on any level, right, let alone on a global scale, if we want to compete with the global brands in India, which are so many that we've talked about, we need to have technology as a part of it. And I feel like the session that happened in the morning showcased in a very realistic way that is actually possible. These women, so I was talking to Vineet Ahuja, who is the founder, one of the co-founders of Ticket Route. He was telling me that when they did the Saras Festival, right, Vineet? That's what it was called. When they did the Saras Festival, they were amazed at how quickly these women picked up everything. There were women who probably did not utter a word, but we're luckily living in a generation where smartphones are so intuitive. So maybe a part of the solution would be to maybe also enable them with that technology. But I don't think adoption is going to be a problem. And I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we don't keep technology at the center of what we're doing, because there is no other way to scale otherwise.
I think one important point is that in our whole NRLM setup, and particularly this kind of enterprise, the research component is missing so far. We have been working for almost more than a decade now, but there is no research. No organization is engaged in research and trying to learn what is happening at the ground. And you rightly said, collection of data is not easy, but I think somebody has to do it to understand this, and so that we can innovate further on whatever we have already built. That is important.
Also, just to add to that, I'll just give an example. I hope it answers your question in some way. 2020 middle, we were in the throes of COVID. I was assisting one of the microbreweries at that time in terms of their marketing function. I had just joined, COVID hit, all the customers went away. Microbreweries are all about 20,000 square feet. The place is supposed to be filled up. And if no one can enter, all your business is gone. Deliveries are very few from microbreweries. So what did we do at that time? We picked up all of our delivery boys, all of our service team, and we picked up all the data from any of the deliveries we had ever done. You would be surprised, we had 20 operations guys. We collated all of the data of all the customers that they had ever visited. It was over 1,500 people, 1,500 numbers. Between those 20 people, we got all the data, and we then reached out individually, personally, calling up each and every number, talking to them, asking them about their well-being and what precautions they need to take, and then talking about how we are available to do home delivery. So there are different ways of getting data. Another thing that we did was, at that time, if you don't personally have data, for example, if you are within a residential area, you don't have data, go to those community managers. Figure out how you can get into their WhatsApp groups. All communities have WhatsApp groups within their personal community, or there are applications like MyGate, etc., how can you reach out on that? So if you personally have data, any of your team, always collate that in one place. If you're doing deliveries, collate that data. If you don't have data, go to communities nearby, go to offices, get that detail of who are the office business managers, admin managers, get that detail, and then send out communication through those people. You can't just say, I don't have data, how do I reach out? You have to hustle, figure out how to get that data and how to reach out.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bharat. I have two questions, one for Thomas and the second one for non-foodie, Ms. Aditi. For the Thomas, the question is, how do I bring all these products? This is out, not only food, it's even otherwise. How do I get them to a common platform or a common brand? I think you mentioned that statement saying that if it is Kudumbashree, it has to be safe. So I'll buy it without even thinking about it. That's my first question. Second question, Aditi, to you. This is this again for non-food segment. While we have multiple products like it could be grains, millets, even clothing, right? Saris. I was looking at the saris which is displayed outside. I didn't check for the price, but I'm sure it will be less than 2,000 rupees. If I go outside and go to a private showroom, anybody who is running a sari showroom, it will be nothing less than 4,000 to 5,000 rupees. The only difference between here and there is the packaging and the finishing what they do. How do I enable these SHG women to scale up to that level so that they themselves will be in a position to manage this on their own? Thank you.
Sure, I'll take the second question first. Thank you, Bharat. Actually, I think that's a very well-poised question. I think, again, I can't iterate this enough today. I think what Thomas also said about creating, branding comes down to eventually one thing, which is value, right? The perceived value in your customer's mind is unfortunately, fortunately, of course, product plays a large role, right? If the product is mediocre, there is no way that I'm going to try it again, whether it is coming from a small unit or whether it's coming from a place like a Fab India. But I think, since you talked about saris, when I was having a conversation with the Sanjeevani team, one thing that they said is that, Aditi, do you know that about 70 to 80% of the products that you would see in a Fab India probably come from our women? And there are insane margins that are attached to that. So why is it that they are being able to do this and we're not simply branding? I think we need to kind of create value through the things that I mentioned, right? A very strong brand narrative that your customer resonates with. Have a visual identity that is easy, that drives top of mind recall. And more importantly, implement it consistently. Consistency is key. I think that was another thing that we noted. And again, I'm going to use this as an example. They said that multiple women in the state of Karnataka, whereas the Sanjeevani brand exists, are using it in different ways, right? Somebody will say XYZ by Sanjeevani, somebody will say spell Sanjeevani in a different way, the logo is being used in a different way, which is where we need to drive that cohesive brand system. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about standard operating procedures, right? Because if you don't have these in place, in this kind of a scale, it's impossible to drive that brand value. So yes, 110%, it's perceived value at the end of the day. Today, if a customer is seeing a very beautifully told brand story about a woman, residing, say, somewhere in Kerala, and how it's a legacy and her food products or her other products have been passed down, that's a story I resonate with. That's a story I would champion, right? But if it is an isolated one, I don't know how impressed I'm going to be. But if I see that in scale, and if I see that being done across multiple different places with a consistent brand experience, I think I would pay 4,000 rupees for that sari because it is a unique piece. It is something that it's not gentrified. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Yes. Your mic is on its way to you. Yes.
So I'll give an example. It's also a desperation to ensure that the product is sold. They try to undercut and undervalue the price.
Yes.
That's
yes.
where our challenge comes. When I go to an Ilkal sari vendor, she says, I am selling it for 1200 rupees.
Correct.
If I go to a showroom in Hubli, it's same sari is at 4000 rupees.
Hmm.
But if I wait till the end of the fair, at the end of it when she is packing, she says, I'm okay even at cost price, which is 900 rupees.
Absolutely.
That's unfair from our perspective.
Absolutely. No, and I think the strategy needs to involve a very strong pricing strategy as well. I think there need to be certain rate cards in place. Now again, I'm not the authority to comment on this, but again, talking about global best practices here, you will need to drive home not only the kind of quality, the kind of brand, visual language, the communication, but also maybe circulating a certain rate card saying that these kind of products, and there needs to be an assessment that's done from a market level to look at competition, to assess what the price sensitivity of that region is and roll those out. Because otherwise this will always, no matter how many SOPs you roll out, you'll always have some person undercutting and, like you said, in a desperation to sell. But I feel like they will get that confidence if they feel like a brand is behind them. I think it's also while, the government is doing just such amazing things, I was completely spellbound to understand the level of intricacy that we're working with. It's beautiful. I think that this is not getting through to them. So I feel education, orientation, and also drilling down these processes quarter on quarter needs to happen. Because like I mentioned earlier, this is a dynamic environment. You're adding like new women entrepreneurs on a daily basis. How do you keep stock of that, right? So to use technology to our advantage, to make sure that we actually have, I liked what Chansi said earlier as well, that have certain community managers who are translating this information, who are speaking their language, because to them talking to an official from a government body or talking to anyone from the mission might seem a little daunting and intimidating. But I feel like if we can find these champions within their community and roll out these kind of processes, including pricing, I think it will create a very, very strong brand that the Fab Indias of the world won't even be able to compete with.
Thanks, Aditi. Bharat, I'll keep the answer limited to the food space because that's what we are speaking about, which is very different from the rest of because the product and the audience are very, very different. So from a food space, the question was, how do we get the story across of this one brand, even regionally or in one state? If it's one brand, how do you put that story across? So if we can have, if I can know if I'm going to Trivandrum, Kudumbashree, one canteen, or a second canteen in Trivandrum, or a restaurant in Trivandrum, or one in Cochin, if there can be same things that I can visually identify, I can recall, I can connect, it helps. Secondly, if there is also the earlier thing that we mentioned about, okay, the canteens being, or the food outlets being authentic in terms of what they serve, because it's about the local women bringing their recipe, creating their food and serving it to you. So that story, if you can tell me, and tell me repeatedly again and again when I walk into your place. And as media, I see those places as the first place. Those restaurants or those canteens are the best medium that we have at this point in time. Because anything else is going to cost you. You're going to step out, you're going to buy or hire or own something else. So before doing that, once we start practicing this story inside, it'll help us, it'll tell that story to the customers, especially those customers who are repeatedly visiting us. So start there is what I would say. Thank you.
My question is to Chansi. We have not discussed about the competitors, the existing players. So how important is this competition in branding and marketing? Means I have one example with me at MPSRLM. वहाँ हमने मंत्रालय में कैंटीन स्टार्ट किया with didis. So there was already a Indian coffee house. So they started imitating us and they hired female sales girls. So they just copied us.
So like I said, competition of course is extremely important. But
Fancy mic. Sorry, so sorry.
So like I said, competition of course is very important. They will do all these things. This is part of their hustling. They will do things to get ahead of you. But the point is, if you are very clear on what you are all about, your products, your offering, and you consistently do it well, there is going to be a set of customers who will only come to you. They can't replicate everything as is. There has to be a difference, and you talk about what you have to offer. You can't start changing and reflecting what they are doing. Yeah, you can be more aggressive in terms of your marketing promotions probably. See how you want to promote your brand at that time. Talk about do educational brand-driven promotions at that time. Because then people will know where you started from. How are you different? What are your unique points? Instead of then at that time running a price-driven competition or doing what they are doing, you may or may not be able to compete. You talk about your strengths, focus on that. I think that might be a little better. Yeah, we're going to be around, so if you all have any questions, we're happy to have a chat over some filter coffee.
More time, we could have continued discussion, but anything good has to end, so it has come to an end. Thank you so much, the audience, for the patience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome Ms. Minish Abraham, Finance Manager, Kudumbashree NRO, to hand over our token of appreciation to the panelist. Welcome, ma'am. We would like to start with our moderator, Professor L.K. Vaswani, Adjunct, Faculty MICE. Aditi Gandhi ma'am, founder and CEO, Color Craft Studio. Sir Anubhav Sapra, founder of Delhi Food Walks. Jhansi Sharma ma'am, marketing specialist. Sir Thomas George, Star Communication Associate Director, Planning. Thank you so much, everyone, for your valuable discussion. So I believe everybody have used the QR code to scan and see the photos and videos from yesterday's program. I would also like to inform that there is a WhatsApp invite and sightseeing registration, which you could also use. So since we are running behind schedule, let's have a quick tea break for 10 minutes. After that, we will continue with our last session. Thank you.
We will run this session, which is quite different from the way I ran the morning session and some of the afternoon sessions that were run. But having said that, I would still like it to be interactive, and we will intersperse our discussion here on the stage with comments and questions from you. Except I am going to adhere to a much stricter time, so please bear with me. I may sound harsh, but that is my job, to make sure that we do finish within 60 minutes. And hence my request to the panel is also to keep that in mind, so that we can finish on time and there are subsequent sessions that people need to attend to. Okay, so before I start, there are a couple of themes. Once again, I would like to mention. The session is on sustainability, or rather we should say factors that are responsible for sustainable businesses. Sustainability can mean many things to different people, and so that we start talking about sustainability in the context of Didi's businesses, I would like us to focus on 3 specific themes of sustainability, and that will be my request to the panelists also. One is the financial sustainability of any business. For business to last, it must be financially sustainable. Otherwise, with the expectation that entrepreneur has, it is possible that the businesses may peter out over a period of time. So financial sustainability is absolutely paramount. The second sustainability element which I will draw upon the panel to talk about is really the management and leadership sustainability in any enterprise. Be it a 5 lakh enterprise, be it be a 5,000 crore enterprise, some level of sustainability in management and leadership is absolutely crucial. And the third is, of course, sustainability in the aspect of quality of whatever the business does. And hence, those will be the 3 themes of our last session. So with that in mind, I would like to invite the panelists to spend 2 minutes, not more, to talk about themselves, about their businesses, and about what they would like to bring to our discussion today. We'll start with Alina. Feel free to use the mics which are in front of you. They are all working. And
can we play the slides? So I'll take some time to tell you about the start of Mitti Cafe. So Mitti, we're a chain of cafes that are managed by persons with physical, intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. I was in college, final semester, waiting for placements, and I come across this guy. And he changed my life. Any idea who he is? Any idea? Wild guess. Who could this guy be? Socrates. One more guess. Free chai at Mitti Cafe. Huh? Plato. His name is Nero. Nero was an emperor in the ancient Roman Empire, mighty rich. You see, he would win one war after the other and the other. And one day he wins the biggest battle of his life. And when you win, what do? Party. So he decided to throw a party and he invited the who's who of Tinseltown. Kings and queens, princes and princesses from across 7 kingdoms. And as evening befell, Nero said, boss, we need some lights to make the party happening, rocking. So he decided to burn waste to generate light. He decided to burn the prisoners of war and the poor people who were captured, who he considered not more than waste. I was around 23 years old then. Sitting in that classroom, what I realized was that the problem is not Nero. You could equate Nero with atrocities, injustice, discrimination, all the not so nice things that exist in this world that will exist. You know what the problem was? The problem was not Nero. The problem was Nero's guests, as to how thousands of them could sing, dance, drink when fellow human beings burned and died. And I realized that I was one of Nero's guests. That is, if you feel something about anything and if you're not willing to take action, then you've taken a side. And that side is that of the oppressor. I decided I will not sit for college placements and instead started volunteering with organizations that work in the inclusion space, which is when I realized a simple thing, that the problem is not that there are 7 crore people with disabilities in India and over 1 billion people with disabilities across the world. The problem is a larger problem, which is the disability in our perceptions that stops us from seeing the magic in their abilities. And I wanted to change just that. I needed a common medium, and what better than food to connect people to people. So food is a medium to generate livelihoods, and food is a medium to create awareness about inclusion with every meal or beverage that we serve. I started Mitti with 0 startup capital, multiple rejections. This girl that you see in front of you, the day she came in for the interview, she came in crawling because at that point of time her family could not afford a wheelchair. If you would give her this clicker, her hands would shake and it would fall. Today, the same girl sitting on her wheelchair, she manages 10 other people with disability. She's the manager for our first cafe, and her name is Kirti. As I talk to you, we have hundreds of Kirtis across the multiple Mitti cafes that we have, and together they are creating awareness about inclusion with every meal or beverage that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you. That's inspiring. I would like to invite, we'll jump the queue. I would like to invite Suresh to talk a little bit about himself and his enterprise.
A warm good evening to all. My name is Suresh Kumar. I am heading the Quality and Food Safety Division of Akshaya Patra Foundation. Hope some of you have heard about the Akshaya Patra Foundation. We are into midday meal sector. We are the government implementation partner for the midday meal sector, even though we are at the 2% level of what Government of India is doing. Akshaya Patra is currently having 69 kitchens where we are feeding 21 lakhs meals per day to the government schools and government aided schools. So quality and food safety is a prime important factor for Akshaya Patra. That's what the sustainable, the organization is sustaining with the developments and increasing the number of schools and number of children. So that's what about from my side about Akshaya Patra and myself. I have total 25 years of experience in quality and food safety. Out of 25, 16 years in Akshaya Patra itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh. Next, I would like to invite Fela to talk about himself and about his enterprise.
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this special occasion. First of all, my name is P. Bilarin Fela. I come from Mizoram, the northeastern state of, it's a very remote state. So I'm the founder and CEO of Triblend Coffee. And we are the only coffee brand startup in Mizoram and one of the top 3 in Northeast. So we started this coffee company in 2019. Then first I want to inform you that actually I worked with SRLM for 7 years past back. So, and I left the job, then I was continuing with this venture. What I found out during my experience with SRLM is that I have worked with multiple of the women and DDs. I have seen that they have a good products, especially in terms of agriculture, but they don't have the market linkage. The government is trying to help them, but there are no private players which really have, tackle the challenge and, help them through the market linkage. So due to that, I was come up with these ideas. Actually, I worked in Chile on 2015. I failed the company. Then I worked with Ginger again on 2017. I failed it again. And now I'm working with Triblend. And now this has become one of the most sustainable life adventure, adventure I had in my life. So that is all about me. And we are working closely with 250 plus farmers presently. And we are also planning to expand to other northeastern side of the northeast. Then recently also now we have 3 more expansion coming up. So I'll go home and open up 3 more expansions. So that is what we are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Fela. I would like to invite Mr. Anil Kumar to talk about his background as well as the enterprise that he represents.
എൻ്റെ പേര് അനിൽകുമാർ. ഞാൻ ഇന്ത്യൻ കോഫി ഹൗസിൻ്റെ കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് സൊസൈറ്റിയുടെ പ്രസിഡൻ്റാണ്. 1958 കോഫി ബോർഡിൽ നിന്ന് പിരിച്ചുവിടപ്പെട്ട 13 പേരെ ചേർത്തുകൊണ്ട് തൃശ്ശൂർ കേന്ദ്രമാക്കി പ്രവർത്തിച്ച ഒരു സ്ഥാപനം. ഇന്ന് 47 ബ്രാഞ്ചുകൾ സൗത്ത് കേരളയിൽ തൃശ്ശൂർ ടു ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം 47 ബ്രാഞ്ചും 2300ഓളം സഹകാരികളുമായി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന സ്ഥാപനമാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം 121 കോടിയുടെ ടേൺ ഓവർ നമുക്ക് ലഭിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. ഒരുപക്ഷെ നമ്മുടെ മലയാള പത്രങ്ങളെല്ലാം വളരെ വാഴ്ത്തി പറഞ്ഞു 10ാം ക്ലാസ്സുകാരുടെ വിജയം എന്നാണ് അതിനെ വിശേഷിപ്പിച്ചത്. കാരണം 10ാം ക്ലാസ് മാത്രം വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ യോഗ്യതയുള്ള ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഈ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ 121 കോടിയുടെ വ്യാപാരം നടക്കുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം മലയാളികളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം വളരെ ഒരു വികാരമായി കാണുന്ന ഒന്നാണ് ഇന്ത്യൻ കോഫി ഹൗസ്. മായമില്ലാത്ത ഭക്ഷണം കിട്ടുമെന്നുള്ള വിശ്വാസത്തോടു കൂടിയാണ് നമ്മളെ സമീപിക്കുന്നത്. ഇടത്തരം ആളുകളുടെ ഒരു ഭക്ഷണശാലയായി അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലിടം പിടിക്കുവാൻ ഈ കാലയളവ് കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചു. ഏകദേശം 66 വർഷത്തെ പാരമ്പര്യവുമായാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചു വരുന്നത്. എന്തായാലും ഇനിയും മുന്നോട്ടുള്ള പ്രയാണം വളരെ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ പോകുമെന്നുള്ള വിശ്വാസത്തോടുകൂടി മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുക.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar. For those who didn't understand Malayalam, there will be a translation.
Yeah, so Mr. Anil Kumar is the president of ICH, Kerala, this thing. And in 1958, the organization started with just 13 people who were dismissed from the India Coffee Board. They started at a branch at Trishur first, and then now they have 47 branches across Kerala, and their branches start from Thrissur till this southern part of Kerala. They have now a turnover of 121 crore. So basically the workers, they doesn't have a higher educational qualification as per what sir was sharing. So all of them, the criteria that the society has is 10 standard. So the food that is being served in the Indian coffee house is also famous for its non-adulterated part. That is, it is renowned for. So as of now, the organization has passed on 66 years of success, is what sir has said.
Thank you. Thank you all panelists for your introductions. Before we start our discussion, I would like to keep some parameters in mind because this session also is expected to kind of wrap up whatever we've been doing all day. So we've had a long journey. Some of it is disconnected in parts, and one of the jobs that I will have as a last session moderator is to really piece all of these pieces together. And hence, I would like to remind you that we had sessions on marketing, we had sessions on finance, we had sessions on technology, and now, of course, we're talking about sustainability, we had sessions on skills. Sustainability on its own is a session, but is really not independent of the previous 4 sessions. I mean, I really can't say that if you don't have skilled people, you can still be sustaining. It's not possible to do that. And hence, when we talk about sustainability, we cannot escape the discussions that we've had all through the day. And hence, those will be some of the threads that I will try and weave into the discussion. That's number 1. Number 2, I would like to remind all of us that if we just take a 100-80-20 rule, the 80 of 100, the businesses that we are talking about where Didis are involved, are likely to be in the range of 5 lakh revenue to maybe 10. And hence, the challenge that we have, all of us, not just specific SRLM teams, all of us, is to really absorb the incredible knowledge that people came today with and have imparted some of that to us. We really have to take that knowledge, but bring it into the context of the problem at hand, which is really to help SHG-driven businesses which are in the range of 5 to 10 lakhs. Sure, the other 20 out of the 80-20 rule, there could be Didi Ki Rasois which are running into a few lakhs of revenue every day, sure. But our 80-20 universe is really that. And hence I would request all the panelists to also keep that in mind, because what you heard in their intro is that these are really large scale operations. And that is the challenge that we have, that how do we understand some of this incredible knowledge that these folks bring and apply it on the ground to a 5 lakh Didi business. So that's the second thing I would like all of us to keep in mind when we discuss things. So with that in mind, I'm going to start with a very different question that we've dealt with before, which is about really staffing model, or we can call it employment model, doesn't really matter what we call it, but it is about people who work in the business. And I would like to start with Alina, because you have an incredibly different staffing model compared to any business that I have been part of. And I'm pretty sure that is the case for many people here. So please comment on some of the elements that you found challenging and you overcame, obviously, in the model that you have in your business.
Sorry. So when I started Mitti, as I mentioned, I started it with zero money. I mean, I didn't have any money. So our first cafe was in a dilapidated tin shed full of generations of rats. And as an entrepreneur, what I've always come to know is that when resources are scarce, when you don't have anything, that's the time you're your strongest. You know why? Because desperation, leech-like attitude, shamelessness, great things for any entrepreneur. When you shamelessly ask the community to support. When I didn't have money, so I went from door to door, shop to shop, house to house, asking people to not give me money. That too nobody would have given me. They would have bhagaued me. I told them to join the movement of inclusion by saying, join the movement of inclusion by helping me build my first cafe. So right from my spoon, second-hand oven, second-hand fridge, tissue papers were donated by people I didn't know, by the community. The student community helped me clean that tin shed in Hubli, which is in North Karnataka, that became our first cafe. The vegetable vendors, they gave me baskets that became our lampshades. The local electrician, he came in and I was on the phone, I told him, he said 500 rupees to repair the second-hand fridge. I told him, no, 400 rupees. He agreed. He came, he saw what we were doing, and he went back. He said that, namaste. I said, do you take your 400 rupees? He said, no. This is my contribution to the community. And, as I talk to you, this is a very important, I want to show this to you. This boy you see, and so we all know Mr. Narayan Murthy, founder of Infosys. But the hero of the picture, as you spoke about the human resources, they are the heroes of any organization. This little boy here, his name is Bhairappa. He's 3 feet in height, dwarfism, motor disability, and mild intellectual disability. The reason I call him the hero of the picture is when he came in, he was rejected at 80 plus jobs, which is supposed that we got lucky. He did not know the concept of wearing slippers or even brushing his teeth. Today, the same boy, if you look at, next slide, if you look at this graph, if you look at what is written in green, he's the team lead, he's leading the entire team. And the happy part is coming. And when persons with disabilities come in, for the world to see their abilities, it comes at a later stage. For us, the larger challenge is to make them, to show them the mirror to their abilities after years of rejection, years of being told that they're not good enough. This boy has become the team lead, very good. At Bangalore International Airport, you will find him at Mitti Cafe. But he was told something more painful. He was told that he will never find love because of his disability. Don't be too sad. And then this happened. He met Rupa at Mitti Cafe Wipro. He was at Mitti Cafe Infosys then. And then they got married. So I think it is about valuing your people resources, and ultimately if the participatory approach is there, things will fall into place.
Thank you. Would you like a quick translation, please? All right. I think that was inspirational, and thank you for sharing that. It is unusual in many ways, and yet I have a follow-up question for you. So yeah, if you can have your mic. Clearly, we all have huge stereotypes, and this is one of them, which for you, it's not even a stereotype. For you, you have not bothered to call it anything. How did your business customer deal with it?
So one day, Australia New Zealand Bank was the first corporate to give us a cafe, So I walked into one of our cafes, and this was when we just had like 1 or 2 cafes. So I used to go into those 2 cafes almost every day. So this customer, he comes in angrily at me saying, "Are you Alina? Did you start Mitti Cafe?" And I said, "Yes." Now this customer tells me, this boy here, the way he talks to me, he's saying, "Samosa, how many?" I looked at that man and wasn't angry at all. I explained to him that his name is Bharat. He has autism. Not all disabilities are visible. There are hidden disabilities. His stoic nature and the way he talks may not do justice to how amazing he's feeling within. And the same customer, he didn't say anything, he went away. Next day, I was again at that cafe. I saw that customer and I hid. And then after that, that customer, I see he's gotten another friend of his, Bharat. He's giving high five to Bharat and introducing, his friend to Bharat. So perceptions can change. I think it is just about putting in that effort. The other day, I walk into another cafe and I see a customer doing this. Shiv Leela, she can't hear and speak. She's the best chart maker. I asked her, what does that mean? You know what he says? Arey, this means, tears means onion, put less onion. So verbal communication is just one way. There are so many ways to communicate. So it's about removing the barriers from our head, removing the disabilities in our perception, and the world will change for something that you can't think of.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Anil. The question is the same, but I'll repeat it, that ICH. I don't know if you guys have ever been to ICH. I love ICH. but I usually go to Bangalore ICH because that's where I live. But I very frequently come to Kerala and I do go to Trivandrum ICH also. And there are many things which are unique to ICH, which I don't see anywhere else. And hence, one of my questions to Mr. Anil is really about the staffing model that you have, but at the same time, the ownership model that you have. And you have successfully integrated the two. That your owners are also your workers, and your workers are also your owners. How have you been able to do that? What were some of the struggles? And was it always like that when ICH started? So please share your thoughts. She will translate the question.
Sir, ചോദ്യം ഇതാണ്. നമുക്ക് ICH ഒരുപാട് ബ്രാഞ്ചസ് ഉണ്ട് ഇൻസൈഡ് കേരള ഔട്ട്സൈഡ് കേരള. സോ ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ ഒരു ICH പോയാലും അതുപോലെ ട്രിവാൻഡ്രത്തിൽ ഒരു ICH വന്നാലും ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് യുണീക്ക്. യുണീക്കാണ് നമ്മളുടെ ടേസ്റ്റ് ആയാലും ക്വാളിറ്റി ആയാലും. സോ അത് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നുള്ളതാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ ചോദ്യം. അതുപോലെ സ്റ്റാഫിംഗ് മോഡലിനെ കുറിച്ചാണ് രണ്ടാമത്തെ ചോദ്യം. നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റത്തിനകത്ത് സ്റ്റാഫ്സ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ വർക്കേഴ്സ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ ഓണേഴ്സ് ആവുന്ന ഒരു സിസ്റ്റമാണുള്ളത്. സോ അതെങ്ങനെയാണ്? പിന്നെ സ്ട്രഗിൾസ്, അതായത് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചലഞ്ചസ് നമുക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ടോ ഇതിനകത്ത്? പ്രതിസന്ധികൾ എങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ നേരിട്ടു എന്നുള്ളതും കൂടിയാണ് സാർ പറയേണ്ടത്.
ഹോട്ടൽ മാനേജ്മെന്റോ അതുപോലുള്ള യാതൊരു സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റിന്റെയും അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലല്ല ഞങ്ങൾ ജീവനക്കാരെ നിയമിക്കുന്നത്. 10ാം ക്ലാസ് വരെ പഠിച്ച ആരോഗ്യമുള്ള ഒരു ഉദ്യോഗാർത്ഥിയെ നിങ്ങൾ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 1.5 വർഷത്തെ ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊണ്ട് ഇന്ത്യൻ കോഫി ഹൗസിലെ എല്ലാ വർക്കുകളും ചെയ്യാൻ പര്യാപ്തമായ രീതിയിൽ അയാൾക്ക് ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊടുക്കുകയാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ പദം. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അവർ പഠിക്കുന്നത്, ഇപ്പോൾ ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ നിന്ന് സാറ് കഴിച്ചപ്പോഴും തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് നിന്ന് കഴിച്ചപ്പോഴും ഒരേ ടേസ്റ്റ് വരാൻ ഈ സ്റ്റാഫുകളെല്ലാം ഈ വർക്കുകൾ പഠിക്കുന്നത് ഒരേ രീതിയിൽ തന്നെയാണ്. 2, ഈ ഓരോ ഐറ്റംസിനും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കൃത്യമായ ഫോർമുലയുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ വെജിറ്റബിൾ കട്ട്ലറ്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ അതിൽ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് അതിൽ ചേരേണ്ടതെന്ന് ബാംഗ്ലൂരായാലും തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തായാലും അതിന് പ്രത്യേകമായൊരു ഫോർമുലയുണ്ട്. ആ ഫോർമുല കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് ഒരേ ടേസ്റ്റ് നമുക്ക് ആ യൂണിഫോമിലിറ്റി നമുക്ക് നിലനിർത്താൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്. അതെ, ഇന്ന് 2300ഓളം സ്റ്റാഫുകൾ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാ പേർക്കും 50,000 രൂപ ഷെയർ ഹോൾഡേഴ്സാണ്. വർക്കേഴ്സ് തന്നെ എല്ലാ വർക്കേഴ്സും മെമ്പർമാരാണ്, മെമ്പർമാരെല്ലാം ഓണർമാരുമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇത് എൻ്റെ സ്ഥാപനം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ബോധം അവരുടെ ഉള്ളിലുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് നമുക്കിതിനെ ഈ സ്ഥാപനത്തെ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്. എല്ലാ പേരുടെയും ഇത് എൻ്റെ സ്ഥാപനമാണെന്നുള്ള ഒരു തോന്നൽ ഉള്ളിലുണ്ട്. ആ ബോധം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കാൻ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് സാധിച്ചു എന്നത് തന്നെയാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ വിജയം.
Thank you, Mr. Anil. I'll give you half a minute to translate.
Yeah, so about the staffs are being recruited in the Indian Coffee House. It's not like any hotel management students are being hired. 10th standard, even 10th standard qualification people are also being hired for the staff. And the training that they undertake is for 1.5 years. And the training is given by the staff itself. And in the training, it's ensured that each and every recipe, the formula, the ingredient formula is taught there. So the staff itself is teaching the new who are being hired. So that's how they are able to manage the standard in their product. With regard to the staff structure, with regard to the workers, so all the workers who are there in the ICS, they are the owners of the organization. So we cannot see a difference between owners and workers. So all of them have shares. They are all these workers are owners, and all of them have the share of 50,000 each. 2,300 staffs are there as of now. So that's how, they have that ownership towards the organization, and all of them strive to reach that success.
Thank you. Okay, so since we are under time pressure, my apologies to the panelists that usually I would have asked the same question to all of you, but I'm going to limit it to 2 and instead go to the audience and ask them a question or 2. So the question to the audience is, you've seen 2 models here from a sustainability angle. One which is talking about picking a very differently enabled segment of the society. And that's what their focus is. Another model you saw that the owners and workers, there is no difference. They are the same. Question to you, you know UFDDs better than I do, better than they do. What are your reactions? Do these models work for you on the ground? Silence is probably not a good answer. If your answer is no, I am okay with that. Okay, good. We have one hand up. Can we get the mic there, please?
Hi, good evening everyone. I am from Meghalaya. And yes to the question that you have raised, sir, because in our state, we are also trying to promote SHGs who are differently abled. And the last year discussion, when I recall now and what Alina has mentioned, I would also like to, congratulate her for the commendable job that she has done with her initiatives. So yes, because that is an area which, we in SHG fold, because that's where we have been working with for so many years now. So somehow we have seen that we are leaving out, not intentionally though, but then maybe the curriculum or maybe the models are designed in such a way that we are not able to understand and see that how do we fit this segment of women who are differently able. So seeing today what Alina has presented, because there are a lot of issues when it comes to urban and rural, because the infrastructure limitations are more when it comes to the rural context. And the women that we are talking about and the areas that they come from are extremely remote, as everybody knows, and they are working with also. So this is something which maybe offline also I can take it up with Alina, because this is an area which definitely we would like to include, because we did try last year, to be very honest. And as SRLM, we were thinking like, what is a livelihood activity which we can think for these women who are differently abled. So now maybe, the experience that Anila has, which of course I don't have personally, but we do work with organizations in our state who do. So maybe this is something which we would like to explore.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else on we'll have one more response, please, if possible. Yeah, there is one hand up there. I can't see. Prashant, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, I think what Alina has been doing is a wonderful job, excellent thing, and something that the society need to kind of address. But the question that Ranjit asked, whether this is something SHG system can afford to do it, I see there is a difference that Alina brings in. So people like Alina is what a factor that will ensure that such enterprises are. So people with special abilities or other disabilities, they are part of the society. So that's a feeling that the SHG system already has, because that's inclusion component of SHG system. But I think we would also want people like Alina to emerge from the system who will understand and anchor them. Because I have personally visited 2-3 such enterprises. I could see that entrepreneur or the person who drives that idea, they are the people who keep them. So the kind of experience that Alina said, that's what I feel a major difference.
Okay, thank you, Prashant. Anybody else? We can accommodate one more. Okay. Don't see any hand up. All right, I'm going to go on to my next question, and then again we'll toss back to the audience. This question is different. In the morning, just for your information, we had a session on technology. And technology as it applies to the food sector that we are talking about. In the morning, we got perspective from the suppliers of the technology, so to speak, because they're the ones who create those technologies. I'm going to ask you as recipient of those technologies, as users of those technologies. And when you answer the question, don't limit the definition of technology to something that you can do on your smartphone. Sure, that is one aspect of it. But we are all in the food business. And we know that there is a hell of a lot of technology in the kitchen which people don't even see. And hence my questions are related to technology in the kitchen. not so much about the POS, etc. So my question this time, I'm going to start with Suresh. Suresh, you deal with a scale which we cannot fathom. And hence, what role does technology play in A, managing the scale, and second, managing the quality of what you do?
When technology coming in Akshaya Patra, because we generally do a lot of data analysis, because D365, the ERP's next version, we are using it. There are another small apps, applications what we are using it in the different sectors in terms of distribution. For example, quality, we have a tactics app. There are a lot of small applications we are using inside the different departments we are using it. But coming to technology, we should be very careful. That's what I want to say, that sometimes people may want to do extra work for satisfying the requirements of the technology. So that should be an additional burden for the employees or the supervisors whom are doing it. So customization is a key, where what is our requirement, we should be very clear what kind of customization we want to do it, what kind of documentation we want to get it from the software or any kind of technology. We should be very clear and we should be able to communicate to the service provider, and we should be able to get the data. For example, Tactics, the one app what we installed recently, it has a lot of hiccup in the initial days, because the report was not coming. Again, we had to generate the report in the Excel sheet. Again, we had to make a pivot table. Again, we had to come to an analysis, and it was giving an additional work for the my team. Then I discussed with them, see, this is not my requirement. At least within 3 clicks, I need to get the report. Otherwise, it is a waste. I can do it in the Excel sheet. So when it comes to that kind of things, then they understood, yes, it is required and it is way to customize it. They came with a different solution and we could able to succeed it. So of course, any kind of software or application is good, but customization, making them to understand what is our requirement is very important. That is very critical, because nowadays, when we are scaling in a larger scale, data analysis is very important. So for making a man sitting in the laptop, checking the Excel sheets and different cafes or different kitchens and analyzing the data, for example, cost per meal or quality compliance, whatever it may be, it will be a tedious task for him. So for that kind of things, this kind of software or technology will help us. So definitely it will help us, but be careful that what is our requirement, whether is it fulfilling our requirement or not. At the time where you are understood that this technology is not fulfilling my requirement, please have the courage to stop it.
Good, thank you. But can I bring you to the ground level technology that we use in the kitchen? So for example, let me ask you a leading question.
Yeah.
Akshaya Patra menu, describe us to that.
Okay.
What is a typical Akshaya Patra menu that?
In the south, sambar rice, rasam or sweet pongal, something like that.
So let's go with chakar pongal, sweet pongal. In your kitchen, how many kgs of chakar pongal you're going to make? Give us a sense of the scale. I don't think people appreciate that.
Oh, that is a very difficult question, because the smaller kitchens, we prepare 5,000 meals, and the bigger kitchens, 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs meals per day will be cooking it. 100 kgs, our one cauldron size, almost 6,800, 7,000 kgs of rice. Then
most of us can't fathom 7,000 kgs of rice.
Yes,
by the way.
Quantity we are not measuring, we are measuring quality.
Yeah. My question now is, talk to us about technology with respect to that.
Okay.
How does technology help you make that bisibale baat or maybe chakar pongal?
Of course.
Yeah, so please talk about that technology.
Of course, we have an ERP, that's what I was told, because earlier it was ERP. When we migrated to D365, initially there was a lot of challenges, people were not able to enter it. So we got into the system, the senior leadership got into the system, and we came to understand, whatever the employees are telling, that is correct only. So we understood what is the requirement. So we customized it. For example, that pivot table, all those things, we customized it. For example, BOM. Earlier, the bill of materials, we call it as bill of materials, in the terms of recipe. So each individual kitchen is having a recipe. That recipe has to come to the quality team, central quality team, and they have to approve it. Because the Government of India, in the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, they clearly mentioned that this is a nutrient value you have to provide to the child during the midday meal. For example, if the rice and sambar, the two menus what we are providing from Karnataka, it should meet the nutrition value. For example, protein, 12 grams of protein and 450 calories of energy we have to provide. So we will calculate it and we will approve it in the ERP. Earlier it was manual. We will calculate it, we will approve it in the Excel sheet itself. Then we will send back to the location. So there was a chance of, I can say intentionally or non-intentionally, they can miss it.
Right.
Now we brought it to the bill of materials approval through ERP. It's a system based. So now we have approved it. Then directly it goes to a multiplication of cauldrons. One cauldron is 100 kgs of rice or even 6,000 numbers of children we can feed in the terms of sambar. So 1,200 liters of sambar, one cauldron, then 6,000 numbers of child can have it. So one menu of sambar or one menu of quantities of one cauldron quantities of rice is it fixed to meet the nutrition value. So the kitchen people want to do as per the school intent how many cauldrons of rice I have to cook, how many cauldrons of sambar I have to cook. So it's just a multiplication. So that control we were able to bring it into the systems. In that case, only technology will help us to bring that kind of controls. If it is person dependent, no, it is very difficult because we have to give so many answers to so many people. Why you are not able to approve? Why you are not able to approve? Why your problem? So we are saying yes, the technology is the ERP systems will approve if it is meeting this much nutrition value. Of course, we don't have any role to play. If we say no, there will not be any questions. In case of suppliers also, when initially we were approving the suppliers from our side, and we were giving to the locations and we will say these are the 100 suppliers for you to get dal, pulses, all other items. You have to purchase only from the suppliers. But we don't have any clue that whether they are purchasing from these vendors or somebody else. When we brought that system into ERP through an approval, so then they can make POs only from these approved suppliers from the quality. So that kind of controls made a lot of improvement in the system, I can say, because instead of person-to-person debate and discussions, when it comes to a system, yes, of course, it can help you a lot.
Okay.
But customization is very important.
It's important. Thank you. Last follow-up question on the same
Sure.
topic. You clearly didn't start with so many kgs of rice on the first day of when Akshaya Patra movement started, if I remember.
Yes.
So talk us through the growth pains.
See, we started in Akshaya Patra in 2000 in Bangalore kitchen. So one of the small kitchen was there. We had thought of delivering midday meals to school, and we started with the one menu, khichdi. Yeah. We started with the one menu with the 1,500 children in the Bangalore, nearby schools, maybe one or two schools. That time, Karnataka has not started the midday meal program. Then within 6 months, our request from the other nearby schools to give the midday meal was almost piled up to a huge amount, almost 60,000. So Akshaya Patra was thinking how to scale up to this mass level. That time Narayana Murthy sir was there in the panel. Then we slowly thinking about the automation, how to, that time small vessels we were able to make the khichdi, sambar, rice and all. So we shifted to steam-based cooking. So much scale application, 100 kg rice, each cauldron, then 10 cauldrons, even sambar also 6,000 liters of sambar and 6 cauldrons, 10 cauldrons. So we slowly scaled up to 5,000, 10,000, then 50,000, then 1 lakh. Then Rajasthan wanted to explore this midday meal program in Rajasthan when she came to Bangalore. Vasundhara Raj Sindhya Madam was there. So she wanted to explore it. Then another challenge came. How can we cater the rotis? Because rotis, south, how sambar and rice is important. Yeah. In the case of north, it is roti and dal. How can we deliver it? So our own senior management has gone and developed a small chapati machine, initially 1,000 chapatis per hour. Can we do it? Their own efforts. What is the shape? What should be the dimension? What should be the thickness? How it should be puffed? What is the kind of things? So
you said 1,000 chapatis an hour?
1,000 chapatis in an hour. So that time. Now we have came into a chapati machine. The biggest chapati machine scatters 60,000 chapatis per hour. 60,000 chapatis per hour. Even puri machine is there. There are so many automation where we could able to do it because to cater the larger volume, because 1 lakh, the main challenge is when we started the midday meal catering, we cannot stop it. Yeah. We cannot say tomorrow food is not there because the kids will be waiting for us. Yeah. They will be watching whether our vehicle is reaching the school or not. That is the main challenge. Even the donors are not there, even money is not there, nothing. The food, once we started, we made an MOU with the state government, the food has to reach the schools.
Thank you.
That is the thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A question for SRLM team. You hopefully experienced a very different aspect of technology here. not the smartphone technology, but technology that makes 60,000 chapatis an hour.
Per an hour. And one more thing.
I mean, I take pride in making chapatis, but I think I can probably do maybe 20 per hour. I'm not sure about you guys.
To add one more point, sir. So many women self-help groups are supporting us. For example, if you go to Baran, we don't have a centralized kitchen in Rajasthan. It's a very remote village. Adivasi people are staying there. So we have independent school-based kitchens. We are trained these Madajis. Sometimes 2 schools she will cook and she will deliver the food. And 4 schools, we have a small, big kind storage kind of dabbas. We'll give all the ingredients once in a month. We have a centralized store there. We will give and we will call these all Madajis to one place and we'll train them personal hygiene, kitchen hygiene, how to cook, the chulas, how they to use it, how to purchase the vegetables from the local market, how to safely store the raw materials, what is first in, first out. So we will train them in such a way that they can use it. They are also very happy to, when they are getting that uniforms, so they'll feel very proud. Yeah, first time they'll be seeing that, yeah, uniforms are coming to us. So that kind of, there are 2 states, even Orissa also we have Rajasthan, Bharan, Orissa, Nayagar, 2 states where we are not able to make centralized kitchen. We are doing with the decentralized model where the cook come helpers, the Madajis were coming and doing the cooking at the school level. Some of the Madajis are doing on only the one school. Some of the Madajis may cook for 2-3 schools where nearby and she will deliver it.
Thank you, Suresh. I'm going to ask. No, that's okay. That's okay. It's my job to stop you also at some point. I'm stopping you now.
No problem.
So 2 questions to SRLM teams. You saw 2 aspects. One is centralized kitchen and the technology related to that. And second is the distributed technology where the model is different. My question to you is that what do you think will make sense on the ground for these businesses? It's a very contextual question, not a generic question. So you need to answer it from your state angle. Sorry, you'll have to have the mic, please.
Hello. Yeah, so I'm saying tech in machinery, to what Suresh was saying, that, how chapatis are being built. In the morning also, if you remember, I also had given the similar example of how technology can bring in a lot of efficiency into the kitchens that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of other things. I think since he's from a quality division, he's unable to speak about the equipment side of it.
Yes.
But Akshay Patra is an organization, uses one of the best technologies, which is energy saving technologies. They are using solar energy to fuel up their systems. They are using systems which can auto churn. Nobody has to move a ladle, things like that. Am I right, Suresh?
Yes. It is there.
So,
it is there.
Other than that, the temperature control, everything is automated. You can see temperatures of different food. He's managing it on ERP. So the smart equipments today can make a lot of your work easier.
Easy.
And that is, I think, since beginning you were saying technology, talk about technology equipment. This is the technology, and that is how these new equipments can help.
Okay. But I would like SRLMs to echo some thoughts on that.
Yeah,
not just you.
Yeah. So there are a lot of equipments.
Stop there.
No, this works in a centralized scenario. If it is decentralized, we want to understand better.
Okay.
The reason being, how do we collaborate and to do a backward integration with our SHG groups? When we spoke about the food processing, how do we do that so that the standard? I'm not saying the standardized. We don't want to be a McDonald's, but at least we can maintain the similarity in guest experience. Probably that would help.
So I'll let Suresh tackle that. Any thoughts, Suresh, on how do we?
But before he starts, I would like to compliment the aroma of sambar. It fills my stomach always.
Thank you very much. So in collaboration we can do, because as I told you, only 2% of the total midday meal program we are handling. Akshaya Patra is handling. We are the only one organization where the more competitors are coming. We are happy because that much will get benefited for the children. In terms of when I am not sure whether you are aware of the Bihar midday meal tragedy, because Bihar, one of the state where the self-help group woman, she was not aware of the pesticide bottle. She has seen the pesticide bottle, it looks very beautiful. She used to store that bottle for keeping the oil. So that killed almost 23 students, if I'm approximate, I'm not remembering because it is almost 10 years back story. So 23 students, including her son, in Bihar. So after that, the Bihar state government approached us, Akshaya Patra can come and start doing training the Cook-Hum helpers. So we are gone I was there the first batch. So 5 team members traveled to Bihar and we trained almost 5 districts of the Cook-Hum helpers to the entire 5 Cook-Hum helpers, and we trained them. We have gone to their kitchens and we have audited them, and we not audited, I can say inspected them, and we told that these are the things you have to correct it, these are the protocols you have to follow. Very simple. It is not, even an illiterate person can understand what is that. So we trained them. So that, where we are not able to take all the midday meal programs to Akshaya Patra, we will not be able to scale that big because we don't have the bandwidths. But wherever is this kind of collaboration is ready to come, Akshaya Patra welcome that to give any kind of support in case of training or the equipment details, where you want to need our support, we are ready to do that.
Thank you, Suresh. One more input from the audience on the same question that I asked, that the 2 models, decentralized versus centralized, what will make sense on the ground? Is it just the end of the day? In that case, that's fine. I will move on. But if you're stumped, then I'm stumped because I thought we were in the food business. Okay, moving on. My next question is to Mr. Anil. This is about quality and scale. And hence my question is this. I want to revisit the example I gave you that if you eat in ICH, doesn't matter which ICH you eat, the consistency and the quality is amazing. Now, whether you may like it or you may dislike it, that's not the point. But the consistency of that quality is wonderful. So, sir, how are you able to manage on a large scale consistent quality?
Sir, നേരത്തെ നമ്മൾ സംസാരിച്ച അതേ പോയിന്റ് നമ്മളുടെ ഓരോ ഫുഡ് ഐറ്റംസിൻ്റെയും ക്വാളിറ്റി, അതിൻ്റെ രുചി, അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു അവതരണം, അതെല്ലാം എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇത്ര സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് ഇത്രയും വലിയ സ്കെയിലിൽ?
ICHന്റെ ഒരു ബ്രാഞ്ചിലും മെഷീനറി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് യഥാർത്ഥം. എല്ലായിടത്തും മനുഷ്യനിർമ്മിതമായ കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് നടക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ ചപ്പാത്തി ആയാലും എല്ലാം. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ കസ്റ്റമർ, ICHന്റെ കസ്റ്റമർ ഈ മെഷീനിലൂടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന ചപ്പാത്തി ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നില്ല. ഞങ്ങളങ്ങനെ പരീക്ഷണാടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ അത് അവർക്ക് ICHലെ ചപ്പാത്തിക്ക് ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത ഉണ്ട്. അത് നമ്മൾ പരത്തി കൊടുക്കുന്ന ആ ചപ്പാത്തി തന്നെയാണ്. അത് എല്ലാ ബ്രാഞ്ചുകളിലും ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ ആ ഫോർമുല കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് ഒരേ രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരേ ടേസ്റ്റിലുള്ള ഭക്ഷണം നമുക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്.
So what sir is saying, once they tried regarding the machine wala chapati, but customers were not satisfied in that way. So they have that formula ki handmade chapati. So again they switch on to that type. So always for any food item they have that formula inbuilt that is trained. And with regard to the staff, all their staff is aware of all the areas. So once the staff is recruited, he undergoes that 1.5 year training. So in that they are in the kitchen learning those menus, and then they are in the billing area, they are in the other bulk purchase area. So they know all the areas, and so that if any day any manager, any staff is not there, the manager is able to manage that side, the cooking side. So that's how they deal.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Phila, I have a question for you now, and this is about your journey from local ingredients to global markets. So talk us through the challenges that you faced.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, yeah, you maybe some of you may not know Mizoram yet, or I think all of you may know it now, because Mizoram is quite remote. Actually, my story, I just want to add one point. When I was
I have to warn you, your story can't start some 30 years ago. I want...
No, it will come down to this. Okay. Why it's become global. Because when I was in college, they don't know Mizoram. They thought I was from Japan or something else. So from there it started. From there my mindset was become, I should create something from Mizoram which is known by globally, which can be known globally. So now actually we export to Japan and Vietnam also, and so recently we export to Germany also. So actually we jump out from the central part of India, we go directly to the global side. The reason is that Europeans have a lot of coffee culture and all those things, which we try to tap. So recently we also got invite from Facebook Meta that we are making a documentary film for us also. So that is why we go globally. Then the first thing is that sourcing. Yeah, sourcing is quite challenging in terms of dealing with farmers. Because I also work with SRLM, I know how to these farmers, how to deal with them is kind of quite a challenging and a big tackle that we have to make. So first things what we do in our site, our experience is that whenever we deal with farmers, we make the payment directly in their hand. Because these farmers are marginal farmers, they want money fast. So that is one trick that we use in sourcing of our coffee beans. Because before multiple startup have tried to work with the farmers, and they said that we'll pay you once we receive the materials. But that doesn't work because farmers in their mind is that getting paid fast, produce.
So when do you pay them? You pay them ahead of time before even the harvest is done?
No. As soon as the product was taken from their farm gate, we pay directly at the farm gate itself. In terms of cash or in terms of internet banking, whatever it is, we pay directly on that spot. So that their trust is with us. Like, okay, now next time I'm going to sell my coffee bean, now I'm going to get payment from this organization. So they're keeping trust on us. So that's how we deal with the farmers, and that's how we source from locally.
Okay. I stay on the mic because I have a follow-up question. One of the themes that came out yesterday was, why should these businesses not export? We should be able to export. Tell us a little bit about what does it take for a very small business to get into export markets? Because you've done that.
Yes. See, the thing is that the amount or the number of production is not that matter too much in terms of export.
Okay.
Even small products or even small amount of products can be exported globally. Now the international market is very wide and spread. So that is not the challenge. The challenge part is creating a product which is exportable. So that is one big challenge that we are facing with us at TribeLand also. Because actually TribeLand started in 2019, but we run only on 2022. So during those 3 years, we have done research how this product can be developed in such a way that it's exportable. So all these things, I think our panel member have also said how branding and marketing, all these things is important. So in that way, we need to loop our SSG product. How can we be exportable? Like example, some product we write in a local language, let's say local language, which an European guy or an English guy or some Japan guy cannot read.
Right.
Like he doesn't know what is this product. Like it has to be simple, understandable, and so that people can relate directly with what they need. So that is one trick that we are using right now.
Okay, so good. You focused on marketability of the product, simple, easy labeling, but also talk to us about the legal aspect of it, the licenses. Are there restrictions?
In terms of export, see, now we are working directly. Export, import is a different things that in terms of metric ton and all those things. But in small amount of business like SSG, they don't need so much of legalization. Okay. Because people can buy. These days, you can buy from European, you can online, you can order online and buy some clothes, right?
Yeah.
So you don't need some of a legalization or something like that. So in terms of that SSG small production, you can do it. But when it becomes growing, you have to engage in import-export licensing. So that is what we are still trying to get.
Okay, thank you. Alina, I have a question for you, which is kind of related to equipment and technology. Now, this is a question to start with a simple yes or no, and then if the answer is yes, go into the details. But considering that your staff is differently abled, that is the equipment that they deal with both inside the kitchen as well as in the service area, did you have to make significant changes to the design to usability of those? And if the answer is yes, then do elaborate, please.
Yeah, so see, accessibility is something that is every individual's right. It is not a privilege. So for Sadiq Pasha, who was wheelchair abled, imagine, so we've all gone through lockdowns in our life, right? If you go outside the house, there is problem. Inside the house, so much of frustration, loss of jobs. Imagine persons with disabilities are kept in a lockdown for an entire lifetime because of inaccessible infrastructure, because of the disability in our perceptions. And what we are doing at Mitti Cafe is nothing great. This is something everybody can emulate. Making spaces accessible. If there is someone who is, say, of 3 feet height, making equipments accessible. If there is someone with intellectual disabilities, we all have children in our house, we make the place safe. Basic tweaks, if somebody has got 100% visual impairment, like Gauri, she's got 100% visual impairment, Dharneshwari, 100% visual impairment, yet great cashiers. Also somebody is great at the kitchen. So, it's for instructions, something, or a menu, something as basic as a menu in Braille or instructions in Braille will cost us nothing, but would be life-changing for so many people. Basics of sign language, which is also a very important language. There are so many people who can't hear and speak. So I think transferring that knowledge has also been quite useful. Also, there's just one thing that I'd also want to add, that, going back to the women who are a part of these SAGs, being a woman myself, and, I know I was talking to you before the panel. So these women have got, their sets of aspirations, dreams, they have kindness, courage, but they have their set of vulnerabilities as well. I'm a mother of a 10-month-old. And I'm sure that there'll be so many women out there who are also mothers and who may have the same question that, after motherhood, then what? But the answer to this is the power that each one of you all have, the power of the ecosystem, the resilience that you can create. Today, my son, he's 10 months old and he's taken 81 flights. When he was in my stomach, I went to 3 continents, 9 countries. Because I had a husband who was supportive, I had mentors who were supportive, I had my team members with disabilities who were supportive. I had people, mentors like you, who absolutely said that, Alina, go for it. And that, that could be life-changing for so many people with, women that you all are working with. Sabiha, she's got multiple sclerosis, very severe disability. And, when we talk about technology has been an enabler for her as well. We've utilized robotics in our kitchen that has been, that have been enablers for our team members with disabilities.
Tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, so, for example, we realized that, when we were frying samosas, so we have people with intellectual disabilities. So for them, some of them were burning the samosas. Some of them were burning the other fritters. And we were like, theek hai, now let us figure out a solution. So we found out this robotics company. So they just have to put in the samosa, how many plates, portions, it goes in and then it comes out itself. Right. Simple things. Now tea people don't always want machine-made tea. So a technology where the timing, etc. is monitored. That would enable us to scale our impact, ensure consistency. So we've been doing all of that. And lastly, as I was mentioning, Sabiha, she's got multiple sclerosis, which is a very severe disability. She has no control over her hands or her legs. You must be wondering what uses this girl to Mitti Cafe. Kirti can move her hands, she's on wheelchair. Sabiha, though, she can't even move that. So we tried to put her in the kitchen, it didn't work out. Then we realized that she's got the gift of the gab. You know what that means? That if you come in for a 5 rupees chai, she will talk you out of 50 rupees combo meal. And Sabiha doesn't work with Mitti Cafe anymore. She's left Mitti Cafe. And now she started her own kirana shop. She's deployed a person with Down syndrome and she's one of our vendors.
Great.
So it's just about changing perceptions and creating opportunities for people. During COVID, our team members with disabilities, when people were talking about survival, they were talking about scale. One of our employees, Hemant, cerebral palsy and autism. When we say autism, pagal hai, they don't know what they're doing, intellectual disabilities, our experience is so different. Hemant comes to us and he says, Log bhukhe hai, there are people who are hungry. And he says that we know how to cook and if we start cooking, nobody will stay hungry. We started with a few hundred meals, and as I talked to you, our team members with disabilities have cooked and served over 6 million meals to the economically vulnerable during the COVID-19 crisis till today. This is the power of inclusion. This is the power of believing in the wonderful women, that all of y'all work with and the potential that they have, to really bring about a change in the nation.
Thank you. One minute and 40 seconds to be precise. And hence my last question is, thank you for sharing, first of all, wonderful experiences. But the crux of the problem is now we need to learn from your experiences and apply them on the ground on very small businesses. So take a few seconds and tell us what would be one thing that you would like to advise SRLMs to do so that they set up Didi for success and not for failure. Is the question understood? I would like you to translate the question first. Would you like me to repeat the question? No, just translate the question, please, first.
Yeah, so, നമ്മളുടെ കുടുംബശ്രീ പോലെയുള്ള സംവിധാനം എല്ലാ സ്റ്റേറ്റിലുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പാണ്. സോ അവസാനമായിട്ട് ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് എടുത്ത് പറയേണ്ടത് എന്തായിരിക്കും നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓരോരുത്തരും അഡ്വൈസ് നമ്മളുടെ ഈ പറയുന്ന ചേച്ചിമാർക്ക്, അയൽക്കൂട്ടങ്ങളിലുള്ള ചേച്ചിമാർക്ക് ഈ ഒരു മോഡൽ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എന്ത് അഡ്വൈസ് ആയിരിക്കും നിങ്ങൾ കൊടുക്കാം?
So let me qualify the question that this is a sustainable business session, and hence your advice should be towards how do we make businesses sustainable. But one advice, not 30. And you have 10 seconds, starting with Suresh. It's like a quiz show. Okay.
I don't know. I can able to finish it within 10 seconds.
Okay, 15.
Okay. See, you are already successful in Kudumbasri is already successful in making the role models for so many. If you want to start small business, you start it with a lot of courage. Is required for that, but start it from the base level. If you're looking for a food industry business, start with what is the requirement of the customer. Now there is a lot of scope for food products without any kind of adulteration, without any kind of addition of colors, preservatives. People are more looking for that kind of products. Or even if you do a small catering business, if you advertise in front of the catering business, there is no colors, there is no preservatives, it's natural food, it's very tasty, your business will be successful. So now, even if it is 1 rupee extra, people are ready to pay for it. There are a lot of classic examples for this. That ID is one of the classic example. They are not adding any kind of preservatives. Now they have gone to a bigger level, but they have started with a small one grinder and started using only cold chain and without any kind of adulterations and preservatives, natural food. So how that got changed? Because whenever I started my career in Saras, when we started talking about ready to eat, ready to products, we were thinking that whether the customers will accept it, whether the consumers are ready to change. But when it comes to a natural product, which is giving a tasty meal or whatever it may be, which is easing your cooking, or it's a small catering business which gives a natural food without any kind of adulteration, with any kind of preservatives or colors, definitely that will get accepted by the society. That's what I want to say. That's my own experience, because I could see in the different, if you go to two cafeterias nearby, one is having a lot of rush, one is not having any kind of rush, very limited people whom are not knowing that yes, that cafeteria is like this. So you please start that. You can successfully complete or successfully run your business.
Thank you, Suresh. Fela, what would be your advice?
One thing I want to give advice to the SHG women with the delegates is that, whenever we design business in the SHG group, we just think that, okay, let's create some enterprise and let's divide our profit into 25, 25, 25, let's say, 4 people,
okay,
equally. But at the end of the day, they don't have equal capability, equal capacity, and equal, qualification. So to the delegates also, I want to say that please look through their capability, ability, and all these things designed such a way that they are all getting their own shares equally to their capability.
Okay.
So otherwise, at the end of the day, I have seen so many SHGs fail not because of the product or not because of the marketability. They fail because of the internal conflict.
Good. So that's one key to sustainability.
Design a system where the team are involved, and that system should align with the team, and also it should give the freedom of their ability to do.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you. Over to you, Alina.
Yeah, compassion and courage are two weapons that can eradicate any problems that our world faces today, even personal problems, and that women have in plenty. So as SRLM leaders, you all have a great role to play, and to celebrate the magic in your abilities to make a change in their lives. Quick advice: 99% implementation, 1% the idea equals to success. It is important to have a rhino skin, gende ka chamda. Additionally, it is very important to ask the community for support, be as shameless as possible, and celebrate people's resilience, celebrate people's ability to fail and even get up. And we can see wonders happening, stories that you cannot even imagine coming true.
Thank you, Elena. Mr. Anil.
നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് കേരളത്തിൽ കുടുംബശ്രീ യൂണിറ്റുകൾ വളരെ ശക്തമാണ്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ 66 വർഷം പാരമ്പര്യമുള്ള ഞങ്ങളോട് കിടപിടിക്കത്തക്ക രീതിയിലുള്ള കുടുംബശ്രീ കഫേകൾ ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അവരെ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് മാതൃകയാക്കിയാൽ മറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റുകാർ കേരളത്തിലെ കുടുംബശ്രീ യൂണിറ്റുകളെ തന്നെ മാതൃകയാക്കിയാൽ തന്നെ അതിനൊരു പ്രധാനമായിട്ടൊരു ഘടകമാകുമെന്നാണ്. അതിൽ പിന്നെ ഒരു നേതൃത്വം ഏറ്റവും അത്യാവശ്യമാണ്. ഇപ്പം 2300ഓളം സ്റ്റാഫുകളുള്ള ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അത് കീപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് പോകാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത് അവരിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കപ്പെട്ട ഒരു നേതൃത്വം ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ടതാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഈ യൂണിറ്റുകൾക്ക് അവരുടെ ഈ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ഏകോപിപ്പിക്കുവാൻ ഒരു നേതൃത്വത്തോട് സാധിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വളരെ സുസ്ഥിരമായി മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ളതാണ്.
In Kerala, Kudumbashri is very strong. It's celebrating its 25th anniversary. That means it has passed 25 years. So actually, Kudumbashri may be a competitor for ICH. So, sir, suggestion is leadership is an important aspect where ICH's case, they have a strong management committee selected from all these shareholders, all these workers. So 13-member management committee, the director board is there that is taking decisions based on the welfare of the workers. So similarly, such a leadership is necessary in any model is what suggested.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anil. So I would like to thank all of you, but before we do that, since Suresh, you spoke the most, you are being penalized for going over time. So some of those 60,000 chapatis, you need to give some to us. So that's okay. You don't need to respond to that.
We are happy to do that.
Okay. So on a lighter note though, but on a serious note, I would like to thank the panel for taking their time and also more importantly sharing your thoughts and your passion, which came out very clearly. And my hope and my suggestion to SRLM is that while some of these ideas and the experiences that they have may not be replicable immediately on the ground, and some thought has to go into analysis of that, but please do that. Otherwise, if we would not have succeeded in the 2-day workshop here. And hence, on that note, I would like to end the session and thank the panel once more. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to hand over a token of gratitude to the panelists. For that, I would like to welcome Ernakulam District Mission Coordinator Regina ma'am onto the stage. Welcome, ma'am. We'll begin with Alina Alam, founder of Mitti Cafe. Sir S.S. Anil Kumar, President, Indian Coffee House. Sir Lal Rin Fela, CEO, Tribland Coffee. Mr. Suresh Kumar P, Director, Quality, the Akshaya Patra Foundation. And to the moderator of the session, Sir Rajneet Ranade, NRP. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to extend our appreciation and thank the audience who have been listening very attentively to these various sessions for the last 2 days. And of course, we all had an immersive learning experience. To compile the understanding gained from these 2 days and to form a way forward, I would like to invite our moderators, Sir Ramendra S. Rekhi, Sir Ranjit Ranade, and Sir Arup Ghosh onto the stage. Welcome, sir.
On a note of being called the senior most among these oldies, we having the session because some people will be leaving tomorrow. We decided that instead of having the key takeaway session tomorrow morning, we preponed it to today evening. So among the three of us, we've tried to put together most of these things. The last session, obviously, we didn't have time to include that. So it's largely a draft thing. We will add certain things. We have a session tomorrow where the SRLMs are supposed to share their learnings and what they want to do. Some bit of their inputs will also get added, and that will go as the final, that will be circulated as the final proceedings and what we want. The intent of this thing is it was a nice, very well organized event, very picturesque location, everything else fine. We should go away with some key takeaways. It should translate into action. The last session, we had panelists who spoke very passionately about what they've done and how they've impacted lives. The opportunity of impacting life, nobody else apart from the SRLMs have a bigger opportunity. So, all across, we are currently able to impact around 50 crore odd lives. And whatever we have learned from all these sessions, we should be able to include it in our annual actions plans, because that is happening just around now. The sooner we act on this, the larger the probability of it getting translated into action, because once you go back, do not put it on this AAP, by next year it will become old, stale news. Everybody will get sucked into normal activities. Some or the other agenda will come into place. And another advantage of this particular business is it has huge potential to create the Lakpati Didi. The probability of higher margins and higher profits in this business are much higher. You guys want to add something?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so we've kind of, could you have a presentation somewhere? It's already there, yeah, fine. You want the forward? Where's the presentation?
No, it's here. I do.
Okay, idhar dikh raha. Sorry.
Aris, your clicker may have to be pointed in that direction though, I think. Yeah.
So I have reasonably intellectual co-panelists. So these guys have broken it down into different aspects of this thing. So we've the policy level aspects, entrepreneur level aspects, enterprise level aspects, and some immediate tasks that we need to do immediately as we go back.
Aris, point your thing towards that. That's easier. Yeah.
In the policy level aspects, we have certain to-dos which we expect all SRLMs to do. The first to-do was, as said by, as shared by Sharda ma'am, that whenever you're doing new things, we should not be afraid of failure. There is, unless we try new things, unless we're willing to fail, we'll not be able to do different things. And unfortunately, in the non-farm space in rural India, there aren't too many successes which we can replicate. Unless we innovate, unless we experiment, we'll not be able to generate new things. So what we should do is, we should be willing to pilot, we should be willing to fail, understand the cause and then replicate. The second thing is, we should focus on entrepreneurs rather than enterprise, because an enterprise is something which may work in a particular location, may not work in another location. But we are able to identify entrepreneurs and train them and motivate them. The same entrepreneur will either turn that business around, as Ajay talked about, or will be able to take up another business. We need to promote the formation of a pool of trainers who are also practitioners for handholding. This has worked very well for all SRLMs. Our CRPs are the best resources that we have. They come from the community, the knowledge base, whatever we impart to them stays with the community even when we withdraw. And there is this caveat that at some point of time, if we have to get mentors who are industry practitioners, we will have to make it worth their while to partner with us. Some of them may come because of the cause, some of them may come because they're passionate, but at least we need to facilitate their engagement with the entrepreneurs. It's not going to be easy for anybody from industry to come and visit a village which is 3 hours away from the nearest airport. So that we'll have to make it, in some way or the other, we'll have to make it up, make it worth their while. It could be ego pampering, it could be money, it could be facilitation, it could be the impact that they create. The other thing which...
I think you skipped a slide.
Is it me or is it somebody else?
No, you're pointing that thing to the wrong direction.
Where is the...
That's probably where the laptop is. Yeah. So much for technology session in the morning.
Yeah. I mean, so everybody has to learn from me and say you can't be living in a dinosaur's world. Which direction do I point out? Somebody got to help me. I need a technical... आप कर दो. ठीक है, चलो. Yeah. Yeah. यही तो था.
Yeah, I think that's easier.
Yeah. Okay. This is a no-brainer. We need to create a pool of trainers and mentors. Mentors is something which trainers are the CRPs, etc. that we train. Mentors are people with specific industry experience, like we discussed in the various panels, including the skill panel. Unless you have people with the specific industry skills, we may not be able to generate the kind of returns that we want. For example, in the technology space, like Akshaya Patra, without technology, they wouldn't have been able to reach anywhere. They would have tried to create massive number of jobs, but in terms of delivery or meeting the desired outcomes of feeding so many kids at a specific time wouldn't have happened. As SRLMs, we are very weak on governance mechanisms for managing group enterprises. In individual enterprises, we are able to support, which is largely because the Didi's own entrepreneurship comes to the fore. We only facilitate that. If we really want to create enterprises of large size, enterprises of scale, it has to be group enterprises, because even in the startup world, one person cannot do everything. You need people with complementing skills to build a team, and then the team takes the organization to a larger level. So when we're setting up these group enterprises, we'll have to think, debate, get people to help us out and build those governance models where we are able to track the enterprise, the effort, some speaker talked about that different people have different efforts, they need to be compensated according to that effort and not one size fits all, because then if a good worker and a bad worker gets paid the same, there's no motivation for the good worker to put in that extra effort. So those mechanisms we need to do. And as SRLMs, if we're supporting businesses, we need to learn to be able to, we need to learn the business metrics and we need to review the business metrics. Otherwise, we end up measuring only simple things like the number of enterprises supported. Now, numbers of enterprises supported honestly does not make much sense, because if it's a grant-funded enterprise or a loan-funded enterprise, it will survive as long as the working capital or the cash does not run out. Our intent on creating sustainable enterprises or lakpatis will remain lakpatis and not lakpatis will go back into poverty is if the businesses are sustainable. So we need to start asking those, measuring those numbers, asking those metrics, and only then it will happen. What gets monitored gets done. If I only talk about what are your numbers and how many, what percentage of target have you achieved, that will not lead to sustainable enterprises. And honestly, I can't go to IFD and tell them start measuring business profitability, fund release. Fund will never get released. So at our level, we got to do this monitoring for it to happen. Have I gone back? No.
No, you're okay.
Yeah. Patronage kills entrepreneurial spirit. So we have to get away from the my-baps mentality. At times we want to help people and we end up helping them beyond what they need. As Elena said, you're most efficient when you broke. She had no money. All her initiative went into borrowing money, doing things, getting things differently. And that getting things differently, making that extra effort is what is the key entrepreneurial spirit. If a person does that in initial stages, that person can handle any adversity, the business will automatically grow because the person has started from, he's got success from where no resources were available. So that is one thing which you want to do. The next point is reasonably important. We should not replicate anything from a position of weakness. Unless the pilots are successful, unless we're sure that this business model works, we should not replicate it for the sake of replication. It'll give you initial numbers, but in the long run, it will be detrimental. And honestly speaking, with Didis, so far we've had successes because we have trust with the Didis. Whatever we've told them stuff which works. We've not told them stuff which does not work. We told them do Panchasutra, we told them financial literacy, borrowing from banks, community-based recovery mechanism, all that stuff is tried, tested and continues. We've not done anything so far which has led them to losing money. When we tell them to buy a goat, we also give them a Pashu Sakhi which helps the goat, reduces mortality. When we tell them to do low pesticide management, we also give them alternatives for managing the pest attacks. Similarly, when we tell anybody to do an enterprise, we should have the ability to understand what goes into making a successful enterprise, and we should de-risk the entire thing. Otherwise, we lose credibility. Second thing on, as a caveat against scale, when you want to push things, we should leave enough flexibility. One size does not fit all. We should not say because one hospital with 300 beds needs 10 Didis, we should bung in a group of 10 Didis for managing a hospital with 20 beds. The amount of money that they will make is similar, and it will have to be divided among a large number of people, obviously making it unviable. So those are some of the things that we need to be sure of. The policy level design and implementation should facilitate support to financially sustainable enterprises, which have, again, it should not all be very small enterprises, it should be a mix of small and large enterprises, because large enterprises in this model, and we've seen it in various states, we've been able to create large enterprises. We need to have at least a few as showcases so that we are able to show some kind of a higher level for people to aspire to. If everybody earns only becomes a lakpati, that's around 8,000 bucks a month, that is not something which is very highly aspirational. And this is one business which has potential for scale. And a lasting contribution will be a great ecosystem for developing it. Somewhere ecosystem, etc., is something that my co-panelists will talk about. Over to Ranjit.
Thank you, Aris. So I'll speak a little bit about the entrepreneurial level, some of the observations that we've had. I would also like to point out that we are also, I am an entrepreneur as well, so hence some of the thoughts that you will see are also coming from my experiences of the last 25 years, but also what came out here from a lot of entrepreneurs who came on the stage and shared their thoughts. So one of the first, when I look back at my own career also, that I didn't start as an entrepreneur, right? I started as a worker. I had a job. I was working for somebody else. But then through the self-discovery, I became an entrepreneur. Now, our Didis don't have that luxury, which I had. And hence my suggestion and my request to SRLM is that when we look for people, we should look for entrepreneurs and not for workers, because workers are easier to find. Entrepreneurs are not. And hence our selection criteria and the related processes must bring out two things. One is the risk-taking abilities, and second, the willingness to take that. Now, most Didis will probably lack on the abilities, but if they lack on willingness, then we are setting them up for a failure. Because abilities can be brought in with external help. Willingness can't be. It's innate. And hence, whatever process we have to identify entrepreneurs must take this into account. Otherwise, we are setting any Didi up for a failure. As an entrepreneur, I run two businesses, and one of the businesses is on my phone, right? I have the POS on that. My problem is my POS is revenue side of the data. I don't have my cost side of the data on my phone. But I do have accounting team which will feed my that data. But Didis don't have that luxury, remember. And hence Didis must sleep well every night. And an entrepreneur sleeps well every night when he or she knows precisely what the P&L of the business is for that day. For us to be able to even reach that level through technology or otherwise, we as SRLM teams must be first literate in business acumen and financial literacy to read P&L. Because at some point we have to help Didi read that and make and analyze that statement. So we expect Didi to run a business successfully, sustainably, read P&L, but what do we know? Nothing. That can't be the attitude. And hence if the focus becomes entrepreneur, to help that entrepreneur, there are some skills that we ourselves as SRLMs need to build. And that's one recommendation I would have, that not only have Didi be able to read financial statement like a P&L, but even if she is not capable of preparing it, that can be outsourced. But she should be able to read it, which can only happen with some hand-holding and from group like us. And hence some of the points like this point might flow into RS, your discussion of policy also. So at a policy level, we may have to say that maybe financial literacy is a must for people in this room itself. Finally, if you look at number 3, and I have gone through that, and we've had several panels also admit that I think failure is not a problem, but not admitting the failure is a problem. Because otherwise, what is the point, right? So failures are the biggest teachers, successes are not. Successes go to our head, failures go to our heart, and those are the ones that matter. So we have to create that ecosystem at SRLM level where we don't make the entrepreneur Didi feel, oh, how, I'm being looked down upon because I failed. Then we've set her up for failure from day 1. We don't even need to go to day 10, forget Lakpati. That's not going to happen. So fear of failure has to be, accepted the fact that there will be failures and encourage the discussion post-failure. Don't encourage failures, but failures have to be analyzed. And that has to be sort of, that confidence has to be given to the Didi. Otherwise, again, we are not really helping her. Next slide, please. Are you guys doing it or? Okay. So one of the points I think that RS made, that the support that Didi, anybody, even I needed support as an entrepreneur, that this support has to be temporary and not for a long period of time. But this is very contextual, unfortunately. So we cannot, by any stretch of imagination, recommend a time span. But if you are talking about a very large group enterprise, which is dealing at 60,000 chapatis an hour, that kind, the kind of support you need to give to such an enterprise is very different from, let's say, a chai shop. And we need to appreciate that we are dealing with two extreme possibilities, and there are several in between. And one of the recommendations that I would have for SRLM team is to make the entrepreneur herself aware as to what kind of support she and her team is likely to need and commit to that. Otherwise, once again, you are setting her up for a failure. Provide exposure, I think this happens quite well, so we don't need to belabor the point here. Last point, in case the key performance indicators, which is a fancy way of saying what is your health. So just like temperature, blood pressure, etc. Every business has some simple KPIs like profitability. So A, being aware of it as SRLM teams also, but even making Didi aware of it, because often we've seen this, and Kudumbashi experience also tells us that Didi thinks as long as I have cash in the till, I can take it out. But that cash need not translate into profits. Cash is not profits always. That could be because there is accounts payable that's pending, and that cash needs to go into that. And hence some level of rigor in terms of KPI, key performance indicators, has to be brought in at Didi level in a way that she understands it, obviously. And hence that would be our recommendation. And then regular review of those KPIs within the SRLM teams are important. Next slide, please. I think this number one is reasonably under control, RS. You feel that, and we don't need to spend too much time on it, but nobody's really pushing an entrepreneur. One should not push an entrepreneur into a failure. I have a point about number two, and I think this is something that if you're not an entrepreneur, you don't get this point, that an entrepreneur who starts the business has a very different mindset from an entrepreneur that wants to grow the business. One need not equal to the other. In my case, I'm a great, in my opinion, not necessarily in your opinion, might be a great entrepreneur to start a business, but I'm not very good at growth. I know that. That's my limitation. That's my psyche that holds me back. And I think one of the things that we need to recognize is this aspect, that a Didi that is a successful entrepreneur in terms of starting and running a sustainable business need not be a good entrepreneur for growth. There are different qualities. And one must, and there is some theory and science behind it, which I don't want to get into now, but we should be aware of it, that a sustainable business need not translate into a growth necessarily always. I think the next point is also reasonably well handled most of the time, that we are able to distinguish between when group is needed and when group is not needed. So I think we can skip that. And I think last point, RS has already pointed out that the perpetual support is not to be given, because that leads to what is called as moral hazard. But in simple language, what it means is I go lazy. And that's the last thing you want for an entrepreneur, to be lazy. I meant lazy from an intellectual angle, not physically. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I think Arup is going to cover the next slide. So over to you, Arup. This is not really, she will.
So thank you everyone. We've been sharing our observations so far at the policy level in terms of things that could be done, things that should not be done. We then looked at the entrepreneur who's at the very crux of the food business, things for her which can be done and which should not be done. And now we look at the third entity, the third aspect, which is at the enterprise level. Okay, So one of the things that we talked about in the previous sessions is that 80% of the businesses have revenues between 5 lakhs and 10 lakhs. And we should always keep that in consideration, right? So such businesses typically have margins. Again, margins is a KPI. It's a bad word. And margins is akin to sort of the income that they're taking back home. If you want the income of the business owners, the DDs, to increase, you could do two things. You could increase the revenues or you could decrease the costs. But you can't decrease the costs because they're already working at very, very low cost kind of enterprises. So the only way you can increase the income is to increase the revenue. But to increase the revenue, you can either sell more or you can price it more. But the nature of the business is such where they do not have the luxury of setting a price. They're already in a competitive environment. So what you have to do to grow the income of the business owners, the DDs, is to try and sell more. So keep that kind of aspect in mind because they are not price setters, they are price takers. So the DD needs to understand these aspects as well. That to increase income, you need to be able to sell more and look for avenues and opportunities of having more revenue. The second point, the second major point over here is that we have to separate the different roles. You can have owners of a business, and we saw the Mizoram example where we talked about different people needing to be compensated differently based on their competencies and the amount of effort they put in. So very similar in a food business where you have multiple DDs involved, what you have to do is understand that management is different from the workers, work ownership is a totally different construct, and the kind of compensation or kind of income that they will generate is commensurate with the different kind of skills and competencies that they bring to the table. So not all entrepreneurs need to be good managers nor good workers, but together the combination, the teamwork should make sure that at the enterprise level that the enterprise itself is not suffering for it, it's advancing and it's growing. Next slide, please. Okay, so just continuing on the point, we talk about the equity, but the compensation need not be equal. It's a function of skills, experience, and efforts spent. Okay. One of the things that came about is for the enterprise to be able to map government schemes. So this is the kind of what stage of the enterprise, what are the convergence opportunities, to be able to map the schemes available so that the entrepreneur can avail of these schemes and lower the costs for the fixed and working capital. So they get funding according to the schemes and offset money out of their own pockets. So that is one aspect that they need to look at. If the SRLM needs data for analysts and creating, so that kind of role of support from the KPIs can also come from the SRLMs, and they have a role to play in this regard. One of the outcomes from one of the things that we heard in the morning from the SBI DGM was that you can pay back your loan earlier. It helps your credit history, which means maybe enterprises need to look at long-term loans where the EMIs are low, and as profits accrue, they can pay it back quicker, and it only helps their credit history. So that is also something which is a to-do in our views that the enterprises need to adopt. Okay, next slide. Okay, now we come to the things to be wary of, the don't do's. Yes, so because again we are talking about small businesses, 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, we have to be very clear of every business decision that we take, including the adoption of technology, including the efforts we take for branding and marketing. Okay, so we have to be wary at the enterprise level. So we have to do a cost-benefit analysis for this. So this is how much I'm going to spend on technology. This is how much I know I will gain from it. It'll help me reduce cost, it'll make me sell more, revenues will be more. And the same thing applies for marketing and branding. If I spend 1,000 rupees for marketing and branding, I must make sure that I'm getting 10,000 rupees more revenue. So the lift that you get from marketing activities has to be able to justify why you're spending 1,000 rupees in the first place when your margins are only single digits, right? You remember the ad, right? There used to be this, I have bought a car, one person would say. And then one baniya will come and say, kitna deti hai? So I bought a fantastic car, but how much kilometers do you get from a liter? So you have to be able to understand, I'm spending so much. You have to become a baniya, you have to look at the KPIs, you have to be able to say, yes, it may look fancy, it may be a fancy expense, it may be marketing, but are you really affecting your revenues? Are you really reducing your costs? Are you getting more income at the end of the day? Okay? There are costs and you need to do cost benefit analysis. So this is some of the don't do's. Don't just adopt for the sake of adopting. Next slide. Is that the end? Okay, thank you so much. Rekhi ji, would you like to?
कॉल फॉर एक्शन. इतना सब कुछ किया तो करना क्या है? स्टेट में जाके बोलोगे ना, घूम के आए 2 दिन तो क्या किया? हाँ, 60,000 रोटी भी खानी है. 60,000 रोटी बना के बिकवानी है. खानी तो खाना तो फिर इज नॉट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. So, call for action is when you go back, try and put support to food service enterprises as part of the AP. It is the planning session. Whatever we put it now is what will drive the entire next year. And what I'm sure all of us agree that this is one type of enterprises which has high potential, high margins, and if done properly can generate a large number of lakpatis. So it should be included in our AP. Most of us, barring a few, this was the first exposure to food business. So when you go back, please catch hold of some food sector mentors to train and guide us for at least making the vision statement. Putting some random number is perfectly fine to start off. It gets you into inertia of motion. But how big that vision can be is something we will need to partner with some mentors. People from industry, you have all your MDs are well connected as ISs. You can get industry people to come in. They will share the perspective, the size of the potential of this market in your state, and accordingly you can drive a vision. A state like Kerala can possibly take up 20,000, not 20,000, slightly less than that. Numbers, it's a small state, but a UP can take around 10,000 enterprises. A Kerala can take possibly 100, as Mr. Harikesh was saying, 100 very large enterprises. Because they have their villages and towns are interlinked. So the potential of sales is much higher, larger sales is much higher in states which have more urbanized setups. In a state which is more rural, you'll have ability to do, if you're doing food enterprise as canteens or restaurants, your potential for sale will be smaller. But if you're doing manufacturing and selling, then your business scale is higher. So again, you'll have to decide which kind of food sector enterprise you want to do it. Whether you want to cook food and sell, or whether you want to process and sell. You can also use the help for making the strategy for developing CRPs. Anything what we've realized is the competence or the speed of whatever we deliver happens if we have CRPs to drive it forward. And since this is a specialized kind of job, we will need to either retrain some of our existing CRPs or develop CRPs with this particular skill. Next, please. For CRPs, what we've discovered in the past is the best practitioners are the people who make the best CRPs. So please look at these existing food enterprises, SAG food enterprises in your state. Ask your district and block teams to identify some of them and use them for becoming the mentors. This is what the NROs also do. Their cafe mentors are people who run cafes, then they are polished. They're trained further to do it. And those mentors then become your cutting edge for working forward. TSAs, etc., we'll have to look at it. for supporting these food enterprises. You can look at NROs, we can start with NROs, but in the long run, it is best that you look at local TSAs for working, because NROs have limitations both in terms of their number of mentors that they have and the fact that their mentors will take a reasonably large time to understand your state perspective and the language, both. Next, please. The funding options available for supporting these enterprises, you can fund them under the MED, under the SVEP, under the OSF. If you have a large number of enterprises, you can fund them under the clusters, incubators, wherever you have incubators can also. So all kinds of money available under the SVP umbrella schemes can be used to fund these kind of enterprises. One thing which has worked very well for us in terms of creating visibility and hence state support, and also building the confidence of the Didis in this particular model, is the India Food Court. India Food Court is very great on optics, gets you very good visibility in your state capitals, etc. Unfortunately, the model that we have used, or fortunately the model we've used initially, is very expensive and can be done at a national level. And that expense was done to create a showpiece so that it is successful. States at their level should look at creating slightly more affordable models, because you do not have the luxury of the budgets that we have at NRLM. So you can do that. This is it. Whatever we showcase as a success is the hard work that the state does. So we're looking forward for you guys doing some great stuff so that we can, at the national level, we can showcase it. At the national level, the only thing that we can showcase is whatever your successes are. So with that, we end this thing. For tomorrow, there's a first session, there's a presentation by this SRLMs. Now, who's going to give them the task for tomorrow? बता तो दो क्या फॉर्मेट दे देंगे.
So tomorrow morning, I think at 10 o'clock, we have 1 hour set aside for presentations to be made by the SRLMs. And we have, I think, 23 SRLMs with us attending over here. And we've made 5 groups. Now, there is work assigned, which is a little bit like a homework. And what that homework is, Rekhi ji will share with you. What I'm doing right now, so all the bad things come to Mr. Rekhi. All the struck by lightning bad news comes from Mr. Rekhi. I will tell you the groupings for now. There are going to be 5 groups. In the first group, we have our northeast states. So Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura. Okay, I'll just repeat it. Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura. 5 states in group 1. In group 2, we have the heavyweights. We have Karnataka, Telangana, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. Group 2, Karnataka, Telangana, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. In group 3, we have Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Jharkhand, and West Bengal. Group 3, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Jharkhand, and West Bengal. In group 4, we have Gujarat, Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab. Group 4, Gujarat, Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, and Punjab. And in the last group, group 5, we have Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Maharashtra. Okay? So hopefully you know which group you are. So in group 5, for example, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Maharashtra, it'll be a joint exercise, a group work, which the 5 SRLMs will have to work together on the assigned task. And talking about assigned task, Mr. Rekhi?
Luckily for you, whatever is there is not too difficult. It is basically a mechanism of ensuring that we didn't miss out anything in the key takeaways. One thing which we want all the groups to present is about the learnings that they had from all the sessions. So whosoever has been taking some notes will be able to put it together. You can cheat from our sheet as well. The second expectation was, since we are all together, there would be hopefully some learnings which we had from interaction from each other also. If the slide of any group is blank, for the next workshop, please keep it in your mind that we need to not only learn from the speakers, we also need to learn from each other. It's an opportunity to interact and network and learn. And the third slide, which is an action point, which will have possibly one act from each of the state in the group, is what immediate action they will take once they go back. So I hope it's not too difficult in spite of whatever has been this thing. So, yeah. Now, I will ask Johan to share the basic templates. I'll repeat what we expect you to do. One is the learnings from the sessions. Second slide would be, or whatever, 1 or 2 slides would be learning from interaction from each other. And the third was one act that each state will do immediately on going back around the food sector enterprises. So with that, we will, each state will get what, 5 minutes to present or 10 minutes to present? Each group will get, we have 1 hour.
I assume,
12 minutes.
say 5 slides, 12 minutes?
Yeah, so we have 1 hour of 12 minutes each to each group.
And when you are stating some best practice that you've learned from another SRLM, please mention that SRLM example so that people can understand that this is in context of that initiative or learning.
That mentioning also helps you guys to reach out to that SRLM and understand that in depth. If I have learned from SRLM B, the entire cohort should know that SRLM B has done good work and can be reached out to learn from each other. That is one advantage of a national level this thing. Best practices can be shared. You don't have, and everybody does not have to reinvent the wheel. Whatever somebody does well, we should be able to replicate. Yeah.
There's just one comment I want to make. When we were sharing our observations of do's and don'ts, there were many other points that we've captured, which we will share eventually in separate minuted out minutes from KSNRO. Because items like, the knowledge portal, the best practice, all of those things will also be captured in the list of action items that we can progress upon. So ours was just a brief look. There will be a consolidated list of our observations as well.
So I think the mic's also tired, so we should call it a day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to invite Additional Secretary Sir Charanjit Singh if you would like to add your remarks. Welcome, sir.
So I wouldn't take much time because it's already 7 in the evening. So we started at 10. So this shows that how serious we are in the job. So I really appreciate all the team members from the SRLMs or other organizations. And then the thanks are due to the team here, Mr. Ranjit and Arup and Rekhi. It's a really very tough job to cull out the recommendation from so many good points that we learned today. So I want to thank each one of them. They have really worked very hard. और पूरा juice उन्होंने निकाल दिया है. So you don't need to go to anything. Just go through their slides and you will get so much content. So really very appreciable. And I want to thank the Kerala team led by Jafar that really it was a very wonderful event and we learned a lot. So there were so many doubts and we had just some hazy idea that we want to do this, we want to do this. But ultimately the way this whole workshop has come about, how was it structured, really some of the resource persons were excellent. So I want to thank you the way you selected them and called them here. It's very wonderful. So I was impressed by the passion shown by Elena, really. So it motivates us. मतलब इन्हीं के कारण कहते हमारा भी खून बढ़ जाता है और लगता है कि we are doing something good in life. So they motivate us more. So I really appreciate that. And so I just remember one name, but all the resource persons were really very good. So thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, sir. We are concluding today's in-house session with a reminder to register on the WhatsApp link. The details are available on the QR code. We will now have the immersive food service experience at the ground floor near the pool area. It will offer first-hand experience into the culinary cuisines developed by our entrepreneur. We can move to the pool area near the ground floor. Also, we will start at 10 a.m. sharp tomorrow, and I am expecting everyone to be present on at least 5 minutes earlier. Thank you, and have a good evening.